What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we're going to be doing Godzilla-Thon episode 33. This is for Godzilla 2014. So, this was my very first Godzilla movie in the movie theaters. Obviously, it was the first US Godzilla movie since the 98 movie, and it was really a chance for America to redeem themselves when making Godzilla movies. By this point, Godzilla had been dead for 10 years. They hadn't made a new movie for 10 years. I'm not going to, I'm not going to cover Godzilla's cameo in Always Sunset on 3rd Street or whatever it's called, because that's just not important. But Godzilla has been gone for multiple years now, and he's making his return to the big screen from America, and it's the first time I ever get to see a Godzilla movie in theaters. Now, when this movie came out, it was May 16th, and I remember that day so well because at my school we had like this Greek fair kind of thing. It was basically a fair that the 7th graders would put on, and they'd get to run it, and then after the fair, you would go, you just go home. That was basically, if you were a 7th grader, that was your day, was you went to like the gym, you'd set up, and then after you set up, you just wait for a while, and then all the other kids, the 8th graders and the 6th graders would come in, and then they'd do whatever your fair activity was. So people had like Minotaur mazes and everything like that, and I made this elaborate Hydra. It wasn't actually a Hydra. I think the character that I chose to represent at the fair was like this dragon called Layden or something like that. But I picked it for a very specific reason, because Hercules was the one who killed Layden, and Hercules was the one who I had just read fight Godzilla. Like, around this time was when I got Marvel's Godzilla issue, whatever I got, like 3rd issue or something, and in it, Hercules fights Godzilla, and he loses, so I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have someone who fights Godzilla in my fair activity, because why not? It's the day Godzilla comes out, and we did the fair, it was great, and then after school I got out, but my dad he was caught up at work, he had to work late, and I was destroyed. I thought I was not going to be able to get to 2014 in time. It was that Friday night, and I didn't think I was going to get to go watch the movie, and I was so mad. Like, how could that happen of all days? But luckily, he was able to get off work, and he came by and picked me up from the school. And we went to the theater that night, and it was pretty late by the time we got there. We saw a pretty late showing of the movie, but we got to see the last showing of the day for Godzilla 2014, and it was awesome. I loved it so much. At the time, it was my favorite Godzilla movie ever. Obviously, that's changed after the hype died down a little bit. I just loved the movie, and I still love it. And I went back and saw it multiple more times. I do hold the record for the most times I've ever viewed a movie in theaters, with Kong Skull Island, with around 6 or 7 times in the theaters to watch that movie, and then right after that would be Shin Godzilla, with around 4 or 5 times I saw it. This movie I saw 2 or 3 times in theaters, but back then that was a lot for me. That was still a lot. So starting out the movie, actually initially when the movie starts out and you get this this Project Monarch opening, which obviously is not what it's called, that's the name for the Kong Skull Island intro. This one's called, like, I don't know, the Pacific or something, map of the Pacific. But when the opening starts out, I rather didn't like it. I thought I was not going to like the movie at all, because although the trailers had me really hyped up and I was super excited, it was Godzilla back on the big screen, this intro is very reminiscent of Godzilla 1998, and back then I was in that phase where I had realized only a few years prior how bad that movie is as a Godzilla movie, so I was in that kind of time frame when I just couldn't appreciate anything about it, and when this movie started out, immediately I was like, oh, really? The music's reminiscent of the 98 movie, the whole intro, the beginning scene here is reminiscent of the 98 movie. I was like, how could this happen? Like, how could America do it again? They're ruining it again. I was totally wrong. They definitely didn't. Despite what some people in the comments on this video may say, guarantee at least one person, Bloodborne, is going to say that they don't like this movie, but it's a good movie. I do like it. It's just this intro, when I very first saw it, really made me go, wait a minute, this movie is gonna suck after all. And 5 minutes into the movie, I was already changing my mind. So the intro starts out, Project Monarch. It's very cool. We start with footage in 1954 of Godzilla's first, I guess, quote-unquote first, because this has been retconned in Kong Skull Island's continuity. But for this movie alone, the first appearance of Godzilla in 1954, Godzilla swimming around through the ocean, which, fantastic. It looks so good seeing all these natives looking on their island, looking out, and Godzilla swimming over in the ocean. You just see these massive dorsal fins going through the ocean. He just has a real sense of scale. Dorsal fins are actually too small in this design, in my opinion. They need to be a bit longer, but you don't really get a sense of how unproportional they are during this sequence. So this scene's just awesome. Godzilla lands on the island Bikini Atoll, and he's hit by the Castle Bravo atomic bomb in 1954. This is the last time Godzilla's seen. Pretty awesome. So great way to start the movie. We cut to 1999, and a mine collapses in the Philippines. Dr. Serizawa, pretty much this is the point when I was like, wait, never mind, this movie's going to be awesome. We are introduced to Ken Watanabe's character, Dr. Serizawa, and the second I heard his name, I had heard rumors leading up to the movie that that's who he was going to be playing, but I was like, whatever, that's not true. The second they said his name, I was just like, oh yes, like finally we're getting some Easter eggs, some great Godzilla references. So Dr. Serizawa and his assistant Dr. Graham investigate this whole collapsed mine situation, which in the novelization, I'm not here to talk about the novelization. That'll probably be its own review some other day, not part of Godzilla-Thon. But in the novelization, this sequence is done a lot better. It's a lot more eerie. You get some investigations where Serizawa is interviewing these radiation victims from the mine. They're down there in the mine, and Graham snaps a picture or something like that, and it just reveals these dead bodies crashed in the cave. So it's a lot darker of a subject matter in the novelization. The novelization is kind of what a lot of us thought this movie was gonna be, which was a return to the 54 form. It was gonna be this very dark, scary movie, and it was gonna be very emotional. Godzilla 2014 doesn't actually wind up being as much of that very emotional, in terms of scary and just depressing mood that a lot of us thought it was and wanted it to be. It winds up being more emotional as in a family drama. So it was kind of a little bit of false advertising. The advertising campaign for this movie probably is what, in retrospect, makes me have the dislike for this movie that I have, which, as you'll see, is not a lot. But the advertising campaign for this movie was absolutely fantastic. And I know I'm kind of all over the place with this review, but that's because I have such a deep connection with Godzilla 2014. Unlike a lot of these other, like, previous Millennium movies that I've been talking about, it's like I have a couple memories associated with them, but nothing on the scale of this movie. So the advertising campaign for this movie, ever since the first teaser trailer came out, I became obsessed with Godzilla 2014 back in 2014 and 2013 era. So I was just absolutely obsessed with it. I could not stop watching the trailer over and over and over again. I wrote the dialogue down on paper, that whole, like, gentlemen, you were being sent in by Halo drop speech that's given in that teaser trailer. I found leaked Comic-Con footage online that I watched probably a million times. I was making YouTube playlists of it. I was basically just devoting my entire life to the advertising campaign for this movie. And the advertising campaign for this movie does two things simultaneously. Number one, it sets up the very dark 54 style tone with just Godzilla. That is key, because going into this movie, I was really hoping for, and it was kind of like a mixed thing, because it was, I was not totally at the point where I am now, where I appreciate the solo Godzilla movies more than I appreciate the ones when he's with other monsters, but back then I was really hoping for a 54 remake. But at the same time, I was like, this might be boring if it's a 54 remake. I already know how it ends. Plus, I don't want Godzilla to die. I want him to return for sequels. Plus, it would be cool to see him fighting other monsters. And, we knew that there was going to be Mutos in it. We saw that weird crab monster that was seen in the Now I Am Become Death Destroyer of Worlds teaser. That big red crab monster that doesn't actually appear in the movie. So we knew there was going to be other monsters in the movie, but we didn't know about the Mutos. We didn't know what they were. I knew there were monsters called Mutos in the movie because I watched ETN, but I had no idea that they were going to be, like, main villains. I thought that there was going to be, like, these monsters showed up up, and then we killed them, the military killed them, and now Godzilla's here. I thought that's how it was going to be. I just didn't expect that Godzilla was going to be fighting them. So I was just really excited for this kind of nationwide destruction that looked like it was going to be promised in the trailer. There was that very, I'd say, kind of misleading shot of the Statue of Liberty being all destroyed, and you're led to believe that Godzilla destroys the Statue of Liberty in the teaser trailer, but it was the small Statue of Liberty in Las Vegas that the Muto destroys, and you don't actually even see it in the movie. I don't know, I was very excited for a solo horror Godzilla movie, and another thing that the trailers did, the other simultaneous thing that it did, was hide Godzilla. You never saw Godzilla in all the teaser trailers, like that you'd see glimpses of him, little tiny glimpses of him, but that was it. That was all you got to see, and it really got me super excited because what does Godzilla look like? I have to see him. Then we got that car commercial. I think that came out before the movie where Godzilla's eating the Kias or whatever they are, and I lost my mind. I was like, oh my god, he looks amazing. I cannot wait for this movie. The movie comes out, and at first I was in love. I was like, whatever, I don't care that it's not a solo Godzilla movie. The Mutos are awesome. As time went on, I started to think, well, maybe the movie would have been better if it was just Godzilla. Maybe we would have gotten to know the characters on a personal level a little more. Maybe we would have cared for Ford Brody a little more instead of just caring for his father. Maybe we would have, just gotten the 54 movie that everyone wanted. Shin Godzilla helps clear a lot of that up, but it doesn't do what this movie looked like it was gonna do. This movie, I'd say the premise that I went into the movie with was a solo horror Godzilla movie directed by Gareth Edwards is better than Shin Godzilla could ever be. That's just personally how I feel. But that's just not the movie we got. Anyways, I forgot how I got off on this tangent. I just wanted to say that this movie, when it first came out, I was so in love with it that I thought it was like the greatest Godzilla movie ever. As time went on, I started to cool down and realize, maybe it could have been better, but it's still a good movie. And after a while, after Shin Godzilla came out, I'd say, I went back to this movie and was like, no, there's no point. This is a good movie. There's no point having just a solo Godzilla movie. This movie is fine on its own. It's great. But it's because of that really deep connection I have with this movie, remembering the advertising campaign and how obsessed with it I was, and how basically my phone was filled to the brim with 500 screenshots from every trailer that came out, and just how exciting of a time it was in my life. I've never seen a Godzilla movie in theaters before by this point, and so this was going to be my first chance to get to see Godzilla on screen. It was just really special, and so for that reason, this movie will, under no circumstances, ever fall out of my top 10 list of Godzilla movies. It will always be there in my top 10 list. Now, getting back into it, the skeleton of a massive unidentified terrestrial organism is found in a cave underground. This is our first hint to the Hollow Earth theory that will be played up upon a lot in Kong Skull Island. However, back at this point in 2014, we didn't know about the bigger universe of the MonsterVerse. 2 dormant spores are discovered in the tunnel. I should actually have said 1 dormant spore is discovered in the tunnel, the other one's ripped open, and it appears that something came right out of it. There's a great build-up as is revealed that something massive bust out of the side of this mountain and went straight into the ocean and headed straight for Gojira, Japan. I would have really liked to see the Muto's first stage, because what does it look like? We never get a chance to know what the spore stage looks like, and I've always been interested to know what it looks like. Is it just a smaller normal Muto? Who knows? I mean, it looks like the ones in the female Muto's egg are kind of normal looking, but why does it need to go back into stasis for so many years? It hatched, it's in this larval stage, and then it goes and hides out back in stasis for a few years, for 15 years. Meanwhile, the female Muto never needed to hatch at all until 2014, when she was ready to just burst out of her cocoon 300 feet tall. And, I do have some questions about how a 300-foot tall monster hung out inside of that nuclear cave, basically, in the mountainside in Nevada for so many years. That's unimportant. The important thing is that the Muto hatched, and I've always wanted to know what it looks like. But regardless, they head straight for Gojira, Japan. We are introduced to Joe Brody and his wife. They head straight for this nuclear plant where they work at. Joe's all paranoid because there's these graphs showing this earthquake, that the epicenter is somehow moving towards Japan. He's like, this isn't possible. It's aftershocks from the Philippines earthquake, sure, but how on earth is it getting closer to us? An earthquake hits the plant while Sandra is in the sublevels checking something that Joe told her to go check. And so she has to get out of there very quickly. There's a breach in the reactor as she's on her way out, and the plant starts to come down around everyone. Sandra's killed in one of the most emotional scenes of the entire movie, where Joe has to be the one to seal the containment doors, locking his wife in the nuclear radiation for all times. It's a very devastating scene, as you just have to see him sit there and he's waiting for her to run out, and he's just waiting and waiting and waiting, and she never comes. And the second he closes the door, that's when they get there. It was too late regardless. If he had kept the door open, the radiation would have been leaked out and exposed to the whole city, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had to close the door. It's just a shame that pretty much the minute after he closed it, they arrived. The full plant collapses. Joe escapes, but we don't actually see it on screen. Joe's son, Ford, witnesses the entire event from his school. That's also a great scene. I love the visuals of just having Ford looking out the window as you see the entire plant fall in on itself. We are told in the novelization that Joe just barely makes it out of there in a car with his friend, I think Takashi or something like that. Cut to 15 years later in San Francisco in 2014, when Ford Brody is arriving home from his tour in the Middle East. I don't know where he is from in the Middle East, like where he was stationed, but he's coming home from his time in the Middle East. He is an EOD technician, explosive ordnance disposal, for those of you who don't know what that means. His son Sam hardly knows him, and their estranged relationship isn't played up a lot in the movie. However, I like to keep going back to the novelization, and again, I really am not wanting to focus on the novelization. In the novelization, they do make a big deal out of the fact that his son barely knows who he is. Like, he doesn't even give him a hug when they first meet. But regardless, in the movie, that's just not seemingly the way it's played up. Sam, Ford's son, really seems to like Ford. Ford's wife, Elle, has had to take care of Sam all on her own for the past few years as Ford's been away, or at least the past, year or whatever. I don't know how long he was gone. Elle gets a call saying that Joe has been arrested in Japan for trespassing in the quarantine zone, so Ford has to head straight to Japan from San Francisco. Joe's apartment is covered head to toe in documents about the meltdown in Gojira, the 54 tests of the atomic bomb, something covered up in that whole situation, as well as documents linking all of that directly to Serizawa, which, how could they have not played up on this? This is one of the most interesting things they could have done in the movie, was have Joe confront Serizawa about, how could you do this? You killed my wife. Like, that kind of thing. How could they have not done this? This just seems like one of the biggest missed opportunities of the entire movie. Serizawa has clearly been found out by Joe. Joe knows everything. He knows that there was something going on in 1954 that was covered up by this organization. He has somehow linked the organization to the meltdown in Gojira in 1999. He knows this guy Serizawa is connected to it. He knows that there's a monster. He doesn't know it's a monster, but he knows there's some sort of animal being hidden inside the quarantine zone. He knows this from his bioacoustic studies, and we find out now he's studying echolocation. How could we have not had him confront Serizawa about all this? I don't understand the decision to kill Joe Brody, and I know that's a lot of people's big complaint, but honestly, it's a very warranted complaint. How do they not play up on one of the most interesting things in the entire movie? And that would have been the aspect of Joe knowing and probably hating Serizawa and being forced to work with him in order to take down the thing that killed his wife. Like, that would be such a cool subplot for the movie. But instead, Joe dies partway through, and then we're just left with Ford Brody, who we don't really get to know a lot about because he doesn't do a lot of expressing his emotions in this movie. He's just kind of like, all right, gotta get from point A to point B, and that's that. So, I don't know. It's crazy. There's a great scene when Joe breaks and starts crying as he agrees to come to America with Ford. The fantastic thing about this movie is the directing. The camera never settles down. I think every single shot in this movie is done from a handheld camera, so that the camera's always moving and giving you a very nice sense of just a movement. It's giving you a sense that everything's going very quickly, and we don't get too much of that in Godzilla movies. We do have some of that in Shin Godzilla, but that's more of like the camera's always cutting instead of always like shifting and moving like handheld style. And this is kind of what I expected from the American Death Note from 2017, the Netflix version from director Adam Weingard. However, that's definitely not what we got for that movie. The only reason I mention that is because If you go back and watch my review of that movie, I was just talking about how a lot of people leading up to that were just talking about how active the camera was in that movie. However, Gareth Edwards really puts everyone to shame because he always says his camera's moving. The next morning, Joe is headed out to the quarantine zone and he convinces Ford to come with him. Joe reveals that the Q zone is containing some sort of animal, but he doesn't quite know what's going on yet. I love the repetition here of whatever it takes, a quote from Joe hinting to his devotion of his family, and that's exactly why he's going back to the quarantine zone, is to find out what killed his wife after all. He's not going back there to be like, yeah, I'll check it out just because I want to. He's going back there because he feels responsible for what happens to his wife, and he wants to prove it to his son that he's not insane and that he was warranted in his worries. And also, there's a pretty cool scene later on in the movie when Ford repeats this line, whatever it takes, in reference to getting back home to his family. Joe finds the air in the quarantine zone to be non-radioactive, which makes him take off his gas mask and walk around normally. There's a pretty cool Mothra Easter egg when you see Ford's childhood terrarium, and the name on it is Moth, and it's been etched out, and there's an M-A written afterward, so it's named Mothra. And it would be kind of cool if that was just the name of his pet moth, was Mothra, and in the sequel they were like, hey look, there's this giant moth goddess that's flying around, probably not destroying things, but they're like, wow, look at that, what do we name it? And then Ford Brody steps in for a cameo and's like, hey, let's call it Mothra. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be pretty neat. Although I don't like that. I want the mythology of Mothra to already be intact by the time the next movie starts. Regardless, there's a Mothra Easter egg in this movie, and I actually convinced, I think it was my dad, to take me back and see this movie just so I could find it, because I didn't see it, and then one of my friends told me about it at school, so I had him take me back to the theater just so I could watch for that one scene. It was pretty worth it. Joe makes it back to his original house right as helicopters pass over and he runs outside to check what's going on. He gets all his data before he leaves, though. The helicopters are headed to the original nuclear plant, which gets the Brodies' attention as they're trying to figure out what's going on. Right afterward, they're caught and pretty much put in jail. They're transported to the Gojira plant, where a massive cocoon is feeding on an old reactor. Serizawa comes down and checks on Joe, who gives what I would consider one of the most badass monologues in all of Godzilla history. Serizawa is pretty impressed by Joe's knowledge, and then suddenly the cocoon starts emitting this electromagnetic pulse. A grid comes over the cocoon to contain it, and Serizawa tries to kill it with electricity before the creature inside the cocoon can escape. The cocoon is shattered and a huge creature bursts out of it. Joe escapes only to be fatally injured by the creature as the creature pulls down on the containment grid, knocking over a giant crane that lands pretty much right on Joe. The creature also accidentally frees Ford from his imprisonment inside the back of a truck, and pretty soon Ford comes face to face with both his father and mother's killer. This movie has a real sense of scale, and it's first noticeable in this scene when the Muto crawls out of its pit. I have never seen scale like this in a monster movie before. Not one Godzilla movie, even the ones that I praised, like Godzilla 2000, come close to this sense of scale, where you're looking up at the monster from such a low angle, and you're just seeing the destruction on such a human level because you're seeing it from the human's perspective. It is absolutely fantastic, and it cements Gareth Edwards in film history for all times. The military takes over operations from Monarch. Serizawa requests the help of Ford and Joe. Joe dies in transport, and the creature is named Muto. Serizawa fills Ford in on the history of Gojira. In 1954, a nuclear sub reached the lowest depths for the first time in history, and it awakened something. We get our first hints to the Hollow Earth here as we hear that there's giant creatures in this world that were living in this era where the Earth was 10 times more radioactive, but as radiation subsided and went towards the core of the Earth, these monsters burrowed underground to, I guess, stay in touch with it so that they could feed off of it, which makes me question, does that mean Kong feeds off of radiation? Because there's that whole Hollow Earth is brought back up in Kong Skull Island, but does that mean that the skull crawlers are radioactive and Kong is radioactive? It totally doesn't seem like it, but that's what this movie would imply. Ford lets them know that the Muto is talking to something, which is probably the only helpful thing he does for Monarch this whole movie. Ford learns that nature has an order, a power to restore balance, and Godzilla is that power. Kind of like the idea we had in Godzilla Tokyo SOS with Mothra. The Muto attacks a Russian nuclear sub, eating its nuclear reactor, and basically just drops the sub in the middle of Hawaii. This actually wakes up Godzilla, who shows up to save Ford, not intentionally, but he saves Ford in the process, and he fights the Muto. Godzilla's landing causes a massive tsunami and is one of the most epic moments in film history. This scene is fantastic as we are teased that there's going to be this big Godzilla reveal. The waves are coming in, these soldiers shoot these flares up, you see them drop down and you just see the massive scale of his neck. You see him moving along, he's getting shot at, he walks away. You never actually get to fully see him, it's just glimpses of him. Once he shows up in the airport, he roars. It is incredible. The whole theater went freaking insane every single time I saw this movie. This scene is awesome. I love it so much. And then we abruptly cut away from the fight and we don't actually get to see it other than a little bit of teases on a news report of what happened. A second Muto hatches in Nevada and destroys Las Vegas. Ford hitches a ride with a military transport so that he can get back to his family, which I guess they just are like, yeah, we need all hands we can get, come with us. Serizawa suggests Godzilla is trying to help the humans, but the military plans to use a hydrogen bomb to kill all three monsters. Ford is put on a train transporting the nuclear weapons so that he can get to his family. There's a lot of real great nationwide damage as we see in the background of a lot of these shots, massive smoke plumes coming out from cities. And also we get to see a great scene of like a plane that went down on a highway and there's just so many cars destroyed. It just looks awesome. The female Muto attacks Ford's train, killing everyone but Ford, knocking Ford into the river where he's knocked out. This scene's pretty cool because, you know, you get a lot of these uncomfortable, very close-up shots with the female Muto, and it just overall has a really interesting and unique feel. San Francisco is under evacuation as Ford is recovered from the train's wreckage. Godzilla makes landfall, taking down a portion of the Golden Gate Bridge when an EMP hits San Francisco. Now, although I love this Golden Gate Bridge sequence, first of all, it's the only bit of Godzilla destroying stuff that we get in the entire movie, and I would have really appreciated a little more. Again, I really do like the way it plays out. However, I want Godzilla to destroy stuff. That's what I'm here to see. I'm not here to see Godzilla save the day, alright? I could go watch Godzilla vs. Gigan if I wanted that. I want to see Godzilla destroy stuff, and that's why I came to this movie, and that's why I was disappointed in the long run about this movie, is because that's what I thought this movie was promising us, was Godzilla destroying stuff. And also, the screen time for Godzilla does not bother me in the slightest when watching this movie. The other thing that's wrong with this Golden Gate Bridge scene is Godzilla would have to be like, 1,000 feet tall for it to be possible. He would not be able to stand up and walk through the Golden Gate Bridge. He's just not that tall, alright? He's not. He's a big monster, sure, but he's not like the 700 feet required to reach the top of the Golden Gate Bridge. When the EMP hits San Francisco, it's awesome because you know what that means. That means that the Muto has arrived. Planes start falling from the sky and the male Muto and the female Muto meet up. The male Muto snatches this warhead from a military boat, and then as he meets up with the female Muto, he gives it to her so that they can mate. I really like the scene of the Mutos meeting up because you have the male Muto fly onto this building and land on it, and he's looking around. He's pretty small. He's only like 150 feet. And then all of a sudden you just see these buildings just crumbling in the distance and the smoke just rising up, and out of the ashes comes the female Muto, and then they get to meet up, and she's 300 feet, so she's twice as big as him. And then they mate, and we don't actually see it on screen, luckily, but they do mate, and they have a hive of babies. A halo jump is conducted in one of the most fantastic scenes of Godzilla film history. And again, this movie, if you couldn't tell, has a lot of my favorite moments from Godzilla film history. The halo jump, Godzilla's first appearance in Hawaii, Joe Brody's monologue. There's so much to love about this movie. Although, this isn't my favorite Godzilla movie of all times for a lot of the reasons that I've listed throughout this review so far, and a little more that I'll get into right now, but generally this movie's pretty fantastic. We get one of the coolest lines in Godzilla history with Serizawa saying, "Let them fight." There's just a lot to love. So then we get Godzilla and Muto beating each other up. We don't actually see too much of it yet, but the battle begins, the halo jump is conducted, and Godzilla has a very quiet fight with the Muto. They don't want to wake anyone up. So there's a lot of sound effects missing in this final battle that really detract from the movie. First of all, when Ford's dropping from the halo jump, I can believe it that the adrenaline is pumping, but what I don't believe is that he doesn't hear Godzilla roaring 5 feet in front of him. I get that it's supposed to be artistic, and sure, it adds to that artsy level of the movie, or the scene anyways, but no way in the world is Godzilla going to be roaring and Ford not going to hear it. We read like posters or whatever leading up to the movie, the advertisement campaign saying like Godzilla's roar can be deafening when you're too close. Well, if it's deafening when you're too close, how can Ford not hear it when he's 3 feet away? That doesn't doesn't make any sense, but I don't know. There's missing footstep sound effects. Godzilla will be moving and it'll be silent. The Mutos will be moving and they're not making any noise. It's just kind of clunky, you know. I would have liked more sound effects. And a lot of the time, there's just like footsteps or whatever, and there's no destruction. And it's like, come on, give me some sound layering here. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, but you like the Shin Godzilla sound effects, you hypocrite. We're gonna get into that next week, and I'll discuss why I like those sound effects and why in this movie I'm bothered by the lack of sound effects. If you remember back to Godzilla vs. Mothra, the 90s version, you will remember that I tore into that movie and was like, there's missing roars, there's missing footsteps, this movie sucks. I don't know, I actually don't hate that movie, but you know, you get the point where I was like, there's a lot missing here. There's a lot of sound design that's just done. It's just bad. That's how I feel about this final fight. One thing that I find very interesting is the male Muto's protectiveness. Now, throughout the movie, it's never like played up that he's just trying to protect the female Muto at all costs, but that's exactly what he's doing, alright? There's scenes in this movie when he will literally get so paranoid that there's gonna be like another Godzilla coming, that he'll fly off and take perimeter around the area just so that he can still have the upper hand on Godzilla. There's a 2v1 fight at one point when he's giving it his all, flying up and just smashing into Godzilla trying to take him out, and then, you know, he sacrifices himself while trying to keep the female Muto alive. So there's a lot to like about the character of the kaiju in this movie that's not played up upon too much. The female Muto doesn't really seem to know what's going on. She just kind of gets the short end of the stick. If you really think about it, she doesn't do anything wrong. She shows up, walks around. That's literally all she does, is walk around, finds her mate, tries to mate, and then her babies are killed right in front of her, and she's killed as a result. Godzilla's kind of the bad guy if you think about it from that perspective of these two animals trying to have babies, and then all of a sudden this bigger animal just comes and picks on them and decapitates one of them and smashes another one into a building. Brings me back to a very interesting theory I heard by, I believe it was a YouTuber named Gorizard, and I know there is a YouTuber named Gorizard. Shout out to Gorizard, but I can't remember if Gorizard was the one who talked about this theory or not. Anyways, around 2014, there was a theory that I heard on YouTube from, I believe, once again, Gorizard, who stated that he didn't think that Godzilla was the power to restore balance in nature. He believed that the Mutos were. Humankind, mankind, has polluted and destroyed the earth so much that the Mutos show up to restore balance and kill off the humans, basically, and Godzilla shows up and is like, hey, wait a minute, I don't like this idea, and he kills them, basically out of revenge because they killed one of his species. As the body we found at the beginning of the movie, the skeleton, was a Godzilla species, or at least something very closely related to it. Which is a great way of viewing it, because once I heard that, it really opens up my perspective to the movie and makes me appreciate it even more. You do get the idea that Serizawa is very biased towards Godzilla throughout the movie. He doesn't want Godzilla to get hurt because his dad liked Godzilla, and you know that based off the terrible, don't read it, terrible Godzilla Awakening comic. Anyways, Godzilla intercepts the female Muto. The nuke is busted out of the hive so that the military can deactivate it. However, they're unable to, so they decide to take it offshore. There's, like I said, a 2-versus-1 fight where Godzilla is annihilated. 4 destroys the Muto's hive, distracting both Mutos. This is where you see one of the first times where the male Muto is just like, uh-oh, and he flies around doing his little perimeter watch to make sure everything's okay. Meanwhile, Godzilla gets the upper hand using his atomic breath for the very first time in order to save Ford. This scene will be remembered by me for all times because we were in the theater, me and my dad, and my brother was there too, and I turned to my dad and the first time I saw it, and I was like whispering to him one complaint. I whispered one complaint about this movie: there's no atomic breath. Literally, not even 5 minutes later, probably not even 2 minutes later, Godzilla uses the atomic breath in this scene, and the second the blue lights up on screen and everything goes silent and you just hear it building up his spines, I was so excited. My heart was pumping so fast. I was probably the most excited I've ever been in my entire life, and it was awesome. Godzilla fights the male Muto for a little bit as the female Muto goes and attacks the soldiers who are trying to get the nuke out to sea. Godzilla kills the male Muto by lining up his shot. This is my stepdad's favorite scene in the movie. I don't know why. I think the female Muto's death is way better. But he lines up the shot, he looks over his shoulder, he sees when the male Muto's coming, and then he times it so that he can smack his tail straight into the male Muto's face, smash it onto a building, and impale him. and that works. The male Muto dies, but the building that he dies on is weakened and collapses onto Godzilla. Godzilla's knocked out for a little bit. The female Muto finishes attacking the soldiers and killing them off. Ford shows up and is able to sneak out to sea on a boat, but the female Muto catches up to the tugboat and is about to kill him when he has the nuke on board. Suddenly, Godzilla shows up from behind her, does the best Godzilla kill in all of history, which is his kiss of death, which was awesome. So he breathes his atomic breath down the female Muto's neck. It decapitates her by disintegrating the skin in her neck. And if you can't tell what that Muto is behind me, it's the decapitated female Muto. I didn't really know how to draw it. When I drew it without the head, it looked silly. So I just drew the head in there being blown off next to it. And there's the atomic breath smoke pouring out of her, falling over her head with the blood spurting everywhere. Because, again, this movie's actually pretty bloody. I've said this in previous videos, but this movie does have a lot of bloodshed in it that's just not focused on. It's a very dark movie, which is one of my biggest complaints. You really have to watch the Blu-ray even to know what's going on, and you have to have your TV's contrast pretty high because this movie's so dark. The theater wasn't like that, but the Blu-ray and the DVD are. There was second wave DVD Blu-rays that fixed this problem, but why do I have to go back and pay for another version of this movie when the first time that I bought it, the first 2 times that I bought it should have sufficed? That's just kind of unexcusable that they would do that when they did the DVD release of this movie. Anyways, the movie is very dark, so you don't get to see it too much, but there is quite a bit of bloodshed in this final battle. Godzilla bleeds multiple times. Anytime he's hit in the gills, he'll bleed, which is his biggest weakness in the movie, and the male Muto hones in on that pretty quickly. The city is saved. The next morning, Godzilla wakes up from the rubble. Elle and Sam and Ford are all reunited. It's a great happy ending. Godzilla returns to sea, and the movie ends. So, the human storyline in this movie is great. There's very interesting characters. I really do miss the inclusion of Cranston after the first act. Ford isn't too interesting, but I still like Serizawa quite a bit. The kaiju stuff in this movie is good. There's not enough of a presence for the kaiju. I mean, the whole movie's basically about the Mutos, but you don't really get a feel for Godzilla's presence in this movie, which is a big problem for it because this movie's called Godzilla, and although I don't have a problem with the screen time for Godzilla, I have a problem with his lack of effect on the story. He basically is just a big gun to show up and save the day instead of being the main prevalent thing in this movie like he should have been. Special effects are fantastic. There's amazing scale in this movie. There's very interesting directing, and the music's good. It's not a Fikube, but it's alright. It's serviceable. I like some of the themes quite a bit. I really enjoy I think it's called like Following Godzilla or something like that. That theme. I like the intro theme. I like the 2v1 songs pretty good, and Godzilla's victory starts out pretty good. But a lot of the music in this movie is just kind of forgettable in my opinion. I don't think it's great. It's very distinct, I will give it that. I just don't think it's as good as Ifukube. Godzilla's design in this movie, it's okay. And I know I don't talk about Godzilla's design a lot, but seeing as though it's the design we're stuck with for now, or at least we think we're stuck with, it's okay. It could have been better. Godzilla is fat. Watch the movie. He's fat, alright? I don't care how much muscle is put on him. He physically looks fat, alright? Even if it is all muscle, he still looks fat. His dorsal fins are too small, his eyes are too small, and I don't like the elephant feet. However, again, that's not gonna I mean, I've said this in videos before, that's not gonna take away from my enjoyment of the movie too much. It's just gonna be a little thing. It's just gonna be a little thing that I ding it on because it's alright. The characterization of Godzilla also needs to be worked on because he doesn't get too much of a characterization outside of he just doesn't like the Mutos. Overall, I'd give this movie a 9 out of 10. It's awesome. I love watching this movie. I have taken a break from watching it because when it came out in 2014, I watched it so much over and over and over and over and over again that I just had to cool down. I haven't watched this movie in probably around a year, so it's good to go back to it and check it out again. It's a great movie. That does it for my review of Godzilla 2014, guys. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you guys next week for Shin Godzilla, a movie that somehow I managed to like more than this movie despite me loving this movie. Thank you guys all for watching. D-Man out. Welcome everyone to the final episode of Kong-A-Thon. I should have known what episode this is. I believe it's the 8th. Welcome to what I believe is the 8th and final episode of Kong-A-Thon until Godzilla vs. Kong, but that one's more of a Godzilla-Thon because Wingard said that's more of a Godzilla sequel. That's irrelevant to this video. Kong-A-Thon. Let's talk about Kong Skull Island from 2017, directed by Jordan Vogt Roberts, the second entry in the legendary MonsterVerse. I don't know if this makes any sense, right? But the movie did not come out that long ago. 3 years. Really, is it all that long ago? Not really, no. The movie didn't come out that long ago. And I'm already super nostalgic for this time period. The film came out in second semester of my sophomore year, and I'm just super nostalgic for that time period. I don't know why. It wasn't like a high point on the channel. It wasn't like a high point in my social life. It wasn't like I had more friends then than I did in like my senior year or anything like that. I don't know what it is about that little time period, but there was something like so pure about it, you know? There was something so pure about that time period. I mean, I was kind of a little cringy edgelord back then, but at the same time, I don't know, there's something so pure about my memory of that little time period, second semester sophomore year, riding my bike down to the movies over and over again to see this film. It was before I could drive, or before I had a car anyways. I don't know if I could drive, I don't remember. It was before I had a car, so I didn't drive down to the movies. I don't know, it was just like that little time period stands out in my mind as especially nostalgic, even though it was not that long ago. I remember getting the invite in my emails. I got invited to a press screening by Warner Bros. To go see this movie, and I was so hyped. So I went with my dad, we went down, we watched Kong 76 on the stairs, we waited, we got there early so we could get a good seat, because you know, you don't have guaranteed seating when you get invited to one of those things, so you kind of have to get there like to get your seats so that you don't wind up with a terrible seat. But we watched Kong 76 on the stairs. At least we watched like the first half of it. We didn't finish the movie, but we watched like the first half of it on the stairs of this huge theater. It was my first time ever going to an IMAX theater, so this was like the biggest screen I've ever seen a movie on today. I mean, I've never seen a movie on a screen as big as this one, but it was like a legitimate real IMAX screen. Puts AMC IMAX to shame. It was awesome. They were also giving out these free Kong Skull Island posters, which was the Apocalypse Now poster, but the last poster was taken like 1 or 2 people before me, so I missed out on getting the poster. I guess we weren't that lucky. You know, it was still a really awesome ability to be able to go to the press screening. They had some sort of celebrity there. I didn't know who he was, but they had some celebrity there to introduce the show, and it was really cool. So the movie opens up in the 1940s in the South Pacific. Hank Marlowe and Gunpei Akari crash down on a beach, and then they get into a little chase/fight until Kong shows up. Already starts out with a pretty epic intro. Probably one of the more exciting intros to a King Kong movie. King Kong movies aren't particularly known for having exciting intros, are they? So this might be the most exciting intro to a King Kong movie ever. It's also probably the first time you see Kong fastest, you know? Like, you're starting out with King Kong, where usually you have to wait a while to get King Kong. Their little chase is cool. One thing that's great about it is the scenery in this movie. This little intro bit stands out as being particularly interesting because the scenery doesn't really match anything else we see for the rest of the movie. I guess some people might consider that a problem. I don't. I just think that it's a big island, so you're gonna see different scenery on the island. It never gets stale, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a cool little chase, and then there's some some awesome moments, like when Akari slips the katana between Marlowe's fingers, and you just hear the screeching and the blade slices through his hand. It's brutal. And then Kong shows up. Obviously, it's awesome. Epic music. You get that great zoom in on Marlowe's eye as he's looking at Kong, which will, of course, be reflected in the ending of the movie. Kicks off my favorite little intro bit to the MonsterVerse. The amazing Project Monarch song takes us all the way through the 1940s to the 1970s. It's awesome. We go up to 1973 where we meet Bill Randa and Houston Brooks. You know, you got that little joke, there will never be a more screwed up time in Washington. Jordan Vogt Roberts maintains that that wasn't a political joke. He said that that was supposed to just be a joke based on things that happen afterward in history. He wasn't saying it was supposed to be politically relevant to nowadays, although it certainly is. Of course, even in the MonsterVerse it is, as Washington is now no longer a place. There is no Washington, D.C. Yeah, they need Monarch funding. These two guys work for Monarch, a great carryover from Godzilla 2014. Monarch is the driving factor in this film. They need Monarch funding and are able to convince a senator in a funny little scene that they need to go on a Landsat mission. They need to piggyback off a Landsat mission to a strange island in the South Pacific. A good little setup here. It's one of the more easy setups for a King Kong movie, and it works. I really think it works. You got some nice little Easter eggs to Godzilla with the USS Lawton, so there's some good world building in that aspect. You have references to the the 54 bombing and everything else. So it feels like it's building off what we have established. There are questions like, how does no one have pictures of Godzilla, or how are they not acknowledging the fact that Godzilla straight up exists and so many people saw him exist? But it seems like Godzilla's become more of a myth at this point than anything else. Seems like that stuff in the 50s was kind of covered up even to the government. The government doesn't really know about it either. So they also get this military escort because of course they don't know what's on the island and they think they need military escort, so you get a military escort. The music in this film is really great and the movie moves really fast. The pacing is awesome in this film. This movie is perfectly paced in my opinion, because the beginning stuff, all this exposition stuff, it is very exposition heavy and there is some clunky dialogue, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but the pacing of the movie is really amplified by the music, not only just the score for the movie, which is an incredible score. It's my favorite original score of the MonsterVerse, of course excluding Ifukube's music from Godzilla King of the Monsters. This would be my favorite score of the MonsterVerse, but also the soundtrack, the paid for music that they use, the licensed music really makes the movie feel punchy and fast paced. It's a great use of music. Like I said, some of Randa's dialogue is a bit exposition heavy, but I think during this whole intro bit with the Senator Willis, I believe his name is, Brooks is great. So Houston Brooks is doing a great job, and it's not like John Goodman's a bad actor, it's just that his dialogue's a little awkward, and then it will continue to be awkward up until the mission is going. We transition into Vietnam where we meet the Sky Devils, which is a military squad. They've got great chemistry. These guys really feel like friends and they really feel like they've been through a lot together. I love the whole crew in this movie. I know we don't get to meet all of the characters, but I love the crew that we do get to meet. They're led by this guy Packard, who's played by Sam Jackson. He's quite bummed to see them go. Packard doesn't want to lose his men. He really likes the bond that they have. He doesn't want to leave, and he's not happy that he lost the war, or that America lost the Vietnam War. In a certain sense, they did anyways. Yeah, Packard doesn't want to see his men go so badly that he accepts the transport mission to Skull Island after we get what is my least favorite scene in the movie, when we're introduced to Packard and he's sitting there and like looking at his medals and he's like, all this for what? I just think that's such an awkward line delivery, and I just think that's such an awkward moment. It's my least favorite moment in the movie. We then meet Conrad, who's in somewhere, I don't remember where he is. He's like China or something. We meet Conrad with some really over exposition heavy lines from our two Monarch characters here. Their lines are just beating you over the head with exposition. But again, once they get through this scene, everything else is good. Once they're on the boat and the movie kicks off, everything's good. It's just this intro bit is a little bit awkward. But again, it moves so quickly that you're not really going to notice. And there are some cool scenes in here, some good moments, because I think this whole meeting Conrad thing is awesome. I love the way they meet Conrad. The lighting is the best in the scene than it is in the entire movie. I love the neon lighting, the purple and the reds. I just love that aesthetic, and I think it looks great here. And yeah, we have a cool little action scene in the bar where Conrad beats up some dudes in the bar who are trying to like steal money from him or something when he's playing pool and he beats them. It's a cool little moment. And I love his little speech that he gives when he's talking to our two Monarch guys and he's like, you know, an uncharted island, and he gives that whole little speech. It's really cool. I love that moment. We then meet Weaver, a photographer played by Brie Larson, who a lot of people don't like, but I actually think she does a really good job in this movie, so I don't really care what people have to say. She wants to tag along with the mission because she doesn't really believe that nothing else is going on behind it. She thinks that it's a little suspicious, so she wants to tag along. We do have a little cameo here from Thomas Middleditch, who is on the phone with her. He will appear in Godzilla King of the Monsters. The crew boards the Athena, which is the name of the ship in this movie, and they head off. Cullen Mills, they are two of the Sky Devils. They really shine in this movie. They're awesome. These two guys have great chemistry, and they really do compete to be my favorite characters in the movie. I love these two characters, especially, I guess, only when they're playing off each other. If I had to take like one character on their own, it'd probably be Conrad, but if I was taking a duo, I would definitely take these two. We then meet Victor and Steve, who are our Landsat guys. There's some nice 76 inspired moments as we see a slideshow that teaches us all about Skull Island and the mission. Brooks explains that the military will be dropping bombs on the island to map the subsurface of it using seismic charges. Again, very 76. It's exactly what happens in Kong 76. That's what their plan is, except they're not going to do it with helicopters. They're just going to place bombs on the island. Weaver and Conrad then meet. We get one of like 50 montages in this movie. This movie is littered with montages, and I love it. All the Sky Devils hanging out on the boat, pretty cool. Then Landsat wants to call off the mission as they see the Skull Island storm, the storm surrounding the island. They're like, no, it's no good. We don't want to go for that. That looks a little dangerous. But Randa convinces Packard that they'll be able to fly through it, and so Packard's like, yeah, we'll do it, and they fly through. Another cool little scene when they're flying through the storm, and there's like purple lightning, and Packard's giving that speech about Icarus, and they make it to Skull Island. They punch through the storm, they make it to Skull Island, and I love the montage that follows. The montage of the island, it's the best montage in the movie. Right after that, they start dropping bombs. They just start blowing up the island. They discover that the earth underneath the island, it's hollow, so the hollow earth is officially confirmed in the MonsterVerse. They kill a ton of wildlife in the the process, which really pisses off one guy on the island who decides to send a tree flying straight through the air and snipes this helicopter right out of the sky. Awesome introduction here. And then you get this really great one-shot scene where it's one shot and it lasts for a while when this hand flies up, smacks a helicopter out of the sky, everything slows down and then speeds up, and they're playing with speed and sound in a really cool way here, and the helicopter drops out of the sky, it's caught before it hits the ground, and it slowly lifts up to reveal Kong. After Kong's fully revealed, we get this little gag where he eats a guy, which I know I wasn't a big fan of back in 2017. I got over it. I don't love Kong eating people because I think it makes him more unsympathetic than he should be, but at the same time, it's not like he intentionally does it, so it's okay. We get two of my favorite shots in the movie right here. They're not my favorite shot in the movie, but they're two of my favorites. When Kong rises up in front of the sun, in front of all those helicopters, and then we get the full body silhouette reveal of him in front of the sun. Beautiful. Holy cow. Those are like the greatest shots in the MonsterVerse, outside of one shot later on in this movie that I like a little better. But yeah, holy cow, this sequence is awesome. This is my favorite part of the movie. I love Kong's reveal here. Kong has never felt more powerful, and he's just, so cool. The remaining helicopters swarm Kong. I say remaining. Most of the helicopters are still there at this point. They swarm Kong and open fire on him, and the helicopters are destroyed one by one until none of them are in the air. Kong just wipes them all out. He's jumping up, punching some out of the sky, grabbing them, throwing them into each other. It's awesome. This scene is fantastic. It really sets this Kong apart from all other versions of the character and makes him this ultimate badass that none of the others could be, just due to their size limitations and their power limitations. Again, like I said in the King Kong 05 review, I don't think this Kong ever does anything that is as impressive on a scaling side of things as Kong taking on 3 V-Rexes at once. This Kong never goes up against anything that difficult in this movie, but this Kong is still super freaking cool. So everyone's split up. They're all over the place. Conrad and his crew start heading north. Meanwhile, Packard radios Chapman and tells him to head off and start looking for stuff, because he's like, hey, we're gonna come to you, but you gotta do a survey of your perimeter or whatever. So then Chapman's like, yeah, sure, I guess. Griffin go! Also unite while Packard meets up with Mills and Cole and a couple others. There's this great little moment where Mills and Cole are having a conversation while Cole's eating a can of beans. It's one of my favorite parts of the movie as well. It makes me laugh every time. Packard then holds Randa hostage at gunpoint in another scene that's just awesome. I love that little moment here as well, where basically this is where Randa confesses. He's like, yeah, I work for Monarch. We're actually hunting Mutos. They're these giant creatures we're looking for on this island. We learn here that Randa's ship was sunk by some creature confirmed to be Godzilla in both the Godzilla King of the Monsters end credits, and Jordan Vogt Roberts said they were heavily implying that it was Godzilla. Randa wants to discover Mutos to exterminate them, so he is a bit on the aggressive side compared to someone like Serizawa. Meanwhile, Brooks explains what the Hollow Earth is. They then discover this 30-foot tall water buffalo, which is pretty cool. It's like 30 to 50 feet. I don't know exactly how big it is, but it's a big boy. Packard has a little funeral for a few of his men that died before his gang is attacked by this giant mother long-legged spider. I'll never forget not noticing that when I did my trailer breakdown for the movie and never living it down in the comment section during that time period. Everyone was always like, yeah, but can we really trust you? Because you didn't even see the giant spider in the first trailer. That thing it's hidden, all right? It's obvious now that we know it's there, but yeah, I really did not see that the first time. So the mother longleg shows up, kills this guy, and then they kill it after a little firefight breaks out. Conrad's crew is then surrounded by natives who have this really awesome paint all over them. The conflict ends before there's any bloodshed as Hank Marlowe runs out and mediates. The gang then heads to the Iwi village. John C. Reilly is amazing in this movie. He's the heart of the film, and he's a great character. I love Hank Marlowe. He also here either reveals that the Iwi are supernatural or that a full night has passed between the helicopters and now. I don't exactly know what the timeline is, but he says that the Iwis told him that the Sky Devils were coming, right? Or that this crew of people were coming, that more people were coming. The Iwis told him. But he said that they told him like a day ago. He said he was up all night because they told him that. So either the Iwi are supernatural and let him know ahead of time, which could be. It matches up with what we saw in Skull Island: The Birth of Kong, where they do have some sort of supernatural abilities. But the way this movie presents it, it kind of makes it seem like a full day has passed, which can't be, because then he says you don't want to be out here at night, implying that they haven't been outside at night yet. But I don't know, because Kong attacks the helicopters at sundown. Kong destroys the helicopters at sunset, and then time passes. We don't know how much time passes. We're led to believe it's only like an hour, but Marlowe references a full night going by, so I have no idea. Maybe it's just a continuity error that I'm latching onto here, but I don't know what that means. Chapman watches Kong wash up. It's a great little moment. Kong gets a drink, looks at his reflection. It's awesome. Then he fights this squid and eats it for dinner. A great little King Kong vs. Godzilla reference where he is attacked by the squid. Marlowe then takes everybody to the Iwi village. This is a great set. I love the design of the Iwi village. It looks really cool. I love the boat in it, and the wall's pretty awesome as well. Marlowe takes everyone inside the Wanderer, which Jordan Vogt Roberts confirms is this universe's version of the Venturer from the 1933 film. He says in his own headcanon, events similar to the 1933 film happened in this universe, but they decided not to take Kong back to the mainland. I guess, according to him, maybe. I haven't read the novelization yet, but he says that the novelization talks a little bit more about this. I haven't read the novelization yet, so I can't speak to that. All I know is that he mentions it in the commentary for the movie. But yeah, that's cool. It's a cool little Easter egg. I would have called the ship the Venturer, not the Wanderer, but I guess maybe because they wanted the implication that the Venturer made it off the island and just decided not to take Kong back, whereas the Wanderer did not. The Wanderer is stuck on the island. We learn about Gunpei Akari's death at the hands of these skull crawlers. I guess we don't know exactly what killed him yet, but we learn that Akari's dead and that Kong's parents are also dead. We then see Kong destroy two smaller skull crawlers in an awesome battle. It's a cool, another one-shot little battle here where he does this super awesome spin maneuver where he attacks them both. It's awesome. He's great in this movie. Kong is such a badass. Yeah, I guess that's Kong's job. He just kind of patrols the island and kills skull crawlers as they wake up. And it turns out that the skull crawlers are waking up a ton now because the bombs dropped on the island have woken a ton up, which gives Kong a reason to attack the helicopters because the skull crawlers are this invasive species that kill all life. You guys know, you've seen the movie. But yeah, then we learn the skull crawlers are bad. They killed Akari and all that good stuff. Meanwhile, Packard snipes this little bird monster and this tree explodes into a whole bunch of bird monsters. Pretty cool shot. And the soldiers start to have their doubts about Packard's sanity. Marlowe shows the gang the Gray Fox, which is a little boat he's building out of plane parts, and tells them that they can start repairing it and it's their best chance of making it off the island. Weaver takes some photos. Good stuff. She then goes outside of the wall to find an injured buffalo stuck underneath a crashed helicopter. She tries to save it, but ultimately it's Kong who shows up and rescues the animal. It's a great little moment where Kong's really showing himself to be this noble god of the island. After finding a bloody handprint, Packard realizes that if it bleeds, we can kill it. Meanwhile, Randa has this really cool exchange with Cole while he kind of relates himself to Kong, and Cole's relating basically their mission, the Vietnam War, where he's like, yeah, we kind of made enemies of someone who wasn't an enemy. Kong's our enemy now because we forced him to be. Good stuff. The Gray Fox is repaired. I love the Gray Fox theme song in the movie. It's great. Everything in this movie is great. What can I say? Chapman is attacked by this spore mantis, which is like this like almost depressed stick bug creature. I love it. And then he's killed by a skull crawler. That was a shock to me in the theater. I really did not think he was going to get devoured, but he sure does. We transition into night where we get some character stuff. Brooks and San have a little moment together. These two characters, I don't even know if I mentioned San yet. She is our third Monarch member. She's been in this movie, and her and Brooks have this little relationship going on. They have some good stuff here. Conrad and Weaver have a really good conversation. I like their little conversation about, you know, going to war and all that stuff. The colors and the visuals during this stuff, it's beautiful. I mean, I'm in love with the Northern Lights. I'm in love with the Aurora Borealis. It's some of my favorite visuals that a movie can have, and it's like my favorite visual in the world. All I'm really looking for out of the rest of my life is to get a chance to go see the Northern Lights. But it's beautiful in this movie. It looks beautiful. We see Packard's group during night, and they're all kind of awkward. There's a lot of tension there. Everyone realizes that Packard just wants to kill Kong, and that everything's kind of going down a path that they don't want it to go down. Meanwhile, on Skull Mountain, we get my favorite visual in the entire MonsterVerse. Kong sitting and watching the Northern Lights by himself. These really aren't the Northern Lights, are they, though? He's watching an aurora by himself. He's watching it on his little mountain. It really shows how lonely he is, but at the same time, it shows Kong appreciating nature. It's a quiet little moment that it's my favorite part of the movie. It's my favorite visual in the movie. This used to be my profile picture for a long time. Kong sitting in front of the aurora in the sky. It's my favorite visual in the MonsterVerse. I just think it's great. It's my favorite King Kong moment ever. I just think it represents Kong so well. He's lonely, but he's also got this almost majestic, noble quality to him. I don't know. I just think this is like the best Kong visual and the best MonsterVerse visual. And a lot of people won't agree because it's not like Ghidorah on top of a volcano, but it's a quiet little moment. It also just happens to be beautiful. Let's get that shot in Godzilla vs. Kong, except that Kong is looking up into the sky seeing Mothra. I mean, I've been saying for like a year now that all I want is to see King Kong interact with Mothra. So let's do that. And while we're at it, let's have one of our Monarch characters in Godzilla vs. Kong be named Billy Chapman, the son of Jack Chapman. Let's do it. The Gray Fox is finished and the crew sets out upstream. Hank Marlowe says goodbye to the Iwi people. A great little song plays. And the two groups make contact with each other. Everyone meets up. Victor is killed by some vultures before that happens, though. I don't know exactly what the species is called, but they kill him. Little bird monsters. And everyone meets back up. We have some fun little reunions here. Marlowe, though, he he explains that they can't go after Chapman. He's like, don't do it. It's a doomed mission. You're headed straight into Skullcrawler country. Everyone's like, yeah, whatever. Who cares? They go for him anyways. They arrive at this massive graveyard where Kong's parents, their bodies lie. Despite Marlowe's protests, everyone heads into the graveyard. I guess they call it a boneyard in the movie. Some explosions go off and alert the Skullcrawlers that someone's in the area, and a Skullcrawler shows up and attacks everyone. Randa's killed along with some random soldiers, and the chase ensues. There's a great moment where the flashes are going off in the darkness of Randa's camera as it's inside the Skullcrawler. Good stuff. This is a great sequence. We see the bones of dinosaurs, implying that at one point dinosaurs were alive on the island. Eventually, a whole bunch of little vulture monsters join the fight. Toxic gas bombs explode, and Conrad puts on this gas mask and goes into action with Hank Marlowe's katana. It's a great shot. He's got to go save Slifko. Weaver also jumps in and blows up the Skullcrawler with a lighter and this huge explosion. Pretty cool. Burns the Skullcrawler to death. Everyone then heads into this paper forest, and Conrad reveals that Chapman's dead because the Skullcrawler, again, another moment of awkward exposition, throws up Chapman's head with the dog tag still attached. Then everyone gets into a fight about what to do. Packard and the soldiers are determined to kill Kong. Well, mostly Packard's determined to kill Kong, and the soldiers are just kind of following orders. Even though Brooks reveals that Kong is keeping the island in check, and therefore he's keeping balanced the entire world because Skull Island is an area that's very easily going to be overrun by Skullcrawlers without him, and if the Skullcrawlers take over Skull Island, they will be able to take over the world. Sure, Godzilla would try and stop that, but with as many Skullcrawlers as there are, he can't really be in every place at once, can he? Again, I just gotta say, Jason Mitchells, who plays Mills in this movie, he gives a really underrated performance. He's fantastic in this movie, and you really see it in the moment where he finds Jack Chapman's letter to his son. It's a great moment. Conrad and Weaver go get the high ground, while Packard and some of the soldiers find Chapman's helicopter, and they get the munitions to kill Kong. They set this huge trap for Kong at a lake and then wait. Conrad and Weaver come face to face with the big gorilla on a cliff. It's a pretty cool moment where Kong leans in and Weaver touches his face, and he forms a little bit of a bond with them, just showing that Kong has human empathy. He empathizes with humans. It's a great little also kind of reference to the fact that Kong's always had some sort of romantic relationship with the girls in the movies with him, though in this movie he certainly doesn't. He really doesn't care about Weaver that way. He more of just doesn't want human beings to die in general. Although he did wipe out a bunch of helicopters, that was because they were aggressors. At the end of the movie, we will see he's not going to wipe out everybody who comes towards him. Explosions go off, they get Kong's attention, and he's drawn away. Conrad, Weaver, and Marlowe all set off to save Kong, while Brooks and Sand go back to the Gray Fox. Explosions go off at the lake and reveal Kong's silhouette. Such a good shot. God, this movie's littered with beautiful visuals and montages. This movie's got so much stuff that I love. Kong then steps out and roars in front of the moonlight. You guys know I love a good moonlight shot in one of these movies. He then charges after the soldiers. Packard lights the lake on fire with napalm and blows Kong up. It really overwhelms him at first, but then he erupts out of the flaming water and swipes all these flames onto the soldiers. He wipes out a bunch of them before coming out and crushing Steve to death before passing out. Packard's like, hey, it's time to do it, and we win. He sets up these seismic charges under Kong's head and is about to kill him when Conrad shows up and stops him. After a confrontation / standoff, Slifko changes teams. He does an abrupt team switch, and then basically all the soldiers are like, yeah, you know, these guys have a point, and they join Conrad's side with Weaver and Marlowe and Slifko. They abandon Packard. He is not happy about it. The big one comes up from the depths and sends our heroes packing, the big one being the largest of these Skullcrawlers. It's the Queen Skullcrawler, sometimes known as Ramarak. Sends our heroes packing. Packard still tries to blow Kong up though. He's got his little vendetta, but Kong kills him before that can happen. Kong's like, yep, and smashes him. Kong and the big one kind of fight, but mostly it's just the big one smashes Kong's head into the ground and he passes out because he's still kind of burnt from all the napalm. The Skullcrawler is then distracted by Weaver and Conrad, who start to run away, and it notices them and starts to chase after them. I guess it likes moving prey because it doesn't go for Kong right here, it goes for them. Cole attempts to sacrifice himself. It's kind of a sad moment because I really like Cole, and the music here is great. He tries to sacrifice himself by getting Ramarak to eat him so that he can blow himself up inside of it, but it does not work. Ramarak swats him away and he blows up against the cliff. He basically just commits suicide for no reason. It's a sad moment. Everyone starts taking off trying to run away, and then Kong drops in from the sky with this boulder and smashes the Skullcrawler's head with it. He saves everybody. And Kong tries to break the Skullcrawler's jaw in a nice 33 moment, but it's way too powerful and slippery for him and he fails to do it. Weaver fires this flare up into the sky to signal Brooks that they need help. The Skullcrawler wraps around Kong and hurls him away. It's a really cool shot when it like wraps around him and he's like fighting with it while it's wrapped around him. Kong then goes and grabs this tree and swipes all of the branches off of it. Oh god, such a cool moment. He uses the tree as a bat and just lays into the Skullcrawler with it. It then wraps around him again and throws him into a crashed ship this time, and he gets caught in the chains. There's a whole bunch of chains and anchors anchors on this ship and he gets tied up in it. So it's a nice little, again, 33 reference where Kong's in chains. The Gray Fox shows up and draws Ramarak off Kong before it can kill him. And then Conrad diverts it away from the Gray Fox. Again, it seems like Ramarak is mostly interested in moving prey, so it goes after whatever's moving the most. So it goes after Conrad in this scene. Weaver then shoots it in the eye with the flare gun to distract it long enough for Kong to get free. And he realizes that the chains are attached to an anchor, or a propeller, I should say. It's attached to a propeller that he can use as a weapon. So he grabs this propeller off the boat and then he gets ready to use it as a weapon. Kong gets the Skullcrawler off Conrad before it kills him. He hooks the Skullcrawler with the anchor and then, I don't know why I always call it an anchor. It's definitely a propeller. He hooks it with the propeller and then wraps it up, so he pulls it up in the chains. It's so cool. I love Kong. He's so smart in this movie. I freaking love it. Yeah, Kong, he wraps up the Skullcrawler, gets it all caught up in these chains, and then he uppercuts it with the propeller and slices straight through its bottom of its head. Slices its head clean open. A nice little fake out that certainly would have tricked me in theaters the first time I'd seen this movie had I not been so familiar with the trailers and knew that the Skullcrawler was gonna jump scare Kong in a little bit, because that moment did not work on me. I was like, oh yeah, that's not dead, because I've seen that he still fights it a little bit more. Yeah, Weaver's knocked into the water by this point. Kong accidentally slammed the Skullcrawler into a mountain that she was standing on. She's thrown into the water. So he goes after her to try and save her. And when he grabs her and pulls her up out of the water, he's attacked by the Skullcrawler in that little jump scare moment. It attacks him one last time and swallows his hand. This was an intense moment in the theater because I really did not know if she was going to live through that. She swallows the hand with Weaver in it. So the Skullcrawler swallows the hand. And Kong says F it and just kind of grips onto its guts or its stomach or something and rips his arm out of its mouth and tears all of the Skullcrawler's guts and intestines out of its mouth. Ugh, it's so good. What an awesome finisher. This is such a hard choice for me to make on which finishing move I like best, because this is brutal, it's gory and graphic, especially for a monster movie rated PG-13. It's awesome. I love Kong basically tearing the guts out of another living creature. That's so cool. But at the same time, that kiss of death from Godzilla 2014, where he decapitates the Muto with the atomic breath, is like the coolest use of atomic breath in Godzilla history. So what do I say here? What is the best finisher in the MonsterVerse? I don't know. It's such a difficult question. I know back in 2017, I said that this one was because it's so cool. Kong ripping the guts of the Skullcrawler out through its mouth. It's awesome. But that kiss of death is brutal and it's badass. I think the Kiss of Death still wins #1 spot for the finishing moves in the MonsterVerse. The reverse Kiss of Death I think is a little too silly. I'm not as big a fan of the reverse Kiss of Death because I think the imagery is a bit too silly, but the other two are just so badass. Everyone unites on the Gray Fox. The day is saved. Kong gives one final send-off to our crew and he walks away. It's pretty cool. You know, Kong's clearly aware of the fact that the people are, I don't know, like grateful that he saved them, but he's also grateful to them for helping him. It's a cool little moment where he turns around, he looks at Weaver and Conrad, and it's like this moment where he acknowledges them, and then he goes off on his own. I love it. And then everyone sails off in the Gray Fox. They get ready to go home, and these helicopters fly in. There's a nice little tease moment where at the end they're like, oh my god, Kong sees more helicopters and he's going to destroy them, because we do end the movie with that awesome, beautiful shot of Kong beating his chest and roaring at the helicopters. Again, very 33-esque move for Kong to do, beating his chest and roaring. I love it. It's a great little moment as well. Nice little intimidation display, as Dr. Graham would say. But clearly Kong is much more wise than we give him credit for, because he does not destroy these helicopters. These helicopters are in fact used to get the guys off the island. They come pick up the people on the Gray Fox and take them back off screen, and then we see Marlowe reunite with his family in the credits. Not a post-credit scene, but during the credits we see Marlowe reunite with his family. Again, we get the returning of the Gray Fox Marlowe theme song. Like I said, he's the heart of the movie, and this scene really proves that. It's a really touching moment at the end. And I've always respected the decision to not have Marlowe's son hug Marlowe at the end of the movie, because the kid wouldn't know who Marlowe is. He's got no idea who his dad is. So seeing Marlowe return, it's not going to be this moment where he's like, oh my god, it's my dad. It's a total stranger to him. So I've always thought it was a good decision to have them shake hands rather than hug, and I really think that was a great decision on their part. It makes it feel so much more believable. But yeah, Marlowe's reunited with his family, and that's that. Then we get the post-credit scene where Brooks reveals that somewhere else in the world there are more kings of the monsters. We have the queen of the monsters, the king of the skies, as Michael Dougherty would call Rodan, the king of the monsters, and then the false king, Ghidorah. What a cool ending for the movie. I remember everyone freaking out when that played in the theater. Godzilla's roar over the black screen, everyone's cheering, is so cool. Plus that bonus song on the soundtrack, Monster Mash, it's a banger. And really, this whole movie is a banger. Let's be honest, this is an awesome movie. The human story in this movie is fantastic. Pacing's great. Some awkward line delivery, or exposition I should say, not line delivery, but some awkward exposition at the start, but it moves fast enough to where you don't really notice. The soundtrack is great, so I guess I skipped right ahead. The soundtrack is great. Score is awesome. Kaiju story, fantastic. Kong is awesome in this movie. His presence is felt the whole time. He's got enough screen time to where you really feel it. The monster fights are in the daytime. Thank you, Jordan Vogt Roberts. The visuals are beautiful. Kong's a badass. He's also got a lot of heart, and you really empathize with the character. They do it great. Special effects in this film are simultaneously both the best and worst of the MonsterVerse. Some of the shots in this movie are the worst of the MonsterVerse. Let's be honest. Some of the green screen doesn't look the greatest. But outside of that, most of the movie was shot on location, so you only get 1 or 2 shots in the whole movie that don't look good. The rest of the movie looks incredible, and some of the movie, I would say, is the best of the MonsterVerse. Some of the shots in this movie are so visually impressive that they top all the other stuff in the MonsterVerse for me. Kong Skull Island is an amazing movie. I think if I was to be honest, if I was really to be honest with myself, Kong Skull Island might be my favorite King Kong movie. The 33 Kong being, of course, the one that I consider the best, in the same way that I consider the 54 Godzilla movie to be the objectively best Godzilla film. Meanwhile, King Kong vs. Godzilla is my favorite, and in this case, this is a situation where I'm not considering King Kong vs. Godzilla a King Kong movie, simply because I just don't think it's as good of a King Kong movie as it is a Godzilla movie. I know it's more of Kong's story than it is Godzilla's, but it doesn't feel like it pays nearly as much respect to Kong as the rest of the franchise, so King Kong vs. Godzilla is not my favorite of King Kong movies. I don't know really how to word that. If I'm viewing it through the lens of I want to watch a King Kong movie, it's less of an enjoyable King Kong movie as it is more an enjoyable movie. I don't know. It's complicated. You guys know I really subcategorize every single thing so that everything can be my favorite, but Kong Skull Island might be my favorite King Kong movie, or at the very least, it's tied with the 2005 film. I don't know which one of the two I like the most, but I really like this movie. It's the best of the MonsterVerse by far for me. This movie does everything right as far as monster action, human stuff, the characters have heart, the editing's great. Well, I don't know. Some of the editing's a little choppy, but the movie moves at a very fast pace. I don't know. This movie's a 10 out of 10. It's a banger. I will pick this movie 10 out of 10 times to watch. That's how my ratings work. It's like if you recommend the movie and I'm in the mood to watch a movie, 10 out of 10 times, if you recommend Kong Skull Island against some other movie, I'm gonna watch Kong Skull Island. And that'll do it for Kong-A-Thon, guys. Thank you for going on this journey with me over the past 6 months. I know it was supposed to be 8 weeks and then it was supposed to be over, but it took me a little longer than I planned on. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you guys next time for the next one, and by that I mean I'll see you guys for Godzilla vs. Kong in a couple months or like a year, probably a year. Let's be real. It's gonna be like a year before I get to Godzilla vs. Kong in the Godzilla-Thon format, and then I'll post it in the Kong-A-Thon playlist as well, because sure, why not? Thanks guys. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today it is time. I promised that this would happen all the way back in 2019, and as per usual, I'm super freaking slow to keep my promises, but here we are back with episode 38 of Godzilla-Thon. Once again, I gotta give a huge thank you to all of you for all of your support. It is because this channel hit 101,954 subs that I relaunched Godzilla-Thon, and oh my gosh, I gotta tell you, it's been so much fun for me to revisit Godzilla King of the Monsters. I love this movie so much. This movie's like my home. I mean, it is, when I think back on it, it is the coziest little movie for me. I'm so nostalgic for it. I have so much love for it. But beyond that, I just really love it. I think it really does hold up. I know that, like, the fan base is kind of split on it, that particularly on Twitter, there's a decently vocal community of people that, like, don't love Godzilla King of the Monsters, and that's fine. You don't have to. I think a lot of that comes from the fact that a lot of the time, Godzilla King of the Monsters winds up compared to movies that they do like, that they like like more than King of the Monsters, and that comparison drives people crazy and makes them dislike it even more. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that this movie's really fantastic. It's a love letter to Godzilla fans. It's a love letter to Godzilla himself. I think it's a great entry in this series, and I cannot wait to revisit it with you guys. I just love this film. Also, I was working on the thumbnail artwork for this back in 2019, and I was so excited about Godzilla King of the Monsters. So many visuals and moments and shots in that movie that I loved so much that I could not decide which one I wanted to base the thumbnail art on, and so I wound up starting like 8 different thumbnails, and over time, you know, I didn't finish any of them. I never finished any of them. So this is my first thumbnail that I've made working with a thumbnail artist, and I think they killed it. I think that this is awesome. So big shout out. I think it turned out amazing. I love it. And that'll get us into Godzilla King of the Monsters. Godzilla King of the Monsters came out on May 31st, 2019. This was the year I graduated high school, so a big changing point. I graduated like a couple weeks before this movie came out. I was in the middle of grad party mania, so like I just have so many fun memories of around the time this came out. And in fact, I didn't do a grad party. I never had one, but I took a bunch of friends out to see Godzilla King of the Monsters, and that was kind of my grad party celebration. So like I have so many fond memories of seeing this movie with my friends and just with family, and like I saw it so many times. The first time I ever saw it in theaters, it was a little later at night. I saw it in IMAX, and when I got out of the theater, someone came over to me. His name was Kane, and he was a viewer, and he came over and we chatted for a while. He liked the movie. It was very cool to see him and meet him, and I'm very appreciative of him for coming over and saying hi. And not only that, but I wound up being in the exact same auditorium as Goji Fan 93, who was just there by chance in the same theater as me, and he and I talked about the movie afterwards. So like, I understand that I'm biased. I understand. And this is also the Godzilla movie I'm the most connected to. Not only is it the one that I covered the most extensively and thoroughly, I would argue, because we had the most build up to it, 5 years of build up on the channel, and I was so involved with it and I was so excited about it. It was also a purer time, you know, I was a little less cynical back then, so it was easier to get me hyped. So not only do I have all that, but it's also the movie that, because of you guys, I've had the most experience with, you know, because of the support you guys have given me. I've been able to meet and make great friends with people all over production on Godzilla King of the Monsters. I've met people who were extras on the movie. I've met people who were military consultants on the movie. I've met people who were VFX artists on the movie. I've met VFX supervisors on the movie. I've met actors from the film. I've even met Michael Dougherty, the director of the movie. And it's all because of the support you've given me, and so I cannot thank you enough. It's because of you guys that I have such a strong connection and appreciation for the time period this movie came out. But I don't think that sways my opinion on the film all that much. There's surely part of it, for sure, but I really do love this movie. I think it's fantastic, and I'll explain why as we go through it. There are things that I dislike about it, but on the whole, it really holds up for me. It's just truly the most classic Godzilla film that has come out in the US era, you know? This is the most pure-hearted classic Godzilla movie that has been made by American filmmakers, and I really love it for that. So that's right, on May 31st, 2019, Godzilla King of the Monsters came out. It was the 65th anniversary of Godzilla, the 35th Godzilla film, and the 3rd MonsterVerse installment, as well as the 3rd American Godzilla movie after 98 and Godzilla 2014. So it was a big deal, you know? There was a lot going for this film. The fandom and the hype at the time were at an all-time high. I have never experienced anything like this again. The fandom has never had that kind of passion that they had back then. I think in some degree it's because this channel kind of, in many ways, became a lot more smaller in scale and niche, and that's got a lot to do with the change on the algorithms and all that, and the change in viewer preferences towards more fast food type, like high-paced content, which is not what I love to do. Viewer interests have shifted, and also I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of people grew up and moved on. A lot of the people that used to watch this channel don't anymore because they've grown up, they've moved on to different things in their life, which is also fine. But even still,
I don't think that's all of it. I just have never experienced the type of fandom hype that I did back then. The closest we got was Godzilla -1. It was nothing like the King of the Monsters hype. It was unparalleled back then. It was just a pure-hearted fan base. Like, there were leaks and spoilers for sure, but that didn't dominate the fandom culture. Today, I argue that that dominates fandom culture. Always trying to be the first one to scoop information, leak stuff about the movies, putting Mothra in your thumbnail for your GXK videos months before the movie's even out. You know, I think there's a big shift in attitude, and there was a little bit of that back in 2018, 2019, but on the whole, it was a fandom just excited and hungry to speculate and to experience the film together. Like, spoilers were rampant, yes. That for sure was an issue that I dealt with because obviously covering news and such, people would comment spoilers, but the fandom attitude around spoilers was very different. It was a fandom that was just excited to get the movie, not excited to get the scoop. I don't know if that makes sense, but it was a different type of fan base experience, and if you were a part of it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We were at an all-time high. It was great. It was so cool, and we had so much mainstream coverage. You know, comic book YouTubers of all sizes covering Godzilla. Godzilla King of the Monsters was considered to be the movie that won Comic-Con 2018 with the trailer, that beautiful trailer. Actually, not the beautiful trailer. That was actually the third one that came out. That was the title of the trailer, was beautiful. Obviously, it was the Claire de Lune trailer, the SDCC trailer, but it was a very different type of fan base back then. I think maybe it was because the internet was a little more underdeveloped back then as well, which is a wild thing to say because it really wasn't that long ago, but it was a very different internet back then. But here we were. I was at my peak, the fandom was at its peak, and we were all ready and hungry because the Toho Big Four were back. It was finally happening. For decades, fans had been begging for Toho Godzilla characters to be adapted into the US space, mostly I would say because Hollywood's budgets were a lot bigger, and so you could do a lot more with the characters, especially with CGI, that you couldn't do back in the day, and people wanted that Hollywood treatment, the big budget, the very nice fanfare that Hollywood movies can deliver, and it was finally happening. We were getting a reimagining of all of these characters, and not to mention, it was their first time showing up since 2004 in Godzilla Final Wars. And if we're being really specific about King Ghidorah himself, he hadn't shown up since the rebirth of Mothra 3. In a Godzilla movie, he hadn't shown up since 1991. It was a long time coming. And at the helm was director Michael Dougherty, who was a pretty niche director, pretty small time coming off the back of Trick or Treat and Krampus. Dougherty, though, had a very, very prevalent social media fan base. You know, he was very popular on social media. It really endeared him to the fans. It was a purely golden age. I loved it. I loved being a part of it, and it leads us to the movie. That movie brought me to tears before it even started, with a classic reference that shouldn't have hit as hard as it did because it was used in Shin Godzilla just a couple years prior, but the classic Godzilla footsteps followed by the roar, it was great, mostly because it was the updated Godzilla. You know, it's the Hollywood Godzilla. You hear the Godzilla footsteps, the US Godzilla footsteps, but then the Toho roar, are you kidding me? It just set the tone of this movie immediately, stating boldly to the audience that this movie is a love letter to Godzilla fans, and it was paying back all of it. I understand that, again, I'm like really hammering home my personal connection to this movie, which maybe invalidates my review to some people, but again, I think that as I'll go through it, the movie does stand on its own. But it felt like this movie couldn't have come at a better time for me. You know, it was like I had celebrated my fandom more than ever since the 2014 film had come out. I was no longer embarrassed to be a Godzilla fan. I was no longer getting made fun of for being a Godzilla fan. And I, on the channel, had just accomplished my Godzilla-Thon, reviewing all the Godzilla films, diving deep into all of them. And then for this movie to be this giant love letter to all the films that came before, all 35 Godzilla movies, it was just really, really perfect for me. And that's why so many people have such a strong connection to it, because it wasn't just for me. A lot of fans went through something similar. 2014 reinvigorated their love, or in some cases started their love for Godzilla, and here was King of the Monsters celebrating it with them, saying that it's okay to be a Godzilla fan, and here's something to celebrate. Here's a payback to all the things you love. We're giving tribute to it all. I'm so thankful for this movie for that. But let's get into the film as a film. I think it's really cool the way the movie even just begins. Again, it kind of sets a different tone than the rest of the MonsterVerse. As we begin on the Warner Bros. And Legendary logos, but they're revamped for this movie. They're all cool looking, and importantly, they feature hints of Titans that are either going to show up in this film or be hinted at in this film, and it instantly, before the movie even begins, sets the tone for the audience and tells the viewer, pay close attention. World building is going to be a big deal, and Easter eggs are going to be all over. The fan service is something that is very debated about this movie. Like, is it overly fan service heavy? Maybe so. We'll talk about it, in particular with the Oxygen Destroyer, but maybe a little bit. Some of the Easter eggs are a little confusing, but some of them, most of them, are really great. They're just there to be payback tributes to the fans, to be things for us to discover, and this movie instantly told us to pay close attention and look for small details and really engage, because there's going to be Easter eggs and world building and lore all over the place, so focus up. And I love that. I think that's fantastic. I love it when movies do that. We start the movie returning to San Francisco in 2014, a cool way to get us back into the MonsterVerse, as it had been 5 years since the last Godzilla movie came out, and we are on the ground in this orange city. It looks nothing like it did in Godzilla 2014, which I think was another statement from the filmmakers trying to be like, look, you're going to be able to see this one. You know, the big complaints about 2014 was that it was so dark and you couldn't see anything and whatever, and I think that they were trying to immediately tell the viewer, like, it's okay, you're going to be able to see the monsters in this movie. So they start with a shot of Godzilla, you know, and then you're in a very orange version of San Francisco, very well lit. Godzilla's right there prominent in front of you. I, as a fan of continuity, would have preferred a more visually consistent San Francisco with the 2014 film. I don't even care that Godzilla's not necessarily in a location that makes a ton of sense, given where Ford Brody is falling in the sky, and when he sees Godzilla, he's got a long way down. Godzilla can run over there, I guess, you know? I'm not even as concerned about that, but one thing that has always stuck out to me as a little odd is they have a weird hybrid Godzilla design, somewhat between the 2014 and 2019 Godzilla design featured in this opening flashback. I think it would have been really awesome if it was a Nightmare Godzilla design, like the Nightmare Gamera from Gamera 3, where you flash back and Gamera looks horrifying and you can understand why someone would be so afraid of him because that's how they perceive him. This is a memory, and a memory of the San Francisco attack where Godzilla killed your son. You could picture him as being truly terrifying, and yet it's just weirdly not. It's like the most mellow of the Godzilla designs. He's a half-breed between 2014 and 2019 in a way that doesn't do anything for the world or lore, but was just, I think, a VFX cheat code to try and speed up the process, where they didn't want to have to bring in and update the Godzilla 2014 design because, of course, 5 years had gone by. You'd have to retexture that guy. You'd have to make sure he's up to date for modern VFX software, which eventually they'll have to do anyways for Monarch Legacy of Monsters, but back in the day, I think it was just trying to speed it up, you know, get to the point. And so they used an earlier version of their 2019 design before they landed on the finalized design. Long ramble aside, we start out in the San Francisco flashback. I think it's a great framing device with the Russell family on the ground as Godzilla essentially kills their son. We don't see it on screen, but their son Andrew has died here. It's a great framing device to get us back into the world, to remind us of where we left off, to immediately establish the stakes, and to establish the character dynamics and why they feel the way they do about Godzilla. It was all great, really well done. We jump forward to 2019, where we go from orange to very blue. I really like the color palette of this movie. I know some people criticize it because it's so strong. I really like it because it keeps the movie visually fresh as it moves along. It also plays into the elemental angle of the movie. The fire, the water, the coldness, the greens, the orange, the reds. I think it's really cool in the way it really plays into the elemental side of things. And the monsters in this movie are treated more as elemental gods than ever before, which is super cool. So yeah, we jump to 2019, we find out the world is rebuilding from Titans pretty well. I love the continuity right off the bat. We find out that Monarch is on blast, there's protests in the street, people demanding to destroy all monsters, and there is a Godzilla hunt underway by the military that is killing whales all over the place. Again, just more subtle setups for the future, you know. Obviously, this is the Oxygen Destroyer they're telling us about without telling us. It's really interesting. Emma and Madison Russell find themselves finishing up breakfast. Madison actually burns the breakfast, so they barely get to eat it. And then, after a little discussion about Mark Russell, their father, who we immediately establish is divorced from them and separated, he's been emailing Madison. After a brief discussion about that, the ground rumbles and we hear Mothra's classic roar. That gave me goosebumps the first time. The fact they're embracing the lineage of Godzilla and Mothra in such a bold and earnest way was so cool. We see the Temple of the Moth. It looks great. I love it. And After that, we find out Emma has finished her device, the Orca, and she plans to use it today. Unfortunately, this movie does double down on one of the things that I did not love about Godzilla 2014, and one of my bigger issues with the MonsterVerse overall, which is that, there's a big debate in this fandom over if Godzilla King of the Monsters is pro-nuclear. I don't think it is at all. I understand why people think that, because Serizawa used a nuclear bomb to revive Godzilla, supercharge him, and it's in this movie presented as Godzilla becoming the hero, Godzilla powers up and it's a very heroic moment. I think the thing people aren't realizing is the nuke in this movie is used as a scientific tool, not a weapon. This movie very, very clearly has a very strong environmental message, and claiming that this movie's pro-nuclear completely goes in the face of the blatant environmentalism in this film. You have to completely ignore all of the environmental context of this movie to have that opinion and just focus on the specific moment where Serizawa uses that nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb is used as a scientific tool, not a weapon, and this movie is very clearly very critical of the military. Very clearly, this movie views the military as essentially a bunch of meatheads who cause problems, and the movie presents the heroes, the superheroes, as the scientists. Just as Ishiro Honda used to always do. The scientists in this movie are the good guys, and it's when you give a nuke to a scientist and let them use it for science and not as a weapon that it can do any sort of good. That's more of how the movie uses it. But one thing that kind of has always stuck out to me as an issue with the MonsterVerse is that the MonsterVerse, in many ways other than that, does kind of contradict the entire point of the Godzilla series. Godzilla is a warning of our tampering with nuclear weapons. He is nature's revenge on mankind for the nuclear bomb. And Godzilla 2014, whose fault it is? Probably the DOJ. When they stepped in to help produce Godzilla 2014, they really changed a lot of that movie's core themes and messages and changed the way the military was going to be portrayed and all of this stuff. And one of the bigger changes to Godzilla's lore is that he is now a naturally occurring monster. He always has existed. We find out that the Earth used to be 10 times more radioactive and the monsters in the past used to feed on that radiation. I wish this movie didn't have to double down on that and make it so overt. If we had left it where we left it, that's one thing. But to double down on it and explain every monster is an atomic monster, but there is no messaging to it, is a huge misstep. All of the Toho monsters in the Showa series are atomic monsters because mankind's been destroying the planet with nuclear weapons, and it's a warning about how we should maybe not do that. Actually, they're horrible. It's a horrible thing that causes good, innocent people to die. And in these movies, it's just like, they're all radioactive, and that's good. We never explore it in a meaningful way. It's brushed off, and in this movie, they kind of alter it to try and make it its own thing, but I don't think it really works all that effectively. I bring all this up because as they're entering Mothra's temple and explaining that she's about to, hatch from her cocoon, they bring up the fact that radiation levels are spiking around Mothra, which would be interesting if Mothra was a radioactive mutant, but none of the monsters in the MonsterVerse are mutants. They're all naturally occurring creatures, and there's no messaging to it in this context. Later we find out they put an environmental spin on it, but it's not the environmental spin that Godzilla fans have come to expect. It's a very different, weird type, very fantasy type. All that to say, that's one of the things that I take issue with this movie on, is doubling down on all of the Titans being radioactive monsters. I think it makes them all infinitely less interesting if they've all there's tons of them that have existed. If Godzilla's not a unique creature, but instead just one of many, and all of these radioactive monsters exist, and Godzilla's not even uniquely radioactive anymore. I think it does undercut a lot of the monster's impact. So that is one critique I'll give. But this whole sequence I think is fantastic. I love the atmosphere of it. I love the mood of it. I love the reverence of it as Mothra is born. It's a great moment. I really like the new caterpillar design, Mothra larva design. The old designs are very classic, but they're also very simple. And I like that this new one looks a little meaner, a little more combat ready, a little more monstrous. I really like that aspect of it. The old one literally looks like a little worm. I like that the new one is unique. It is a monster, and Mothra looks great. Her containment grid is immediately really hacked. I appreciate that they're doing the world building, saying yes, Monarch does still have containment grids, and in fact a failsafe to kill Mothra, which I believe she probably would have died. She was very small and feeble when she was born, so she probably would have been killed, and I think that's also great. But their containment system is hacked. Mothra starts to panic and starts to fight the guards around her. She hucks one of them into a giant spider's web with a giant spider in it. That's very out of nowhere. I really like that fantasy element randomly thrown in there. Of course, Mothra's always been a fantasy character, so it really works in her setting. Emma rushes in and uses the orca to calm Mothra down, and Madison and Mothra then share a little moment as Madison rushes in after Emma, and as she reaches for Mothra in this beautiful shot, the classic Yuji Koseki Mothra theme plays, and that brought me to tears. It was just so moving to have that theme brought back. It was so powerful, and it's such a great scene. I also love the new adaptation they've given Mothra with the bioluminescence. Her changing from blue when she's like at peace to red when she's scared is so cool. The glowing effect is fantastic, makes her feel more mythical, and it plays into like back in the day. That's how Little Godzilla used to work, you know? In the Heisei series, Little Godzilla had the same kind of bioluminescence, but it was with his eyes. Actually, I think it's with his whole body in the first movie, but I was just a cool connection. I loved that stuff. Alan Jonah then bursts into the outpost, storms in, exploding the wall, killing all of the Monarch people. I got a comment on a video recently that cracked me up. It was from this woman. She commented just a time code, like I don't even remember what it was like 10 minutes 14 seconds or something, you know? And she comments, essentially, to paraphrase, it was like, I don't understand that scene, because wouldn't the bomb have killed the little girl if the little girl didn't run into that room? Why would the mother allow that to happen? And I had no context for what this is talking about, because they timestamped the movie Godzilla King of the Monsters, not my video. I don't even remember what video it was on. I think it was a King of the Monsters related video, but they timestamped the part of the movie, not the part of my video where like any footage of that played or anything. So I had to go to the movie to find out what they were talking about. And I do think that's a funny thing to bring up, is that if Madison didn't rush in there to try and calm Mothra down with her mom, or to be there with her mother, Madison would have been exploded just like all the rest. I'm sure Jonah would have spared her, you know, obviously when he walks in and he kills that scientist, he would have spared Madison. Maybe he even had an inside guard giving him the all clear that Madison is out of the danger zone. Maybe Emma orchestrated it, running in there to calm Mothra down, knowing Madison would follow, and so she knew Madison would be safe. I think most likely, Alan Jonah did not really care one way or the other. It's very possible the bomb does kill Madison. It's maybe even possible it kills Emma. Ultimately, he wanted the orca, and Emma Russell was more of just she was a bonus. He didn't need her. Technically, she's the one that operates the orca, but maybe one of his scientists or he could have figured out how to use it anyways, you know? So I don't know. I think the honest answer is he's a villain, and he wasn't being all that cautious. He was just going in there and getting the job done. At this point in the story, it does seem that Emma and Madison are kidnapped, although later we find out that's not the case, and the orca is taken away by this new eco-terrorist, Alan Jonah, who's fantastic, played by Charles Dance, instantly commands a presence. Charles Dance is such a strong screen presence, he's great. Serizawa gets word of this during a Senate hearing about how essentially the Senate's like, we're about to give over Monarch to the military so that they can exterminate the Titans, because you cannot give us one good reason not to do that, which again, great world building. I love that stuff. Serizawa then just gets up and leaves, kind of showing that Monarch from the outside perspective looks very irresponsible, and he recruits Mark Russell. Mark Russell, who was one of Monarch's very prominent members, who retired after 2014 after the death of his son, and who struggled a lot with his own health over the years, and is now at a place where he's a lot more, I would say, at peace. Like, he's no longer an alcoholic, he's getting himself together, but he just wants to live secluded in the woods and to study his little animals. And now he's being brought back in because, as the designer of the orca, they plan to have Mark track the orca down, and in the process he can find and save his family. So he rejoins Monarch, and here Mark learns that there are 17 Titans after Godzilla that have been discovered by Monarch, and counting, some of which were in deep hibernation, but all of which have been contained at secret Monarch outposts, which I think is great. Again, love that world building, love the premise, love the setup for like where we thought we were going, where we were going to get the 17 Titans in the future of the MonsterVerse, and it was just a very, very cool world to set this film in. I thought that was great. I also love that it's like a bunch of mystery, we don't get to see them all, so it was really cool. Mark is taken to Outpost 54 titled Castle Bravo. This is one of those Easter eggs that I think is a little silly. I can get why they'd call it Outpost 54 because, first of all, it could just be the 54th outpost. Secondly, it's very possible that Monarch named it that way as a code name, tying it back to Godzilla. Castle Bravo, obviously, that was the bomb they used against him in 54, so that's why they would call it that. But it's in Bermuda. It's in the Atlantic Ocean, way, way away from where the real Castle Bravo happened. I always thought that this was in the Pacific near where the Castle Bravo test happened, and that's where Godzilla lived, but not true. Godzilla apparently lives in the Atlantic, kind of around the Bermuda Triangle area, which maybe he's responsible for some of those disappearances, who knows. The outpost was built to track and study Godzilla on his home turf, and it contains the severed head of the female Muto from 2014. I love Monarch's new base and the technology. The undersea base is so freaking cool. It's a really cool way to get to see how much Monarch has progressed from the last film, and they're really upgrading, and they're really more competent this time around. Also, love the continuity there with the Muto head being recovered. That would definitely be something that would be like a hot item where people would be fighting over who gets to keep the remains of those monsters and study and sell them and, all that stuff. So I think that's great. Mark then, during a meeting, redirects Monarch from defending Mothra as they're worried Alan Jonah is going to go after Mothra, and instead he has them focus on all the other Titan locations, because if Alan Jonah has the Orca, he can wake up any of them at any time, and it's very likely he set Mothra up as a diversion and is going after a different, more powerful Titan. That is the first instance of my true biggest issue with Godzilla King of the Monsters. I understand making Mark the protagonist. I understand giving him things to do. I understand giving him this moment where he redirects them from this wild goose chase. What is silly to me is that it's always at the expense of the people around him, or at least almost always. Almost always, Mark seems to be the only competent one in the room. Like, you're telling me not one G-Force worker thought the same thing? Like, not one G-Force commander who has battle military experience and combat strategy experience is like, hey, it seems like if he wanted Mothra, he would have taken her already. He already was there at the place where she was at. It seems likely he would have grabbed her while he was there. It's very likely he just wanted the Orca. You're telling me not one of them put that piece together? Nobody but Mark thought of that? It's always done in a way where Mark comes across smarter because the rest of the characters come across dumber than him. Sometimes you really see his animal biology. It shows in a way that it makes sense. Mark has a background in biology. It sometimes makes sense how he can study the behavioral patterns of a monster and understand its intentions. That does track. Other times, it's like, why is he the one solving this problem? That's how I've always felt about it. I've always felt like Mark gets too many moments where he corrects other people or where he tells people what to do that should know what to do instead of him. And this is just the first instance of that. Meanwhile, Jonah attacks Outpost 32 in Antarctica, capturing the three-headed dragon frozen in ice known as Monster Zero. I love the way Ghidorah is frozen. He looks fantastic. Jonah's men then start to drill into the ice, placing these charges inside so that they can blow it up so that they can free Ghidorah, which actually causes Godzilla to appear at Castle Bravo, flashing an intimidation display. I love this sequence. I think it's fantastic. The tension is palpable. The visuals are beautiful. The majesty's on full display. But you know what? Mark should not have made all of the calls. Mark is the one that tells Monarch to stand down and lower their guns. Mark is the one that tells them to open the blast shield so Godzilla knows they're not a threat. That should be Dr. Serizawa's job, the Godzilla specialist, and Mark should back him up and be like, as the animal guy and the guy who hates Godzilla, I have a non-biased perspective here. Serizawa's actually right about this. Or even if they alternate, or if Serizawa's the one that tells them to stand down, Godzilla's not here as a threat, and then Mark is the one who's like, you want to prove he's not a threat? Open the blast shield so he doesn't think we're afraid of him or defending ourselves or whatever, If that had happened, it would have made Serizawa and Mark feel more like equals rather than Serizawa literally taking orders from Mark during this scene. That's one of my biggest long-term issues with this movie, is that Mark gets too much to do and gets to tell too many people what to do, including Serizawa. Are you kidding me? Serizawa, the Godzilla expert, should know that like the back of his hand, But the intimidation display scene is beautiful. And then Mark does a very great thing, which is a Mark Russell thing. This is something he absolutely should have been the guy to do, which is bring up Godzilla's behavioral routes. Show me Godzilla's territorial routes and his normal behavior, and then Mark analyzes it and realizes that the only diversion Godzilla's made has been to Antarctica and now back to Castle Bravo, meaning there's danger in Antarctica. They do a course projection, it seems that's where Godzilla's heading, and it's like, okay, Mark has used his knowledge, a skill set he would have, which I guess all three of these instances is a skill set he would have, but in a way that wouldn't one-up Serizawa, in a way that Serizawa would probably be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I guess Serizawa is more of a biologist, whereas Mark is more of a behavioral analyst. It would make sense for Serizawa to be like, oh, good call, Mark, on this one. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that they should have been a little bit more of equals. That's always been my real biggest issue with this movie, is that giving Mark things to do at the expense of others. But this is a great moment. I love that Mark tracks Godzilla's territorial routes, and that's how they know they're going to Antarctica. I also love the tension in the room when people hear they're going to Antarctica, and it's like, uh-oh, they're waking up that one? That's the worst one that they could wake up. And obviously it's because Emma knows all of the Titans. I believe in canon, I think she was with the team that discovered Ghidorah, or maybe that was Vivian Graham. It's been a minute since I've studied the King of the Monsters canon. I actually think that was Dr. Graham. But either way, it makes sense that Emma would know about Ghidorah. It also makes sense that Emma would be able to give Jonah the proper transmission code so he could land at Outpost 32 in the first place. So all of that's great. I really love all of that. On their way to Antarctica, they study all of the myths and history of the MonsterVerse. Another thing I love is the way this movie ties in real myths with made-up ones for the movie. It's a great way to build the lore of this universe. And here, Monarch learns that Ghidorah, or as they call him, Monster Zero, might be a rival alpha to Godzilla. They think he's like part of the food chain and was a potential alternate rival King of the Monsters to Godzilla, which isn't technically true, as we'll later find out. Ghidorah's more of, an alien conqueror. He's less of a rival alpha and more of, he's here to terraform the planet. Like, I guess he commands the other Titans, so in a way he is the alpha. I just think that this movie, in retrospect, in particular because of the novelization and external canon, the concept of the alpha has been overblown in a way that I don't even think this movie supports. I'm very critical of the whole alpha plotline, mostly because alpha wolves don't actually exist. I understand that Mark Russell brings it up and it's a major plot point later in this very movie, that all animals, I guess, respond to an alpha, and Ghidorah is their new alpha. Because of that scene, I can understand why they go the route they do, where they make it so literal, but like, that's not even a real concept in nature. So I don't love that we emphasize that. I particularly don't love where they take it from here, where that becomes the root conflict of every fight Godzilla has, and it strips Godzilla of any nuance, and it strips all the other Titans of any nuance. Again, critical of that aspect of this as well. But I love that they study myths to find out the history of Ghidorah. He's something of a rival alpha to Godzilla. And I also love that Godzilla disappears en route to Ghidorah. Here we find out Dr. Stanton theorizes that Dr. Brooks was right all along. Great connection to Kong Skull Island. Godzilla has been using the Hollow Earth to travel. Here in this movie, it's explained the Hollow Earth as a series of subterranean tunnels with open pockets. I think that's a far more compelling explanation, a far more realistic explanation of what the Hollow Earth is, but also a far less suitable one for sequels and spin-offs set in the Hollow Earth. So I understand why they make the change they do. I'm a big fan of the Hollow Earth as presented in this film, and then I love Axis Mundi, but I get why they make the changes they do. But it is important to note that the Hollow Earth is explained very different here, and given the actual way the Hollow Earth really works, I don't understand how Godzilla could possibly use it to speed up his travel around the Earth by this much. Because he has to go to the Hollow Earth and then he's just got to walk around anyways, trudge around where he could be attacked by monsters. Makes him vulnerable. Whereas if it's a series of tunnels, as is presented here, it makes a lot more sense that he could zip through, like, basically skipping sections of the Earth to get to the next section of the Earth in a way that makes much more sense to me. But that's just me. Everyone dismisses Stanton, which I've never understood. Like, how is it that Brooks essentially proves Hollow Earth and Kong Skull Island, but people dismiss him? It's one of those things where the external lore explains this, but I don't love having external lore explain everything. Luckily, this is not that big of a detail, but basically, the answer is just that Monarch has very much believes that the Earth under Skull Island is hollow and that there are small pockets of Earth that are hollow, but they don't believe in the hollow Earth tunnels, and they certainly don't believe that the planet itself is housing a giant other planet inside of it. You know, they certainly don't believe that, but they do believe some pockets are hollowed out, which is how Serizawa presents it in the first movie as well. So it makes sense, actually, you know, that the way Serizawa believes it is in the first movie is how he still believes it is, because Kong Skull Island takes place before the first movie. Monarch takes the Argo jet to Antarctica. It's our biggest technological leap in this movie, and one that I don't think it comes all that much out of nowhere. Like, having a giant, essentially flying aircraft carrier is a very sci-fi concept. It's unrealistic, but it's not world-breaking to me. I think it's really cool. I think that is a great step in the right direction towards building up to a Mechagodzilla. I think we'd need a Super X and maybe some other tech before we can get there, but whatever. The Argo jet, I think, is pretty cool. They take it to Antarctica, and they deploy G-Team, this movie's take on G-Force, Monarch's military division, which technically isn't part of Monarch, but they are working directly with Monarch. They're essentially Monarch's military division, and G-Team lands and tries to take back the outpost, and it leads to a big battle with Jonah's militia as they ambush G-Team. Mark goes in after his family during all the chaos, but just before he can rescue them, as he does find them and catches them, Emma steps in, stopping him, warning him to run, and then detonates the ice charges, unleashing Ghidorah. The entire facility starts to come apart around them. Jonah Allen takes Emma Russell and Madison, gets out of there. As Mark tries to rescue G-Team, Ghidorah is freed from the ice. Emma then uses the Orca to awaken him, and Ghidorah goes on the attack, rising up in a fantastic sequence, showcasing the size, scale, and fear factor of Ghidorah. It's so cool. I love the way he attacks. It's really neat. It's the perfect King Ghidorah design. Like, I think that there are tiny changes that I like from some of the other ones. I always like when they give Ghidorah kind of the crescent moon on his head, and I like some of the things they do with the horns in some of the other movies, you know? I like some of the tiny design details, but on the whole, this is perfect. I guess the necks could be a little longer, but in some shots, they appear longer than others, so that's fine, you know? I really love this Ghidorah design, and finally, technology has caught up to the concept of King Ghidorah. We finally can use CGI to make Ghidorah feel like a true global world-ending threat in a way that he just doesn't come across as in other movies. He comes across as very silly and clumsy in the Showa series. The heads always bobbling around, knocking into each other. They never feel intentional. The Heisei series does a much better job with that, but he still doesn't feel like a global threat. He doesn't even feel nearly as powerful as Godzilla, you know? The Millennium series, I guess, with Kaiser Ghidorah kind of tries, but Kaiser Ghidorah has such a limited amount of screen time and really doesn't accomplish much, so again, it's more of the Exilian threat in that movie than Ghidorah himself. Finally, Ghidorah himself is presented as a world-ending threat that is equally powerful to Godzilla, a monster that could realistically kill Godzilla and destroy the planet, and we have CGI to make the heads move in intentional ways. They're not bobbling around anymore. They have personality. Michael Dougherty took great care to give each head their own personality, brilliantly portrayed by Jason Liles, Alan Maxon, and Richard Dorton. Obviously, Richard Dorton's Kevin, the left head, is the most famous and iconic of the heads. The more curious head, which the fan base has taken as the more silly one, but he's the more curious head, the right head, which is more angry and combat ready at all times, and then the middle head, which is the leader and in many ways the more mature and strategical head. And you see that brilliantly displayed in this scene, as I love that Kevin's getting distracted. He's looking around like he's not always paying attention in a way where he's not fully aggressive, but that middle head is, and so it keeps grabbing him and trying to get him back on mission. The right head's just eagerly waiting to attack the whole time. One thing I think would have been a cool detail, which they didn't include in this movie, but I've always thought it would have been a cool detail, is if the right head used its gravity beams more often and was always ready to attack faster. If whenever they unleashed the gravity beams, the right head might go first, I think that would be cool. But either way, I love the idea of giving each head their own personality. I love the new design. I love those rattlesnake tails. I love the scales. I love the color. I know some people wish he was more vibrant gold. I don't care. I think he looks fantastic. I love it because it also allows the lightning to still have impact, you know? If he was more vibrant gold, I think the yellow lightning wouldn't stand out as much, and it does. It stands out in a really cool way. It's super neat. I really love it. He's also huge. He's enormous. I love the size of him. And that's right, Ghidorah unleashes the gravity beams, and it's so epic. I don't know how we've never thought of this in Godzilla films before, but giving other monsters a charge up like Godzilla has, where Godzilla's spines charge up before he shoots his atomic breath, giving that kind of thing to other monsters is so cool. Having Ghidorah glow through his necks before the gravity beams unleash is a brilliant idea, and it looks fantastic on screen. I love the way the gravity beams work in this movie as well. The way they move is so cool. Just before Ghidorah kills all of our main Monarch crew and all of our main characters, Godzilla arrives bursting up through the ice, ready to fight his oldest rival with the song Old Rivals playing. Bear McCreary kills it in this movie. The soundtrack is really thoughtfully done. It's many people's favorite soundtrack of the MonsterVerse. I love the instrumentation. I love the thought process that went into the instrumentation, you know, taking time to make different songs cultural, you know, like giving different instrumentations from different cultures to different monsters to make them all feel like they are distinct and from different parts of the planet. It's really neat. It's very nice. The chanting is my probably biggest issue with it, where it's a little much at times. We chant a lot in this soundtrack, and maybe that's one of the areas I've always thought is overdone, which I still understand the point of it is to make them feel like gods, to play into the fact that these monsters are gods. You know, I do think that they maybe were a little heavy-handed with the chanting, but then the most impressive thing McCreary does is taking music like Yuji Koseki's Mothra theme, a song that Ifukube always struggled to integrate into his own films. Ifukube always struggled to get that song naturally into his own films. I think the best example that he does with it is Godzilla vs. Mothra 1992. He does a really good job with that song in that movie. But, you know, in the Showa series, he really struggled with that song. He didn't want to compose the original Mothra because he didn't think he had the whimsy for it. And when he takes Mothra back on, he gives Mothra, you know, my favorite Mothra theme, Sacred Springs, but it's a very somber, beautiful, mellow one. Yuji Koseki's Mothra theme is energetic and exciting and passionate and fun, and Bear McCreary takes that and integrates it into an epic, grand, moody soundtrack in a way that it perfectly fits. It's not out of place at all. It's beautifully used. And Ifukube's Godzilla music is so classic that it's so distinct. The instrumentation of it has also remained so consistent. It really stands out in a movie like Godzilla -1 with a very ethereal soundtrack. Godzilla -1 soundtrack, it's so ethereal. And then the Ifukube music kicks on and it's like, whoa, classic Godzilla moment. It works in that movie, but this movie does something even more impressive in my opinion, which is to update and modernize the instrumentation, the tempo, the tone of that music to have it fit in broader songs. This song, Old Rivals, features the Ifukube Godzilla main announcement statement, you know, but it features it in a way where it doesn't come across as out of place. It's totally naturally integrated into this song, and then the song moves on from it into a battle theme. That's really impressive, using Ghidorah's new motif and some of the fight motifs. Really impressive, being able to seamlessly transition from Ifukube into other music. I love it, and that made me tear up when I saw this movie for the first time. I could not believe the use of Godzilla's theme being so freaking cool. Godzilla's great in this scene as well. I love how angry he is. He immediately, after squaring off with Ghidorah, and some of the most beautiful shots in this whole movie, immediately guns for the kill shot. Godzilla's like, clearly you're seeing the rage of Ghidorah being back and the experience of having fought this monster before all at once visually. Godzilla immediately goes for the head, knowing that that's Ghidorah's weak point and he's got to take these things out. He's not trying to fight Ghidorah like a boxer. He's not trying to like learn his moves. There's an implied history through the way they fight. Ghidorah also is very aware of Godzilla when they recreate that 2014 atomic breath moment, which I think is very fun. Ghidorah dodges it, you know, he's agile. The heads are very agile and mobile here, which is really cool. But beyond that, Ghidorah's experienced with Godzilla. He knows this guy's tricks, and Godzilla knows Ghidorah's. He just can't keep up with him. It's so great. I appreciate that Ghidorah is able to outmaneuver and overpower Godzilla, but I've always felt the defeat should be a little more definitive, like Godzilla should be a little more definitively beaten. He gets back up before Ghidorah retreats, but it's technically the Argo jet that chases Ghidorah off, as the Argo jet and a squadron of military fighter jets swing in shooting missiles at Ghidorah and overwhelms him. Michael Dougherty has always said, like, this is Ghidorah's first time out of the ice in thousands of years. He's still getting his bearings. He's not even like fully conscious yet. And so that's why he takes off, to basically get his bearings in the sky. I've always felt that Ghidorah should probably take off from the Argo jet alone, or from just simply thinking he's defeated Godzilla, shoving him down the chasm. I've always felt that Godzilla should get a little more definitively beaten here, but one thing that I really love is that Godzilla does not win this fight. It is the very first time in King Ghidorah's history that he beats Godzilla in a fight. The closest we've ever gotten was Mecha King Ghidorah defeating Godzilla at the end of the 1991 movie, but that was more of a stalemate. I guess Kaiser Ghidorah, but that's not even the same thing as King Ghidorah. It's a totally different monster. So this is the first time King Ghidorah properly gets a victory on Godzilla, and it was well earned. It's been way too long. You know, if Ghidorah is supposed to be the biggest threat Godzilla ever faces, he better be able to defeat him, and I appreciate that this movie allows him that. During this battle, Dr. Graham is unceremoniously killed and eaten by King Ghidorah. I cannot believe it, man. That I've always felt was so disrespectful. It feels mean-spirited the way she's killed. Like, for some reason, I, get the sense that Michael Dougherty did not like her character in the 2014 film, or was taking out some of his feelings on the 2014 film, which is a movie he really likes, by killing her in this way. It feels mean-spirited. I get that it makes Ghidorah feel way more threatening and scary that he eats people. I also get that it builds up the threat of having one of our, what we would perceive as main characters, die to Ghidorah so abruptly. It seemingly raises the stakes, but I've never found it to be all that effective, because I've never thought that, like, Mark Russell was in any danger, the way that I felt that the cast of Kong Skull Island was truly expendable, and could any of them be killed at any time. It just feels like a mean-spirited, out-of-nowhere death for her. It feels really brutal. I've always disliked the way she dies there. But anyways, the Argo comes in, chases off Ghidorah. One of the Argo's stray missiles winds up striking the ground, knocking Mark out as Godzilla rises again, and Mark wakes up on the Argo jet, heading to Isla de Mara in Mexico, where he finds out that's where Jonah Allen is expected to go next. There's a Titan there that's called Rodan that they're looking into, They're going after this Titan in a volcano. Then Emma calls the Argo jet. I actually think it's technically broadcast to all of Monarch, but Emma calls in, and this is where we get some exposition. And it's done in a way that I think could be considered way too overtly by some. It's like they overplay their hand, I guess. Like, I know my brother's never the biggest fan of this scene. I love it. I think it's great. I first of all love Emma's speech. I also love the little montage that plays out. Is it silly that she took time to edit a montage? I guess so, but she's been cooking on this theory for 5 years. It makes sense that at some point she'd want to share it with Monarch, but essentially she plans on saving the planet, because the planet is dying. It is dying, definitively. In the real world, not in the Godzilla movie, the planet Earth is dying, and humanity is the cause. We are destroying our planet at a level the planet has never experienced before with any other species. It seems entirely likely that the mass extinction of humanity will be at our own hands, whether it's through our horrible treatment of the environment, or our creation of something like AI, or the atomic bomb itself. Humanity is the biggest threat to the planet Earth. And in this movie, they're also the biggest threat to the Titans, and the Titans are part of the Earth's natural ecosystem. The Titans embody the ecosystem as a whole. They represent nature as itself. And so Emma realizes that in order to save the Titans from military extinction and restore nature's balance, something that Godzilla apparently is not really all that interested in if you're objective about the MonsterVerse. Godzilla's interested in other things. That's topics I've covered in other videos, but the damage humanity has done needs to be corrected. So she plans on doing that by awakening the Titans to save the mass extinction by wiping out this is the flaw in her plan. She's going to allow humans to die in order to save the planet as a whole. That's the flaw in her plan. There is an argument to be made that Titans should be awakened. They shouldn't be awakened under these circumstances. They shouldn't be awakened and forced upon humanity humanity in destructive and devastating ways. They could have easily woken up Behemoth and brought Behemoth into the rainforest and led Behemoth somewhere Behemoth could live. This is why I think the MonsterVerse ultimately needs a monster island, a place for the surface monsters to live, but there is a way that they could have done this right. I think that's a great point. Like, the Monster Island thing is how you would do this right. Emma, she rushes it. She makes a very, very irresponsible and downright devastating decision to awaken the Titans and allow them to cause major destruction. And yes, there is an objective argument to be made that the destruction of human cities and populations could have a benefit on the environment. That is still the morally wrong thing to do, which is what this movie's making the argument of. I think it's a much more nuanced take on themes previously explored in films like Godzilla vs. Ghidorah. I think this movie does a much better job with these concepts. It's very nuanced. I think there's a lot of people out there that see what Emma Russell's talking about and can go, I get it. I understand what she means. I get why she's doing this. For her, she realizes that the Mutos awakened because of humanity's destruction of the environment, and they killed her son. In order to make sure that more sons don't die randomly during random Titan attacks as they wake up to try and reclaim the planet, but by that point it's too late, she's gonna force the planet to just heal, and yes, people will die. They're gonna awaken Titans. But in the long term, her hope is that the planet will restore itself so well that the monsters do not have to awaken and destroy humanity any longer. That's, I think, ultimately her true goal here. Which, again, flawed, but I get it. It's like Thanos, where it's like, I can at least understand what Thanos thought he was going to accomplish. Does the plan fully make sense? No, not really, but I get what he thought he was doing. This is, however, where I think the movie makes one of its biggest mistakes, which is explaining that the Titans release a helpful form of radiation that restore nature. We find out that this has happened in San Francisco and Las Vegas. I think it's an interesting idea that, like, San Francisco and Las Vegas are completely destroyed and abandoned at this point. That's an interesting idea. It's kind of an interesting idea if they were quarantined because of Godzilla's radiation, but of course, Godzilla's radiation isn't like it was in the Toho movies. Here, the Titans all have a helpful, a completely natural form of radiation that restores the environment in a way that isn't real. That's obviously a fantasy concept to make the Titans more mythological and to play into the nature aspect of things, the environmental message a little stronger. I think it does kind of fly in the face of Godzilla's franchise history, but that is what it is. It's an interesting idea that the MonsterVerse doesn't commit to, is my ultimate biggest issue with it. This is a major revelation, and we never revisit this, ever, in another movie. Like, it's never brought up again. Maybe in Supernova, but I highly doubt it, as we'll get there in the future, but like, Rio should be totally destroyed, let alone from Behemoth. Behemoth crosses through Rio in this movie, spreading natural form of helpful radiation. We see none of the effects of that in New Empire, but then we're going to somehow rebuild it again after that attack? Anyways, the containment grid on Isla de Mara goes down. Emma shuts it down and then triggers the Orca. The containment grid is built around a volcano. I love that. I love the setting. I love the framing device. I love, again, playing to a different part of nature's wrath. And Rodan awakens. Again, also playing back into the Easter egg angle, as obviously it's a callback to the original Rodan, who first died in a volcano, but then was reborn in one in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. Rodan appears as the fire demon, bursting through the volcano against Madison's protests, splitting her and Emma up. And here it turns out that this was Emma's plan from the start. She came to Jonah. It was always her idea. She uses the Orca to unleash Rodan from his volcano, leading to the peak of kaiju cinema. One of my most popular video essays of all time is about this subject, how great this sequence is. We transition so seamlessly from, like, the entire history of the kaiju genre, from, like, the threat of the kaiju, the scale of them, their attack on humanity, to the battles they have with humanity, with the aerial battle, and then to the kaiju versus kaiju angle, where Rodan takes on Ghidorah. It's so cool. This whole scene's so well done. I love it. And I love the movement. I love the visuals. I love the choreography of it. It's so dope, dude. The Argo tries to lure Rodan away, but his path winds up being a path of destruction straight over the village, destroying a lot of it in the process. And then Rodan battles the G-Team Air Force. It's so cool. The dogfight is sick. Rodan pulls off some epic moves, some thunderclaps, this amazing spin maneuver, and then closes in on the Argo right as it detects Ghidorah is closing in, and it lures Rodan straight to Ghidorah, leading to a major battle between the two of them in the skies. And this is again showing how far our technology has come. With the use of CGI, we can finally pull off a really compelling aerial battle between kaiju, which, to my knowledge, has only ever really effectively been done in one of those previous previous classic kaiju films in the Gamera movies with some aerial battles, but there the CGI was not to the degree it is today. And so here it really is compelling. You know, it's not just monsters smacking into each other, but they're actually battling and scrapping in the sky. It's really cool. During this, again, Mark gets another hero moment, which I can appreciate from a character perspective, showing that even if he's a grumpy man, he's still a great person who will go out of his way to help others and even save someone he dislikes outwardly. You know, Sam Coleman, he saves his life here. It also shows Mark is a man of action as opposed to a guy who's just going to sit there and let bad things happen, which is what he feels he did back in 2014. So it shows how far he's come since 2014. But why is Mark the one that has to do this? They find out that a G-Team Extract Osprey is struggling to get into the Argo, and the Argo is struggling to open the hangar bays to let it in. So Mark goes to solve this problem. He does so. He drops another Osprey onto the hangar bay, opening it up so that the G-Team helicopter can fly in, just as Ghidorah decides to gravity beam Rodan in a brutal move that could have very well been a finisher. Ghidorah starts to pry apart Rodan's wings, and I really thought in theaters, because for one moment, my lizard brain took over and I did not think about where the rest of the movie was heading. I thought Ghidorah was going to rip Rodan's wing off. It was crazy, but instead, he pulls an even wilder maneuver, maybe not even wilder, and gravity beams him point blank into the ocean. He then closes back in on the Argo jet right as they get a call from Admiral Stenz, who's like returning from the last movie in a role that I think is very misunderstood. Stenz does not come across as a villain in this movie the way I used to find him to be. I thought that he came across just straight up as a villain. Stenz isn't trying to kill Godzilla here. Stenz is not trying to undermine Serizawa either. He's saying that Ghidorah and Rodan are two completely destructive forces that absolutely need to be eradicated before they kill human lives, and so he tries to use his oxygen destroyer, which is a new military weapon that they've been developing, to kill these titans. He doesn't know Godzilla's in the area. He has no freaking clue Godzilla's there. It wasn't intentional. The plan was not to kill Godzilla, but Godzilla winds up showing up, because right after the Osprey is rescued, Ghidorah almost destroys the Argo, only to be swept under the ocean by Godzilla, who intercepts him, and it leads to an ocean battle, taking us into the third domain. We fought in the sky, we fought on land, and now we're fighting under the sea, again showing how far CGI technology has come, as this battle isn't just two monsters standing on the ground in a really silly wet to dry scenario where they put a blue filter over and try and make it seem like they're underwater. We really truly get to see these monsters fight in spinning around in the ocean, swimming through the ocean as they fight, and Godzilla shows again. First of all, his dominance in the ocean, that he's actually more powerful in the ocean than he is on land. He has certainly more strategy down there and more options down there, more maneuverability, and his battle experience as he tears off one of Ghidorah's heads. He tears off the left head. And it seems like if Godzilla continues, he might be able to officially defeat Ghidorah here until, the oxygen destroyer hits and explodes, seemingly killing Godzilla. Now, a lot of people take issue with the use of the oxygen destroyer here because it's such an important thing in the Godzilla 1954 movie and in the lore of many Godzilla continuities. And yet here, it's a throwaway military weapon. And I don't think that's entirely giving this movie credit. Yes, it is there for the Easter egg's sake. I do think it's fan service for the sake of fan service. But the oxygen destroyer still serves a purpose. First of all, it is used to kill Godzilla just like it does in the previous film. Of course, Godzilla does revive. Not only he revives himself by going into his radiation chamber, but he's also revived later and rebirthed by Serizawa. But it still serves a purpose. But what it really does is it plays into the idea that Dr. Serizawa, the original, always knew, which is that the oxygen destroyer absolutely should not be weaponized by governments because they're too irresponsible to wield its power. Not only are they too irresponsible to wield its power, but ultimately at the end of the day, he knew that it was a mistake of an invention to create. He knew that this weapon of mass destruction was a mistake, and here it's presented as that, a mistake. In the first movie, there is no real consequence for using the oxygen destroyer other than that Serizawa takes his life out of fear of the consequences that could come from it. We later get consequences of it in Godzilla vs. Destroyer in a way that I've always felt kind of undercuts Serizawa's sacrifice, being like, yes, he saved the day back then, but his decision led to the death of many people in the present. I've always felt that that's a little bit of an odd undercut of Serizawa, but I do appreciate Godzilla vs. Destroyer and what it was doing with that. This movie presents it as a weapon created by someone other than Serizawa, which I guess people can be upset about, that's fine, but it's presented as a weapon that only has negative ramifications. It kills Godzilla, it destroys the environment around Isla de Mara, and it allows Ghidorah to gain the upper hand and cause the mass awakening. It is ultimately used as what Serizawa back in the original series always knew it was. It's used as a mistake. Also, the MonsterVerse isn't going on forever. I don't know what their plans in the future are, but it's very clear that they never plan on killing Godzilla off. Or at the very least, they don't plan on revisiting that storyline from the original movie. There's gonna be no scene where a scientist heroically sacrifices himself to kill Godzilla using the oxygen destroyer. So what would the point of it be other than this movie's use of it? We're never going to get a proper use of the oxygen destroyer in the way it was originally used. It's never going to happen. The legacy of the oxygen destroyer is never going to be lived up to in the MonsterVerse, so I think it's totally fine to be used in the way it's used here. I don't have an issue with it. We're never going to get the oxygen destroyer properly in the MonsterVerse, so we might as well use it here in the way it's used. I think it's totally fine. I also think it left the door open to introduce Destroya. I don't know how long the MonsterVerse plans on going on, but I know Michael Dougherty was a big fan of the Toho movies. I know he was a big fan of Godzilla vs. Destroya, and I'm surprised that Adam Wingard, who's also a huge fan of Godzilla vs. Destroya, did not capitalize on this. Maybe it's because people are trying to save Destroya for the final installment of this series. I don't know, but it opens the door to introduce one of Godzilla's most iconic enemies, certainly since the Showa series. Again, I have no issue with that. I'm all for Destroya to show up. That's great. And if we get to introduce him through this plot device in Godzilla King of the Monsters, even better. I think that's fantastic. So to all the people who complain about the oxygen destroyer being a throwaway, that's my 2 cents on the matter. And it leads to such a cool scene because that's right, Godzilla's seemingly killed. His heart rate flatlines and it seems he's dead, at least temporarily, which also proves, I guess, the oxygen destroyer might have been an effective tool at killing other titans, you know? They could certainly kill many of the MonsterVerse's titans using it. Ghidorah, like I said, emerges unharmed, landing on Rodan's volcano, regrowing his head and unleashing his alpha call, starting the mass awakening. I think this is the coolest moment in the entire movie. It is so amazing, and that Ghidorah alpha roar is awesome. It's the coolest Ghidorah has ever been. The shot of him on the volcano with the cross in front of him, the devil taking over, it's so powerful. Amazing visual with the lightning striking around him, and that roar is so incredible. The song, A Mass Awakening from Bear McCreary, is so powerful and intense. It's dope. I love it. I think that this whole thing is great, and there we see the Titans all start to rise at once. We spotlight Scylla and Methuselah. It's so freaking cool. It's the coolest scene in this movie as they rise up to reclaim their planet under the wrong guys. They're being controlled for evil, but it is so cool. I love the Titan Age is officially upon us. I'll take this moment to acknowledge something that I haven't really talked about on the channel. This is a really long Godzilla-Thon review. Sometimes they wind up being really long. I appreciate everybody who's sticking with me for this one. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate you. So if you have, comment below and let me know if you want me to dedicate a video to this topic. I'm really considering it because I feel passionate about it and because I have a little more personal experience with it than many other people on the outside do, but that is the Methuselah situation. To quickly recap it, I think it's a really frustrating situation that's happened with Methuselah. Methuselah is a Titan introduced here, which I think has a really cool premise of being the oldest Titan on the surface, and basically a mountain come to life. It's kind of an Anguirus type monster. It looks really cool. I love the introduction of Methuselah, the way it rises up. It's so awesome. I love the idea of basically an elemental piece of nature rising up to reclaim the planet. I think it's really frustrating because Summit Kaiju, who is a very popular member of the community, at least used to be a very popular and at one point very well liked member of the community, Summit Kaiju has a monster, the Summit Kaiju, which is their logo, which is a monster with a mountain on its back, or a couple mountain peaks on its back. It's a monster that I've seen, like Dope Pope has done some beautiful artwork rendering, and it's their logo for a while, and they got really mad that they felt that Methuselah looked way too similar, so they lawyered up, they fought Legendary about it, and that lawsuit was, I believe, technically settled out of court, but I'll have to look into it a little more with more detail. But if you want me to dedicate a video to my thoughts on the Methuselah situation, comment down below and let me know. I would love to know. And in that comment, so that I know you've made it this far, do a hashtag DForce and do a hashtag Rodan-Ganda. Unrelated to Methuselah, but it's important that we spread the good word of Rodan-Ganda and how amazing Rodan is. But really, I do have a lot of thoughts on this Methuselah situation. I've met Summit Kaiju personally and talked to them personally about the lawsuit. Like, I have heard firsthand from them about it. I have very frustrating thoughts on the outcome of that. Basically, it seems like Methuselah has been banned from use in the MonsterVerse and essentially erased, like seems new releases of the MonsterVerse Omnibus erase the artwork of Methuselah that used to appear in Godzilla Dominion. And yeah, I think it's a really frustrating situation because it's not a unique monster. And in fact, I have artwork from the year 2014 that I drew of a mountain kaiju. And I drew many iterations of a mountain kaiju. And you know what I ultimately landed on, because I was really, really struggling to make it cool. And I have the old artwork to show. I could show it off in a video. I was really struggling to come up with a cool monster, and I decided to base it on Anguirus. And it looks strikingly similar to Methuselah, strikingly similar to Summit Kaiju, and I did it by myself on a camping trip in the mountains way back in 2014 because I was inspired by the fact that I was in the mountains to draw a mountain kaiju. And you know what? That's the same thing that happened with Summit Kaiju. Someone who grew up in Colorado and was inspired by the Colorado mountains to make a monster based on the mountains, and then it looks similar to what I did, the same thing. It's so frustrating, and I could definitely get into it about how I think it was the wrong play. I think that the whole situation ended really poorly. At least what we understand to be the ending of it. If Methuselah returns in the MonsterVerse, that'd be great, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's some more nuance to it than that, but I could get into it in another video if you guys want to hear my thoughts on it. For now, I really got to keep this review rolling because I have been Mr. Yap Central in this one, so I got to move it along here. Hope is reborn in another one of the best moments in this whole movie, and what I have always kind of considered to be my second favorite part of the movie. Maybe not the coolest part of the movie, but maybe my second favorite part, as Dr. Brooks, returning from Kong Skull Island. Super great callback, even though it's a very thankless cameo, played by Joe Morton here, in a great little cameo moment. He goes and meets up with Dr. Ling, the sister of Dr. Chen, the twin sister, and they watch as Mothra emerges as a full-blown adult. Like I said, Hope is reborn through Mothra, an angel with wings that spread under the waterfall and illuminate the night. It's so great. The music is incredible. The Yuji Koseki Mothra theme has never sounded this good before. Oh my god, I love that scene so much. It's so beautiful. It blew me away as far back as the SDCC 2018 trailer, and it remains one of my favorite parts of this movie to this day. Meanwhile, Madison and Emma have a big fight over the Mass Awakening, with Madison blaming Emma for all of this, calling her mother a monster, and rejecting her mother's insane plan. We find out then on the Argo jet that Dr. Chen is a third-generation Monarch. Her and her twin sister are third-generation twins and third-generation Monarch, and they have a long lineage linking back to Infant Island. I love the subtle references to Mothra's mythology and also the beautiful subtle world building that occurred here. She then reveals the history of King Ghidorah, including evidence that he fell from the stars in Alien, making it canon his Showa origins in this timeline as well. So cool. He is not technically a normal rival to Godzilla, but instead he is an invasive conqueror of the planet. We get then that bad gonorrhea joke from Sam Coleman that has almost single-handedly destroyed this movie's reputation with many fans. Is it a dumb joke? Absolutely. Do I find it to be in bad taste? Not really. I just think it's a dumb, bad joke. I don't think it's funny. I think it's not earned. I think that there's far funnier jokes to make about people mispronouncing Ghidorah's name than gonorrhea. Yeah, I don't think that's a funny joke at all. But I don't think it's like as offensive as many fans take it. We then find out Castle Bravo has been completely taken over by the military, and there Admiral Stenz is back, and he's like, guys, I need help. This is really bad. There's a really bad situation, so please help out. Which, again, shows this movie's attitude overall towards the military is that they're pretty incompetent, and it's scientists who are the real heroes in the real world, as scientists use science tools for science, which is not always true. It's a pretty black and white way to look at it. It's not to say that the military's bad guys, it's just this movie saying that often there's destructive consequences for their actions, which I think there are for scientists as well, but this movie's making a more pure-hearted argument that science is the way forward. So the military's like, scientists, tell us what to do. They're trying to lure the Titans around using nuclear materials, and we see lots of footage of the global rampages the Titans are on, and meanwhile, Mark discovers they're not really acting all that unusual. They're not looking for food, although Mark says they're hunting. They wouldn't actually be hunting at all. What they're really doing is terraforming the planet for Ghidorah, following his lead. Mark claims that Ghidorah is the alpha. All animals respond directly to an alpha. Ghidorah is the new alpha, and it was only Godzilla who could stop him. And so they realized they essentially killed their only chance of saving the Earth, which I think is a really good lesson for someone like Stenz to learn here. It was an accident. He didn't mean to shoot Godzilla with the oxygen destroyer, but it's a good lesson for him to learn nonetheless. Again, I think Stenz is kind of a misunderstood character. I don't view him as a villain at all. Then we see some spotlight footage of Scylla attacking, which is so cool. I love that shot of Scylla destroying Arizona. And then we see Methuselah attacking, which is great. And we see Behemoth, the fan favorite. I've always thought Behemoth was not as cool as the fan base. I've always thought Behemoth was the lamer of the three of those monsters, but Behemoth is still very iconic, and I love me a Behemoth. Very soft spot for Behemoth. That's where we get a spotlight on Behemoth, and I love to see the Titans spotlighted in moments like this. It reminds me of movies like Destroy All Monsters and Godzilla Final Wars in the best of ways. Emma then comes up with a plan to lure all of the Titans to Boston with the help of the Orca, and through that she can study Ghidorah. Once he's here, she can study Ghidorah and learn how to defeat him, which I don't think is a great plan, as once all the Titans are summoned here, then what? Then what do? You're studying Ghidorah. How? He's gonna kill y'all. So I don't think it's the greatest plan, but Jonah Allen tends to agree. He steps in and stops her. He warns her that, like, first of all, that's a bad idea. And actually, interestingly, another thing that the fan base seems to always forget about or misunderstand, Jonah Allen was on Godzilla's side. He is on the side of Godzilla as being the balance and defender of nature. So he is like, him and Emma agree. With Godzilla gone, things have turned out really bad. Ghidorah is a lot worse than either of them wanted. They're both unhappy with the Mass Awakening. They're both not happy with King Ghidorah. But the difference is, Jonah just accepts it and is like, hey, you look, nature's not in our hands, and this is clearly nature doing its thing. We don't have a say here. We don't have the power to do so, and we shouldn't control God. And Emma is like, oh, we messed up, and this is a very easy solution. I don't think it is, but she's like, I think my plan will work. He shuts it down and is like, that's a bad plan. It's not going to work, and it's going to get us caught, so don't do that. Meanwhile, Madison overhears all of this. It's a little bit of a plot convenience that she could tune into that room and listen to them through the radio, but whatever, it's fine. She overhears it and is like, this is a great plan, and as a child would, she plans to go through with it. Mark, meanwhile, plans to leave. This is another thing that I don't think works as well, where it's like, Mark, you're working with Monarch now. What are you trying to leave them for? You got to find the Orca, or you got to track the Orca. But what it really is Mark is having a crisis of faith here. He's really struggling with what's going on. And in one of the movie's really, really great themes, its theme about refinding faith, in this case, is really a religious metaphor for Mark finding faith in a god that he's lost faith in after the death of his son. Mothra arrives as an angel in the sky. She's beautiful. She's illuminating her god rays. She dispels Ghidorah's storm, bringing peace and serenity to the area. She brings a radiant warmth with her. It's amazing. I love that moment. And again, Koseki's Mothra theme is so well used here. They find out through Mothra that Mothra is warning them Godzilla is still alive. And so they now have a plan to go get Godzilla to save the day. Meanwhile, Ghidorah and Rodan nest in and conquer DC. Brutal. G-Team and the military team up to launch a joint attack while Monarch tells the military what to do. Basically being like, give me your nukes. You guys don't deserve them. You've been using them for no good. We're going to take them. We're going to use them to revive Godzilla, and it's all going to be good. We're going to track Godzilla down through the bioacoustics that Rick Stanton picked up, and we're going to revive him. And that's what happens. This leads to my favorite scene in the whole movie, which is a quiet moment that nobody likes when I say this is my favorite just because it's so underwhelming. But it's this really quiet scene between Serizawa and Mark talking about Godzilla and faith and their trauma. It's this beautiful moment on the submarine. Serizawa delivers my favorite speech in the movie, and he delivers two of my favorite lines in the entire series. My favorite line probably being, sometimes these moments of crisis are also potential moments of faith. That whole scene is so beautifully written. Yes, it's undercut immediately afterward with a cheesy joke, but I don't think that really lessens the impact of how beautiful that scene is in the dialogue that is exchanged there. I love that scene. I love that dialogue. I love the speech. It's so relevant beyond Godzilla. It's so relevant into real life, into dealing with others, into dealing with your own trauma and your own demons and the world around you. I cannot praise it anymore. I think it's great. The other line that Serizawa says that I think is just amazing, this one's probably actually my favorite line in the entire Godzilla series if I really think about it, is sometimes the only way to heal our wounds is to make peace with the demons who created them. Not really relevant to the overall themes of the Godzilla franchise, but in some ways I guess it is, because like we gotta make peace with nature, which we've been destroying and kind of at war with our whole time as humans, but it really is a personal message that it resonates with me very strongly. I think it's great. The Monarch sub they're in is then pulled into this vortex and sucked into the Hollow Earth. Meanwhile, Madison sneaks out, stealing the Orca and then heading into Boston in order to amplify its signal at Fenway Park to lure the monsters there and follow through with Emma's plan. In DC, it's an apocalyptic wasteland. I do think that the destruction in DC is overblown. Like it's unrealistically destroyed. The flooding is crazy. It's insane. And I always felt like it was wild to do this in movie number 2, Godzilla movie number 2 in this series. Like insane to destroy this much of the planet so quickly and off screen. Like we don't even get to really appreciate the destruction of this place. But what I really appreciate about it, and what only dawned on me recently, is why DC and why it's destroyed the way it is. It's destroyed in a massive flood. This movie is filled to the brim with religious metaphors and allegories, and in many ways, DC is kind of the home of sin in the United States, and it feels very fitting for it to be washed away with a biblical flood. Now, it happens to be washed away by essentially the devil, but nonetheless, DC is cleansed by the Titans. They got rid of the scum of the earth. Ghidorah might be the bad guy, but I stand by. He's the hero of this scene. This leads to G-Team trying to launch their counterattack against Ghidorah and Rodan, who really have made this place their home, destroying it. It also feels fitting that like Ghidorah nests upon the devil's throne, the capital. Serizawa's sub, meanwhile, finds itself deep in the Hollow Earth, which again is explained here as a subterranean tunnel system that connects the whole planet. Very different than how it appears in the next movie, and again, my preferred version of the Hollow Earth. They discover an enormous ancient temple showing the lost history of the MonsterVerse, this universe. So cool. This ancient, advanced civilization that could build enormous structures bigger than anything we can picture on Earth, and they were able to coexist alongside Titans, worshipping them as the first gods. The temple design is great, the shots are great, it's all amazing. Madison sneaks through an evacuation center in Fenway Park and breaks into their broadcasting booth, where she activates the Orca. The Monarch sub stops before a deep cavern of burning lava filled with lethal doses of radiation. This is where radiation is suddenly toxic again. Through their drones, they discover this is Godzilla's sleeping chamber. This is his home. This is the ancient temple that Godzilla regenerates and evolves in. This has been where he goes between movies each time. This is where he was before the 2014 film kicked off. Another reason why Godzilla was not weakened in that movie. He was at full power in that film. They just beefed his power up for this movie for no reason, just because they want to make him cooler. They actually find out this process could take years, and they can't wait that long. So in order to speed it up, and in a very disrespectful move to Godzilla in the long term as they strip him of a home and his source of nuclear regeneration, they're gonna launch a nuke in there. But uh-oh, the nuke launchers were damaged when they were sucked into Hollow Earth. This is a moment where I feel like any soldier should have stepped up and done this themselves, but I understand Serizawa makes the decision quite hastily, and no one's gonna be like, actually I'll die instead of you. No one's gonna take that upon themselves after someone volunteers it, but Serizawa volunteers to sacrifice himself to deliver the nuke. In many ways, I think he lost the will to live when his best friend Vivian Graham died. You know, there was maybe an implied romance there. Vivian Graham is dead. Serizawa has really lost a lot here. Godzilla essentially died. His god that he believed in has died, and I think it feels very fitting for him to want to go sacrifice himself to revive his god. It's a very meaningful thing for him to do, and also it inspires hope in the people around him in a way where it inspires them to step up and do better and really get behind what he's saying here. Get behind this whole key to coexistence, you know. We find out G-Team is very much losing the war in DC until the Orca broadcast begins. Where we jump to Madison, we see her watching some news footage of all of the Titans around the planet stopping their attacks and heading her way, spotlighting Behemoth and a new Muto. I love the new Muto design. It's kind of a mix between Muto and Muto Prime. Very cool stuff, although actually it was designed independently of Muto Prime, but still very cool. And then, deep in the ocean, Dr. Serizawa says his goodbyes, telling Mark that Godzilla is not only proof that coexistence is possible, but he is the key to it. He passes his notes and legacy to Mark in a way that feels like, God, Mark should have been the main character of the MonsterVerse moving forward. I understand that audiences maybe had some critiques of him, including me, but that doesn't mean you give up on the character and just abandon him. That means you try even harder to write a better story the next time around, but that's not the easier thing to do, so that's not what happens. Serizawa then ventures into Godzilla's temple, activating the nuke and finally coming face to face with Godzilla. He places an actual hand against Godzilla and says the final iconic line, "Sareba Tomayo," goodbye old friend, as the nuke detonates, taking Serizawa's life, but giving life back to Godzilla. The shockwave destroys the entire temple, rest in peace, and also rest in peace those Anguirus bones, and it blasts the sub back upward through the vortex to the surface. There, a whirlpool opens up, and in the most triumphant moment in the MonsterVerse, Godzilla rises with Ifukube's music blasting in the coolest rendition of the Godzilla theme we've ever heard, Rebirth, and Godzilla is supercharged. He fires his atomic breath into the air in a call to arms, glowing not only in his spines anymore, but now in his eyes and through his neck, through parts of his body, crackling through with the atomic energy. So cool. I love that this movie amps up the bioluminescence of monsters like Mothra, a little bit Rodan with the glowing lava through him, Ghidorah with the glowing energy inside of him, and Godzilla, who can flash his spines without needing to charge them up anymore. He can flash them in an intimidation display, which Godzilla does very sparingly in this movie, actually. He does it very sparingly, and it allows Godzilla to glow meaningfully through other parts of his body. I think they overdo it in the next movie, and especially New Empire, where Godzilla glows like a glow stick, but here I think it's really peak. I think it's fantastic, and also this is the best CGI in the whole movie. It looks amazing. Godzilla looks really amazing here. He then leans in and notices the sub getting really close with him and locking eyes with Mark in a very rare Godzilla face-to-face moment. It's really cool, and they're at complete peace. Mark seems to have not forgiven Godzilla, but made peace with him, and Godzilla seems to respect what they have done for him here. It's awesome. Godzilla then returns to sea, hunting King Ghidorah. Mark realizes that the alpha call that Emma has programmed into the orca must be a combination between Godzilla and a human's bioacoustics. I don't know how this works, but he recreates the sound, and through the recreation, he can somehow trace it to Boston. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me because he has a recording of it already, so like, couldn't you just scan for that recording? I don't know. It's just a MacGuffin plot device. You're not really supposed to think about it, which is fine in a case like this where it's not all that integral to the overall story. You know, it's Mark's motivation, sure, but it's not like a major plot point that many people dwell on. In fact, I think I'm the only person I've ever heard bring this plot point up, and it's because I'm more familiar with this movie than most people. He then declares that Monarch will this time join the fight with Godzilla. It's not a let him fight, but it's a we're gonna join the fight this time. I love that as well. They're gonna join the battle with Ghidorah. Emma leaves Jonah's group to save Madison. She's out of there. And Ghidorah arrives in Boston, bringing with him an epic storm that fills the sky with fog, and it's so cool. He then destroys Fenway Park in search of the orca, using his gravity beams to melt through the stadium and the surrounding buildings. He chases Madison around onto the green where he spots her, and there he's about to kill her when all of a sudden he's blasted away with a long-range Godzilla atomic breath in a moment very similar to Terror of Mechagodzilla. We wind up revealing Godzilla arriving in Boston, flanked by the military. So cool. After 65 years, Godzilla is finally in a scene teamed up with the military, flanked by them on all fronts, in the ocean and in the sky. So awesome. Monarch joins the battle. They state it's for Serizawa, as Ifukube's Godzilla March plays, and it's played as it's originally intended to be, as a military march. As the military launches their attack on Ghidorah, Godzilla and Ghidorah then charge each other, clashing in the streets. It's so cool. Stanton here analyzes Godzilla and finds out that Serizawa accidentally overcharged him. Godzilla is not only supercharged, he's overcharged. He will go thermonuclear and explode like an atomic bomb in 12 minutes. I think it should have been a little longer, like maybe 30 minutes, but the 12 minute puts a really big stress around all the characters, so I get why it was so short. But again, I do think 30 minutes would be more realistic given the amount of action we see happen here. G-Team and Mark touch down in Fenway. They're trying to search for Madison, and while they don't find her, they do find the orca, but the battle rages on above them, with many being killed in the process. Before they all die though, things pause for a second, and in a moment where it seems like Dr. Chen has unleashed a telepathic ability to slow down the battlefield, Mothra erupts from the clouds, being the one who was truly behind it the whole time, and webs Ghidorah to a building, allowing Godzilla to tackle Ghidorah through the building. It's the coolest battle move in the whole movie, but unfortunately the power duo of Godzilla and Mothra is immediately split up, as that traitorous Rodan joins the fight, having bowed to Ghidorah back on his volcano and now being Ghidorah's minion in combat. Rodan shows up to take out Mothra while Godzilla takes on Ghidorah. The chaos on the ground continues here, and one thing that this movie is highly criticized for is constantly cutting away from the monster action to the humans, but here is my hot take. It's a hot take I've had ever since my second viewing of this movie. Godzilla King of the Monsters finally has the technology to do something the Toho films never could, which is place the characters and the viewer in the heart of the action. Back in the Toho films, a lot of the time, it's two different people working on it. You have Ishiro Honda filming the live action footage, and then you have, I shouldn't say live action, but filming the human footage, and then you've got Eiji Tsuburaya taking all of the special effects footage, filmed months apart on a soundstage completely separate from principal photography, sometimes combining shots, with matte shots or whatever, composites, whatever they're going to use to combine shots, sometimes integrating people into the shot with the monster, but given the technological limitations, it set a precedent in Godzilla films that as the final battle rolls around, you place your human characters on a hillside or in a faraway building, and they literally just stand there and watch the action play out, and then you cut to the action uninterrupted, watching the monsters do combat. Occasionally cross-cutting, like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, the movie that this movie is most closely associated with, actually does a lot of cross-cutting as well between the assassin plotline, which is completely unrelated to the monsters. At least here, all of the drama is directly regarding the monsters and their impact on people, even if a lot of it's searching for Madison. And the family dynamic, that's a family dynamic that only exists because of the monsters. In Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster is a totally unrelated plotline that's going on. So I think it's silly to criticize King of the Monsters for something that other movies do the same thing in. But anyways, it set a precedent where it continued into the Heisei series. Again, a series where the special effects stuff is happening from a different crew. It's a different crew shot months apart or weeks apart from the principal photography. And so a lot of the characters sit on hills or on buildings and watch the action play out from a distance. The Millennium series, sometimes the people are involved in the combat. Sometimes they're piloting vehicles actively engaging in combat. Sometimes they're in Mechagodzilla. Always, we're at the monster's perspective because that's the one that we can shoot at, and we can't really integrate people onto the streets as effectively. Very rarely in those movies, but for some very effective scenes on those movies, they do put the people on the ground during the attack sequences, during the fight sequences. It's always really awesome when it's done, but it's not done a lot because it was a very complicated and expensive process. For the first time, we have a filmmaker who has the technology to place people in the battle sequences and is embracing it in a way that Gareth Edwards shied away from. Gareth Edwards was all build up, and that's why the payoff moments feel so spectacular, but the payoff was very few and far between, and that's fine. I love Godzilla 2014. I think it's fantastic, but this is a very different approach. This is not saying Ford Brody is in the city during a fight scene, but then we'll cut away to Godzilla and the Muchos battling. This is, they are in the middle of the battle trying to escape the chaos while looking for their daughter. It's a very different premise, and I love it. I've always wanted to be on the ground perspective for a fight scene, a kaiju fight scene of Godzilla taking on a monster. I get why it's frustrating, because we have waited for years to see Godzilla take on these monsters with a Hollywood budget. We've not only waited for years for that, but we've also waited for years for them to return for the first time since 2004 or beyond. I understand the impatience and the desire to have long drawn out kaiju fights. I think this movie is more exciting the way it is. I really like that this movie allows the fight to drag on for like the better part of 30 minutes because there is human drama going on during it. It's not all kaiju fighting, which the Heisei series shows gets boring really fast. This movie continues the drama and the stakes and all of that while interspersing incredible moments of kaiju battling, but a lot of it is shown through these wonderful ground perspectives, which I get it. They're chaotic. The camera's overly chaotic. Sometimes it can be a little incomprehensible. Sometimes it goes too far. But this is the first time anybody's gotten to embrace this style of filmmaking. I love it. It's different. It's the 35th Godzilla movie. We better be getting something different after 35 of these things. I've seen Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah and Rodan all fight before. I've seen them fight uninterrupted from a hillside. I've seen that movie, and I can watch that movie whenever I want. I've never seen people in the middle of that action trying to escape it. I love it for that. I know that's a hot take. I know people are really annoyed about the cutaways. I get it. I would have liked a little more kaiju action uninterrupted as well, but boy, I'll tell you, I'm glad this movie did something different after 65 years. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate the way they're using the technology at their disposal to do something creative. Emma Russell shows up. She rescues the survivors from Fenway Park. She and Mark then realize that Madison's actually heading to their old house, and so they're off to find her. This whole sequence where she's driving around, there's chaos. Mothra and Rodan are slapping planes out of the sky. They're crashing into the ground. It is the most effective at placing the viewer in the streets during a kaiju attack out of, I would argue, any Godzilla movie ever. Or I should say a kaiju fight, because I actually think -1 places you in the attack, a solo attack, a little more effectively because you can see it a little better, but this movie places you in the chaos of a kaiju battle better than any other film, and Godzilla -1 director Takashi Yamazaki clearly agrees, given how much inspiration he's taken from that in Godzilla the Ride Giant Monster, whatever that one is called, the one from 2021 with Godzilla and King Ghidorah. Godzilla and Ghidorah also seem very evenly matched here. Godzilla's supercharged, so he had to get a buff to be able to fight Ghidorah evenly on land, but Ghidorah is at full power here, and so we can see the two of them are very evenly matched for the first time ever. Ghidorah sometimes has a power imbalance where he's supposed to be stronger than Godzilla in the Showa series, but it's never really portrayed all that well, as Ghidorah gets washed in all of his appearances. In the Heisei series, Godzilla creams Ghidorah, so it was nice to see them actually evenly matched in combat. That's really cool. That is, until Ghidorah sucks up all of the city's energy through a transformer and then unleashes this amazing ultimate lightning strike attack with his wings in an incredible visual. It looks so awesome. I love that visual, and it's a move that winds up doing some insane damage, major damage. It nearly knocks out all of the fighter jets from the sky, it scrambles the Argo jet circuits for a moment, and it really wounds Godzilla. The Argo jet then calls off all other military jets from entering the fight because Godzilla's about to explode. Meanwhile, Rodan pins Mothra to a rooftop and nearly kills her. He turns out to be the superior flyer, the superior fighter, and more durable than her, so he nearly kills her, but he's defeated because she's smarter than him. She lures him in close and stabs him straight through the chest with a hidden stinger we didn't know she had. That's a super awesome move. Then she dumps him off into the ground. It's so great. Madison's discovered in the rubble of her house. At first she seems like she's dead, but she is alive, and then Ghidorah pounces on Godzilla, wrapping him up and carrying him into the stratosphere before dropping him back down in this insanely beautiful moment. I love the visuals here. Godzilla collides with the building, which I think saves his life because it breaks the impact. He explodes against it as well, unleashing all this atomic energy in the process, and hits the ground super hard. Ghidorah then is about to finish Godzilla off, but Mothra sacrifices herself for him, stopping Ghidorah from unleashing a final blast. She jumps in the way, taking the energy. It blows her up, killing her and turning her into mist, a golden energy mist that Godzilla then absorbs in a callback to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 1993 with Rodan. Ghidorah then starts to drain Godzilla of his life force, calling back to Godzilla Final Wars, but he is stopped as the Russells work together to repair the Orca. As Mark and Madison Russell and the G-Team survivors they're with are extracted via Osprey, Emma Russell redeems herself from her horrible actions by taking the Orca and luring Ghidorah away, allowing everyone the time needed, and Godzilla himself, to get away and to get back on their feet. So Monarch gets away, Godzilla is revived, transforming into Burning Godzilla. Now with the energy and abilities granted to him from Mothra, he is able to unleash his excess radiation and not kill himself in the process. Ghidorah nearly kills Emma Russell, but is stopped as Godzilla appears melting Boston around him. This is the coolest Burning Godzilla has ever looked in live action, and it makes sense because he looks like a live action adaptation of Scarlet Godzilla from Godzilla the Planet Eater and Godzilla City on the Edge of battle. I love Scarlet Godzilla Earth. I think it translates super effectively to live action. This is amazing. And Godzilla uses Mothra's newfound powers to unleash nuclear pulses onto King Ghidorah that vaporize his wings and then the side heads. It's so brutal. Godzilla overpowers him, stomping Ghidorah through the chest, causing him to explode in an electrical explosion and storm and nuclear pulse. It's this giant, crazy destruction. Destroys Ghidorah's body. I think if this was the actual finisher of Ghidorah, I actually would have probably liked it more, because in the aftermath we find out the center head is still alive, showing the resilience of Ghidorah and his regenerative capabilities. Shows how powerful he is. Like, he doesn't even need a body to survive. I guess maybe each neck has its own heart that can keep Ghidorah's heads alive as well. I don't know. I don't know why Kevin died then. I don't know. Maybe it's just a center head ability. Either way, the center head survives, but finds itself being swallowed by Godzilla. It's completely decapitated and in Godzilla's mouth. I've always thought it looks really silly. It's a really silly visual. It's kind of laughable. But then Godzilla makes up for it with the reverse kiss of death. The reverse kiss of death, it's a cool throwback to 2014. It's a cool reversal of it where now Godzilla's blowing the energy through the neck and evaporating the head. It's a cool way to do that, but it feels a little redundant because that's how the last movie ended, and it looks sillier. It's not as cool as well because it's not the first time it was done. So I actually like the finisher on Ghidorah using the nuclear pulses more than I like the reverse kiss of death. But either way, it's a cool moment. And then Dr. Chen warns that Godzilla's only on our side for now, which I always felt like maybe plays into the idea that as nature's balance, that doesn't mean that Godzilla's all that much of humanity's friend. He's the balance of nature. And if humanity continues to throw off that balance, Godzilla will turn on us. But we never really follow up on that. Back to normal now, Godzilla finds himself surrounded by the Titans in the daytime. The storm has completely dissipated. It's sunrise. It's beautiful and orange. It's more brown than orange, but Godzilla's all back to normal, and he's surrounded by arriving Titans. We've got that Muto, Scylla, Behemoth, Methuselah, and that little rat Rodan appears, surviving. He's back again. Rodan will never die. He is the undying immortal phoenix of the MonsterVerse, and he's a badass, man. He's playing both sides here, because immediately he bows to Godzilla, backing down from a fight, but that's because Rodan is a smarter guy than that. He doesn't want to fight Godzilla because he doesn't want to humiliate Godzilla in front of all of his new friends, alright? That's the Rodan-aganda I'm spreading. Rodan's just trying to be polite here. He also feels bad for nearly killing Godzilla's girlfriend, so that's the new canon reason Rodan bows. Okay, I don't want to hear it. With all of the Titans surrounding Godzilla, having just seen him kill King Ghidorah, and with Rodan backing down from the fight visually by bowing, which I've always thought was kind of maybe a reference to the Planet of the Apes movies, where they kind of bow to show their submission in those films. All of the monsters bow to Godzilla, officially making him the king of the monsters visually on screen for the first time properly visualized ever. Godzilla's had that title since 1956, gave him that title specifically actually as a way to kind of cash grab off of King Kong. You know, the marketers were trying to capitalize off of King Kong's reputation by saying essentially this monster's the more of a king than even King Kong. So that's actually the reason that that title came about in the first place. But here, visualized for the first time ever, the monsters bow to Godzilla as the proper king of the monsters. And I've always thought it was more metaphorical than anything else. I mean, yes, they're literally bowing to him, but it's more of backing down from an immediate fight. As they showed up unaware of what was going on, they see that going down, and Godzilla standing there basically killing the thing that was just telling them what to do. I've never thought it was like they're all submitting to Godzilla as the alpha, and Godzilla's going to be able to tell them what to do from this point onward, you know? I've always thought it was the monsters are saying, all right, we're not going to fight you right now. We're going to go. We're out of here. The way that, like, I don't know, sometimes dogs will do that. If a dog gets scared, it'll kind of bow. It's not literally bowing to show submission like you're the literal king, but it's bowing to be like, oh, I'm not going to fight that other big dog. That's what it is. The next movies kind of make it literal, but it really is them backing down from an immediate fight in a visual metaphor, making Godzilla the king of the monsters. It's the coolest visual in the movie. I love that moment so much. I love that visual. I love that scene. I just don't love the idea of stripping the monsters of their nuance, which this movie doesn't, because an amazing end credits montage kicks off here, set to a cover of Blue Oyster Cult's Godzilla done by Bear McCreary and Serge Tankian. It's so badass, cranks up the hype factor of that song to a 54. It is so sick. I love that cover of the song, and we see a montage of the world adjusting to the age of monsters as Godzilla becomes our biggest defender, stopping Titans from destroying cities. It felt like a way to quickly get Godzilla into the role he had in the Showa series, where Godzilla becomes our greatest defender against monsters. And not to say that the monsters are all like out of line because Godzilla's the alpha and they should submit, but to give each monster their own individual personality and motivation, and some monsters are evil, some monsters are going to attack cities because they want the territory. Whatever, Godzilla is here to defend us as a superhero. It felt like we're moving away from Godzilla as nature's sole balance, now saying all of the Titans are actually nature's balance, not Godzilla himself. Godzilla is just a vital function in making sure that balance stays balanced and doesn't tip one way or the other. But Godzilla really became a superhero here, taking on his Showa role. It was really awesome. We also find out a lot of trouble activity is going on around Skull Island, setting up a lot of potential for the future Godzilla vs. Kong to have many problems occur on Skull Island, setting up this epic mythical war between the Godzilla species and the Kong species. Evidence of that is discovered, leading to a cave painting showing Godzilla and Kong fighting. It did feel a little redundant in the post-credit scene of Kong Skull Island. I wish it wasn't a cave painting. I really wish it was something else. Maybe you could do a cave painting, but I wanted to see one shot of the updated Kong design from Godzilla vs. Kong, teasing that he is ready to take on Godzilla. That would have been the best. We then get to the post-credit scene, which originally was going to be the rebirth of Mothra. It was going to see Dr. Chen and Dr. Ling going into an underground secret base in China. There, Mothra was going to be rebirthed with Dr. Chen's daughters, her twin daughters, singing Mothra's song as Mothra comes out of the cocoon. It was going to show that Mothra is going to be back. Instead, they put an Easter egg that a new Mothra egg has been laid because Doherty found out that they wanted to do the Ghidorah skull connection for Mechagodzilla in the next movie, and so he included the post-credit scene for this film, setting up that Alan Jonah comes into possession of Ghidorah's severed head, the one lost in Mexico, the one that Godzilla tore off before the Oxygen Destroyer. Alan Jonah comes into contact with that. Maybe they should have gotten Apex Cybernetics to be the ones that come into possession of the Ghidorah head. It would be a little more, would have been a much cleaner setup to the next movie. It would have given us a lot more to bite onto, and it would have been a little more definitive. But instead, it seems like a very rushed decision made pretty late into production to swap it to this Ghidorah head scene rather than the Mothra hatching scene. Either way, and I know I have some criticism of this movie, which I think shows that I can still look at it and see what works and what doesn't, for me especially, But either way, this is leaps and bounds, in my opinion, the best US Godzilla film by far. I think that this is the best American Godzilla movie made to date. It's the only Godzilla film made from the US that feels like a Toho Godzilla film. It's got Toho fun, Toho sci-fi, Toho themes, Toho throwbacks, a very Toho-styled plot. Mostly, it's those themes. The themes feel like they come straight from a Toho movie. It's the fact that this movie feels like it really naturally integrates into the Toho sense of sci-fi and fun and mythicality. It was really cool, and I wish we had stayed in this direction, a nicer balance between sci-fi and fantasy than what comes later. It's also the movie that gives the monsters the most Toho-styled flair. I personally think it's one that treats them the most like the Toho movies do, which is as monsters, which they later become more of cartoonish characters than monsters. But this movie's just the best. I love it, dude. It's the best. It's got the best MonsterVerse Godzilla themes. It's the only MonsterVerse Godzilla movie that feels like it actually has something to say. It's got the best Easter eggs. It was so fun to Easter egg hunt. It's got the best world building. It's got the best Godzilla design and the best monster designs overall. It's got a really good sense between classic monster designs, updating them to make them a little more realistic, but also introducing this mythical element to them. Got the best soundtrack for sure. It's just the best everything that any of these US Godzilla movies have had. I love it. The human story, I think, is really strong. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I really love the characters. I love the characters. I love the moments between characters. I love the dialogue a lot of the time. I love the interesting dynamics they have with each other. We've got really interesting drama with Alan Jonah and Mark's, his frustrations with Monarch. He's got a really compelling story, refinding his faith in Monarch and Godzilla. It's got a great cast overall. overall. Everybody does an incredible job. They're all doing very well. Great actors. The thing that weighs it down is the over-reliance on quippy comedy that I don't think always lands. And in fact, sometimes it doesn't land so much so that the internet decides that this movie is poorly written because of one gonorrhea joke. The movie is actually, in my opinion, the best written MonsterVerse Godzilla movie to date. I, back in the day, used to say Godzilla 2014 was a better written movie. I don't think that's true at all. The characters in Godzilla 2014 are so flat, so one-dimensional. They only serve their purpose in the plot. We never find out what Ford Brody likes outside of the plot of that movie. Who is he when he's off duty? We know that he wants to bang his wife when he's off duty. Of course, that's not character development. That's nothing. That's not even a character detail that matters. It's just the only thing we learn about him. That's it. That's all we know about him. We don't know anything about those characters beside their role in the plot. This movie, we learn a lot about these characters. They have a real history. The way Mark Russell talks to Serizawa, they have an actual history, a dynamic together. You get the impression that they were friends beyond Monarch. Andrew Russell knew Serizawa. Like, Serizawa was a family friend. Serizawa was deeply connected to them. We know what Mark likes. He's a photographer. That's not relevant to the plot. He likes isolation. He likes the mountains. He likes to fish. He likes to study wildlife. Some of that is relevant to the plot. Not all of it. We learn so much about the cast of this movie that we don't learn about in other US Godzilla movies. It's one thing that I think really separates a well-written character from a not well-written character is, do I know who this character is beyond the movie? And in this case, yes. Most of the characters here, you really get a sense of who they are beyond the movie. With a movie like Godzilla 2014, absolutely not. Movie like Kong Skull Island, very much so. Kong Skull Island's the only other MonsterVerse film that I think does this effective of a job at character development, which ironically, they're the two movies that people like overlook and think don't really spend any time on character development because they're all monster focused, and that's just a misremembering of those movies because at the time they felt way bigger and bolder and more action-focused than Godzilla 2014. And in retrospect, they actually seem quite quaint compared to the movies that came later. The kaiju story is fantastic. I love it. I love the action. I think it's amazing. There's some of the greatest visuals of the entire Godzilla franchise in this film, and there's a lot of them. Like, so many great visuals sprinkled in throughout. The action beats are fantastic. It's really well paced. The escalation of stakes is great. It's got that Rodan sequence, which is the peak of monster movies. It's got interesting and intentional characterization for the monsters with great dynamics and designs that actually benefit each other. Like, the monsters' designs benefit their characterizations, making Mothra a little more mean, making Rodan that lava creature. Like, they've done a lot here that I think really works. It's also the movie that walks the best balance out of, I think, maybe any Godzilla movie between characterizing the monster, giving them an actual characterization and motivation, and preserving their godlike status and their monstrous status. All of the monsters feel like monsters in this movie, with maybe the exception of Mothra, who feels a little more angelic, but like, all of the monsters feel like monsters. They all feel very godly. The movie does a wonderful job at that, but they still have characterization. It doesn't take it too far. We do see characterization with King Ghidorah and Godzilla and Rodan and Mothra. We actually do. We get different personalities and dynamics for them, but they aren't over-characterized, over-anthropomorphized to the point where they lose their real kaiju charm. They don't become cartoons. It's a really tricky balance to walk, and this movie nails it. Obviously, the music. You guys don't really need me to gush about the music. You all know it. Bear McCreary kills it with the soundtrack. The music is really great. The instrumentation is very intentional. His use of Ifukube and Koseki's music is amazing. How it doesn't sound out of place in this very modern soundtrack and very epic soundtrack. All of it is so cohesive. And the visuals and VFX. This is, I would say, the movie's weakest point, while delivering some of the greatest visuals of the entire Godzilla series, and again, many of the greatest single frames of the entire Godzilla series, and having brilliant concepts, placing the viewer in the heart of the action in a way that special effects have never allowed before. I do concede this movie is very cluttered, very busy, very chaotic, and a lot of the time it muddies its own beauty through the cinematography. The overactive camera, the shaky cam, the overemphasis on elemental effects, and obscuring the frame, as they call it in film, dirtying the frame through placing things in the foreground or having things fly through the frame or having a helicopter come and obscure the monsters, completely eating up the entire frame or whatever. Too much going on that creates too much chaos and confusion and leaves the viewer ultimately feeling unsatisfied, even though this movie features the kaiju fighting in the final battle more than Godzilla vs. Kong has Godzilla and Kong fight in the final battle. It's just that movie does it uninterrupted, and so it feels like we get more of it. But that's not even true. This movie gives us a longer final battle between the monsters. I do agree, there are some flaws with this movie. Mark Russell's a little too smart for his own good. He solves a little too many issues. The comedy doesn't always land. There are some plot holes that I think could be poked, but I don't really think any of them matter, to be honest with you. I think they're all very easy to excuse. Every movie has plot holes, every single one of them. Decisions that characters could have made differently that they should have, and whatever. Every single movie. I think that these movies are fairly easy to overlook, and the visuals, I do concede, are overly chaotic, but I agree with the premise of them and why they were so chaotic and why they were the way they were. Which is why I'm happy to give Godzilla King of the Monsters the same rating I gave it back in 2019, which is very rare for me to hold a consistent rating on a movie for this many years. I'm giving Godzilla King of the Monsters a 9 out of 10. I think it is a perfect adaptation of the Showa Godzilla films with some of their flaws included. It's a wonderful revisit and return to and celebration of the Godzilla films that have come before. It still does new and creative and interesting things in the process. I love this movie. I think it's the best Godzilla film of the MonsterVerse. I think it's the best US Godzilla movie ever made, and I kind of wonder if it'll ever be topped. I hope it will, but I don't know. I wonder if any US Godzilla movie will ever top it. I will eagerly wait to find out, though. That is where I will leave it for this one, you guys. Thank you all so much for watching. I know I had so much to say about this movie, but it is the Godzilla movie I have the deepest connection to. I don't have as much to say about the next one, for instance, so we'll see how long that review winds up. But thank you guys all for watching. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. It is through the support of the patrons on Patreon that I'm able to continue to make videos like this for you. If you want to support the Patreon, you can use the link in the description below where you can get early access to content, access to the Discord community, and more. If that's not your thing, please consider joining as a channel member. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys all for watching. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we're going to be doing episode 39 of Godzilla-Thon. I cannot believe we're on episode 39. Dang, we are so close to 40, although there's only 36 Godzilla films up to this point, Godzilla vs. Kong. And today we are jumping on into 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong, the original end of phase 1 of the MonsterVerse. Actually, in many ways, this is kind of where the MonsterVerse was supposed to originally end, but yeah, this is where the first arc of the MonsterVerse came to a conclusion. Starting in 2014, we got Godzilla 2014, Godzilla King of the Monsters, we also had Kong Skull Island, and it all built up to this, Godzilla vs. Kong, the epic showdown. It was 59 years in the making. This was 59 years after King Kong vs. Godzilla in 1962. We were so close to the 60th anniversary. I honestly, I wouldn't have minded waiting another year until the 60th anniversary of King Kong vs. Godzilla to get this movie, but I think that this movie's release date was very important for this film and for the way I felt about it and for the way a lot of people felt about it. And so I think it did work out for, you know, the way it worked out the way it needed to for this movie, I would say. Godzilla vs. Kong was actually the only Godzilla film released day and date, which means it was both in theaters and on HBO Max at the exact same time, coming out on March 31st, 2021 after years of delays. Of course, this movie was supposed to come out in 2020, actually pretty early in 2020, and then delay after delay after delay caused by, in some cases, just the studio being a little slower on this movie than they were expecting, and in many other cases, the global pandemic, very obviously. That was a pretty brutal situation, and that pushed this movie back quite a lot. This was also the first major blockbuster movie to come out in theaters since the start of the global pandemic in 2020, which was pretty cool. Of course, there was other movies like, you know, Wonder Woman 84, I think was the first to really lead the charge, releasing on HBO Max for Christmas in 2020, and then Tenet came out. I can't remember when Tenet came out. That actually came out out in theaters, and that one actually did not do very well. It's not, first of all, it wasn't the major blockbuster type movie that Godzilla vs. Kong was. Obviously, it wasn't a major IP-driven film, but also it just didn't do very well because at that point, theaters were not quite yet ready to open again. So yeah, Godzilla vs. Kong in many ways is the movie that opened cinemas, and is also the movie that holds the special honor of opening the Grauman's Chinese theater back up after the pandemic. First film to premiere at the Chinese theater since the pandemic, which is pretty special. Obviously, like, that theater has a very long legacy in Hollywood, but beyond that, it's got a very special history in the making of Godzilla, because the Grauman's Chinese theater is where Ray Harryhausen first saw King Kong way back in the day. I believe back in the 1933 showing. He was blown away by it. Ray Harryhausen spent the next couple decades learning how to make stop motion special effects, and then in the 1950s, of course, in 1953, Ray Harryhausen helped make Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, a movie which was beloved by some Toho staff, including producer Tomiyuki Tanaka, who wanted to make a movie very similar to that, leading to Godzilla. So it all comes full circle in a very cool way. I will say preemptively, like, before I fully get into things here, this might be a little unorganized in that I feel like it's going to be easier for me to explain some of the major issues I have with GVK before really getting into the beat by beat. And that's because in two cases, in the first case, a lot of the issues I have with it all boil down to the writing of the movie. Sometimes I feel like I'm going a little crazy whenever I bring up that I don't think that GVK or GXK are particularly the most well-written movies, which has, you know, you could level similar complaints against other Godzilla movies, I'm sure, but I particularly think that there's flaws in them that are noticeable more so here because of the long-term storytelling that the MonsterVerse is supposed to be committed to. And sometimes I feel like I'm just out of my mind because sometimes it feels like I'm the only one who notices these things, or at least that I'm the only one who cares. But it'd also be easier because in many instances, my issue with Godzilla vs. Kong is missed potential. And it would be easier for me to explain the missed potential of the movie, both up top and at the end, because I actually like the movie we got. I'm very happy with Godzilla vs. Kong. I like this movie quite a bit, and so when I do the beat by beat, I actually like a lot of the film. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I have major issues with it. So I might spend a little more time at the start having more of my criticism before I get into the more positive side of my review, which is fine. I've reviewed Godzilla vs. Kong a couple times on the channel before, and I've reviewed it very positively. So if you're not a person that likes criticism of these movies, you know, I know a lot of people are very defensive over, in particular, the Wingard films. And, you know, the MonsterVerse as a whole. So if you're one of those people that doesn't like the more critical reviews, then maybe this one's not going to be your favorite. And that's only because these Godzilla-thons are such deep dives into these films that, of course, I am going to spend more time on it, which does mean I'm going to have more time to give my criticism. It's also because it's easier for me to elaborate on my critiques than it is for me to elaborate on the things that I love. You know, there's a lot that I love about this movie. As you'll see, I still do like this movie a lot. And as I go through it, it's harder for me to spend more time elaborating on what I love about it. And also, I think it's more unneeded to spend more time elaborating on what I love about it. Then if I have a criticism, I think it's important for me to spend time with that criticism so that you understand why I have it. You know, if I love something, that's fine. If I don't love something, I feel I should be able to justify what I don't love about it. You know what I mean? So I just want to get that out of the way. I'll be honest though, this movie has kind of broken me. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest with you, because on the one hand, I really like this movie, and as you'll see when I go through it, there's a lot that I love about it, but on the other hand, I feel that my opinion on it has really shifted over time. In particular, this movie is what birthed the current landscape of the Godzilla fanbase that I really struggle to be a part of. I think that this movie could have been a lot of fun. There was a lot of potential for the fandom energy around the Godzilla vs. Kong fight to be very fun and to be very playful, you know, like people taking shots at different monsters, just having a good time with it. And of course that isn't what happened. Instead, this movie birthed a weird, I would say, insecurity and also ego in a very strong portion of this fan base that I think really killed a lot of the fun about it. You know, like, it was not fun to be part of the Godzilla vs. Kong hype train, I would say, because it was really toxic. I would say a lot of Godzilla fans were very toxic about it. It was hard to take shots at Godzilla for fun, you know, trying to have fun with the concept of this being a versus movie. It was hard to do that because it was always going to upset people, and people would take it so seriously, you know, and they would threaten you, and they would be really toxic about it, and they would go beyond of just playful banter about the films themselves. It was really ridiculous, and that persists, I would say, to this day. It's only actually in some cases gotten worse over time, you know, like with each time Godzilla and Kong fight, there's the bigger potential that Kong could pull out another victory, and that births more insecurity. Of course, like this amplifies with the new Empire. And it's a shame that this does taint the way I watch this movie, because there are times when I watch this movie where I catch myself groaning about, like, why did they make that decision? Because that decision led to all of this annoyingness in the fan base. I see it a lot throughout this film. I see it a lot throughout the next film, and I think it ultimately comes down to, over time, I've become more critical of the script on this movie than I was when it came out, and I'll talk about that especially towards the end of this video. But when this movie came out, I noticed a lot of issues with it, and I looked past them, and now it is harder for me to look past them. And I'm saying all this up front because I found myself having kind of a negative reaction to rewatching this movie for Godzilla-Thon, which isn't an experience I'm used to. Normally when I turn this movie on, I have a really good time. I really enjoy this film, but I think two things have tainted that. Number one, I'm a little too close to it, spending so much time in this fan base making Godzilla content, especially talking about the MonsterVerse. I'm a little too close to it and a little burned out on the fandom. The fandom has not grown up or matured at all since this movie came out, and it continues to disappoint me, and this movie is a big cause of that, in that this movie, I think, due to a lot of the mistakes in the writing, it has created an atmosphere where it's easier to be toxic about Godzilla in particular, which is a shame. It's a really shame that my opinion has now been tainted by the fan base. That sucks, and that was always the risk that I ran by being a Godzilla YouTuber, and it is a bummer that it has caught up to me on this movie that I really love. And then number two, I think because I was actively engaging with the plot of the movie in order to write down my notes for Godzilla-Thon, as I write down extensive, very detailed notes, I was more aware of a lot of the movie's script issues, which I'm normally easy, you know, to overlook because I'll watch it in a breeze. This is a very fast-paced, very fun ride. I really love this movie as a ride, and I love this movie as just a nice pastime for 2 hours. It's a great way to pass 2 hours. I saw this movie like so many times in theaters. It was a really cozy experience for me. And by the end of it, I was so familiar with the beats of this film that, like, by the second I got in the theater, the movie was already over. You know, it was a breeze. The second you make it to Hollow Earth, the film's already over. That was how it became, because I had seen it so many times, and it was really awesome. Like, I loved it, and I needed it. And now, when I'm engaging with it to take notes on it, I'm having to reconcile with the fact that I've always known there was script issues, and it's become really hard for me to overlook them, and I'll explain that as we go through it. But getting into the movie, I really do love this intro. We start out somewhere on Skull Island. There's so much that I love about it, you know. I love the color palette of Skull Island. I love that they literally start with not quite technically the Kong Skull Island font, but pretty close to the Kong Skull Island font with that Kong Skull Island colored font gradient on it. That's great. I love the intro to this movie. I think it's fantastic. I love this song, you know, Over the Mountains, Across the Sea. It's a great way to open the film with those Kong vibes. I always love that in the MonsterVerse now we've given Kong kind of this vibey 70s, 60s soundtrack. It's fantastic. I love it. That, of course, started with Jordan Vogt Roberts' Kong Skull Island, but we start out somewhere on Skull Island with Kong waking up and going about his morning routine. I really like that scene. I like it a lot. I think it gives Kong a lot of presence. You know, it's a very fun sequence. It immediately roots you in his character journey, and it's also immediately where I come to my first crossroads. Of course, the scene of Kong scratching his butt is fine. This whole intro plays out as kind of a Shrek homage, which is very strange. Like, why are we referencing Shrek at the start of our Godzilla movie? I don't know, but this whole intro plays out kind of like a Shrek thing. But starting the movie with Kong scratching his butt does two things. Number one, it disarms the audience immediately, telling them this movie is gonna be one that has fun. Like, you're supposed to have fun with this movie. You're supposed to just have a good time. And that's a great way to immediately let the audience know what the tone of this film is gonna be. It's gonna be sillier. It's gonna be more campy. It's gonna be more cheesy. It's gonna be one for you to just have fun with. And that's fine. You know, I can get behind that at times, but that's the issue I've been running into. At times I can let it go. At other times, it's really hard for me to let it go. I think that this intro does a lot for Kong in both characterizing him and kind of destroying what I loved about him in Kong Skull Island. Kong Skull Island still has my favorite portrayal of Kong to date. He is this lonely, mysterious, noble god with a lot of honor and trauma and weight and sorrow and anger and ferocity and intelligence and so much going on with so little. Kong Skull Island does so much with so little. This movie, within one scene in the intro here, immediately dismantles the Kong that had been built up through Kong Skull Island and instead presents us with a big man. And I think that's my big issue with it. Kong doesn't feel to me like the Kong from Kong Skull Island. He feels to me like a neutered version of that Kong. It doesn't feel like it's a totally different character. I still see where it's the Kong from Kong Skull Island, but he feels very neutered to me. He feels like they made a big man versus Godzilla rather than King Kong versus Godzilla. This isn't a monster at all. He isn't. He's kind of more like a superhero, but he's really more like an old man, which is my other thing that I'm very I don't get it. I don't understand the creative decision to make a Godzilla vs. Kong movie and immediately establish within the very first scene that Kong is past his prime. He's portrayed as a little older here. He is out of weight. He's literally got kind of a beer belly rocking in this movie, and he is just kind of old and tired. And Adam Wingard in the commentary, and in the interviews for Godzilla vs. Kong is very open about this. He says his goal was to portray Kong as something of an old Elvis at the end of his lifespan. By the time Elvis was right about to die, he still had this legendary king persona, but the age had caught up to him and he was kind of out of shape and he was kind of, he didn't look as good as he used to and he wasn't moving like he used to. And that was Adam Wingard's basis for Kong? You're going to set us a Godzilla vs. Kong movie and we're not even getting Kong at his peak? And keeping in mind Kong's lifespan here, the species lifespan, Kong is young as hell. The fact that those great apes can live for thousands of years, as we find out with Scar King, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years, the fact that the great apes can live this long, I understand that it creates a kind of a strange thing where, and I guess technically Kong's not a great ape, he's a Kong, but it creates kind of this strange scenario, right, where Kong in Kong Skull Island is a young man, supposed to be like an adolescent, like a child or maybe even a teenager. So how do you beef him up to have him fight Godzilla? I'd say just make him a young adult, I wouldn't, I could even get behind Kong not even being in his prime because he hasn't fully matured yet, rather than he's past maturity. It's just a strange decision right off the bat to say Kong in a way has been nerfed before the movie even starts. The Godzilla vs. Kong fight you've all been wanting, it's going to be Kong past his prime versus Godzilla, who very much can never leave his prime, and now after the events of Godzilla King of the Monsters is supercharged, and I know that's also kind of a topic that the fandom debates, but definitively if you track Godzilla's feats before and after King of the Monsters, the guy's a different breed after King of the Monsters. He's a lot stronger than he used to be, and he operates very differently. And so to say Godzilla's now entered his new prime and Kong is past his prime is a very bizarre choice. It I feel like immediately establishes that Kong is going to lose this movie, which I guess is the point, to get you to be like Kong's the underdog and you kind of feel bad for him right off the bat. It's just bizarre to me. He's sad and depressed in this movie. He's not rageful. He's not looking for vengeance. I think there's so many other things that this movie could have done with Kong. The decisions they make with him is strange, which really gets into my idea about my whole thoughts on the script as a whole. I like what we have here. I actually really like it. And as you guys know, I really gravitate towards this portrayal of Kong. It's the one that I find the most relatable. Kong 2021 is the one that I find the most relatable. It's the one that I really love. And there's something about him that really struck me when watching this movie that I identified myself in very strongly. And that's also not a mistake. Adam Wingard says he modeled Kong's portrayal in this film very much after himself. And you get that with the beard in particular. Adam Wingard gave Kong a beard to reflect the fact that he in real life grew a big one. So in many ways, Kong is a reflection of Adam Wingard. And so therefore, it's not weird to identify human traits in him. Obviously, that's the point of what they've done here. And I really, really identified with Kong, with kind of a lot of the sadness and anger and loneliness he feels in this movie, and the fact that he was still searching for himself. That's how I felt when this movie came out, and I really identified to it and gravitated towards it. But it is strange because that's not the Kong we left off with in Kong Skull Island. It has some of those qualities, but they've been really over anthropomorphized, and in many ways we're also not playing to the strengths and weaknesses of the Kong and Godzilla of the MonsterVerse. This is kind of like the idea of King Kong versus Godzilla. The fact is, I wanted a movie that took Godzilla as he was in the MonsterVerse and played to his strengths and weaknesses, and took Kong as he was in the MonsterVerse and played to his strengths and weaknesses. And this movie doesn't do that. This movie gives them entirely different strengths and weaknesses. Godzilla's strengths in the MonsterVerse I actually would not say is his atomic breath. That is very much not his strength in the MonsterVerse. If he's not supercharged, like we see at the start of King of the Monsters and in 2014, don't even get me started on the Muto EMP, that's for a different video. Godzilla his atomic breath is not the strongest in the MonsterVerse unless it's been supercharged. Godzilla is really what he dominates with is his brute strength and his weight. I mean, Godzilla is a heavy fighter. Kong, on the other hand, had the really strong fighting strategy. He had a lot of great strategy, mobility, agility, and intelligence. You know, Godzilla has weaknesses in the MonsterVerse. His atomic breath charge up is slow. He has weakened gills. Like we noticed in 2014, he's very vulnerable through the gills. In fact, that's something they sort of bring back up in Monarch Legacy of Monsters. That's how the Ion Dragon's able to injure him, is by biting him in the gills. These are things that Kong should have been able to use to his advantage. The slow atomic breath charge up, the gills that are very much vulnerable weak points, also something that was brought back up in Fortnite of all things. And then also the ability to outmaneuver Godzilla. Godzilla really struggled with opponents who were quick. He was missing shots against Ghidorah. He was really struggling in the 2v1 with the Mutos because they were fast. In fact, Godzilla couldn't even take the Muto down in Hawaii by himself. The male Muto, very small compared to him, couldn't even take it down because it was able to outmaneuver him. It escaped him. These are areas you could play to Godzilla's weaknesses. Kong's weakness is obviously his literal durability. Kong is not durable. He doesn't have a strong durability like Godzilla. You could play into the fire angle of it, you know, like in Kong Skull Island, Kong gets set on fire and passes out. There's a big misunderstanding about that. Kong passes out because of the napalm suffocating him, not because of the fire burning him. It's actually very much supposed to be the case that Kong is fireproof in that movie. I think it's been misunderstood by the fan base, but Kong is supposed to be fireproof. It's the napalm starving him of oxygen that knocks him out. But Godzilla doesn't shoot fire. He shoots atomic breath. That's a totally different ball game. I very much think you should have played it the 1962 way, in that it damages Kong heavily, but it's not a kill shot, as it's never been in the MonsterVerse up to this point. The atomic breath had to be used very strategically to be a kill shot in the MonsterVerse. This movie totally throws all of that out the window. This movie portrays it as Godzilla's strengths are his atomic breath, his overwhelming fighting power, like he's super fast. Godzilla in this movie is more agile than he's been before. I know he sprints in King of the Monsters, but this Godzilla is a whole different level. This Godzilla is very strong, very agile. He actually doesn't have any weaknesses, come to think of it. This Godzilla, I don't think he has any weaknesses. I guess the only weakness we're given for him is maybe stamina, in that after the GVK fight, Mechagodzilla is able to catch him when he's down, but even that's not very well portrayed. Meanwhile, Kong has actually very few strengths. They don't really play to his intelligence other than one moment where he uses a building as a shield against Godzilla's atomic breath. Instead, they give Kong an axe out of nowhere. It's not even something he discovers on his own. I still, to this day, think a more compelling way to get the axe would be for Kong to realize that the spines on Godzilla's back is what's charging his atomic breath, so just rip one of them out of him and use it as a weapon against him. Play into the idea that Kong Skull Island presented, which is that Kong was incredibly observant and very willing to use his environment to his advantage. Kong could be knocking buildings over onto Godzilla, like we see in Godzilla 2014. That's a way to knock Godzilla down for a minute. Kong could knock a building onto him. Hell, Kong could even build an axe of his own. Maybe we learn that Kong's been building tools on Skull Island already. As we see in this movie, he knows how to make spears out of trees, pretty cool. But Kong could have learned over the years, working close enough to Monarch, living next to Monarch, and living with the Iwi, who made handmade tools. You know, they made stone tools and such, or even beyond stone tools. Kong could have learned from the people around him the same way he learns ASL. That's great. You know, he could have learned by watching. Playing into how observant he is and his intelligence, I'm fine with Kong making an axe on his own. Back in the day, I think I would have been a little resistant to it, but if it was portrayed in a way that it was really playing to Kong's strengths as a character, I'd be all for it. I think it would have been really compelling, and it would have been a really compelling way to kind of nerf Godzilla's atomic breath as well, you know? If Godzilla's atomic breath was still going to be as strong as it's portrayed here in this movie, one really compelling way to kind of circumvent that would be for Kong to rip out one of the key spines that's meant to charge that atomic breath up, so Godzilla can never charge it all the way. It's a way to play to the strengths and the weaknesses of these characters in the way that I think makes versus movies very fun. Basically, what I wanted was for them to essentially treat the characters like video game characters, break down what are their strengths and their weaknesses. Godzilla, for all intents and purposes, is a boss fight for Kong. What are the vulnerable weak points Kong is gonna need to target? How is he gonna learn what those weak points are? And will he be able to pull it off? Ultimately, I've always thought that Kong should lose in a fight to Godzilla, despite the fact that I have been on Team Kong. It was that I was on Team Kong from a character perspective, not that I was on Team Kong from a I think he's stronger than Godzilla and would win perspective. I don't think he's stronger than Godzilla, and I don't think he would win. But I think that there was a more compelling way to go about this fight. These are a lot of the issues I have with this movie that is instantly started in this first scene when we essentially strip Kong of all of the nuance and a lot of the stuff that made him special in Kong Skull Island and present him as just a man who's going to be going up against Godzilla when he's at his lowest. What a strange decision. This movie has a lot of strange decisions, and I think a lot of it comes from trying to streamline the script, as we'll talk about as we go. The longer you think about this film, the less most of it makes sense. There's constantly things that come up in this movie that you go, really, that's how you're going about this? And I never realized until this moment, for Godzilla-Thon, when I was taking notes, how exposition heavy the first act of this script is. That's something that I've criticized Kong Skull Island, my favorite movie of the MonsterVerse, for. It's something that you could criticize Godzilla King of the Monsters for as well. They pack a lot of exposition into the first acts of both of those movies. This movie's on a different level, and it's silly because a lot of the exposition is very unneeded and kind of overwhelming. For instance, the whole idea of a Godzilla vs. Kong war, which is about to be brought up for the first time during this opening sequence, it's a very strange call to say that Godzilla and Kong hate each other because of an ancestral war. Is it a reference to the fact that the 1962 fight happened and this is kind of building off the legacy of that movie? Maybe. That kind of seems to be why they went with the old rivals angle with Godzilla and King Ghidorah, to play into the idea that, you know, there's been a long rivalry of Godzilla and King Ghidorah in films, but they worked that into the themes of the movie. That really means something thematically. Godzilla represents order. King Ghidorah represents chaos. Those two things have always been at war. Godzilla, in many ways in that film, is presented as a god. Ghidorah is presented as the devil. Those things have always been at war. You know who hasn't been at war? Lizards and monkeys. There is no thematic weight to the Godzilla vs. Kong war here. So I'm very confused by its inclusion. And they're not even willing to fully commit to that, because is that the reason they're fighting? Or is it because they're both alpha titans? It's actually both reasons. We don't need both reasons to be the reason they fight. We need one reason to be the reason they fight, and neither of those reasons are personal. Once again, a script issue. This movie has no personal weight to the Godzilla vs. Kong fight. Godzilla hates Kong because of an ancestral war. I've brought up in videos how, in a way, that makes Godzilla a racist, and I'm always bringing that up just kind of to point out the absurdity of it. I'm taking a shot at the movie for sure. I'm making a joke of it, but that's not to undercut my point. My point is, there's no actual beef between Godzilla and this Kong. And I'm fine with that. I think in 1962 it was okay that they were just forced on a collision course and the two of them had to fight because they're literally forced into proximity with each other. I think you could have done something similar with that here, but I proposed an idea all the way back in 2019 that I still think holds more weight than this movie gives us, and that is Godzilla needs a home for the Titans. That's the compelling plot thread that is left off in Godzilla King of the Monsters, and in fact, you've heard me yap about that in videos that have come out on the channel as recently as like a couple months ago or a couple weeks ago. I've been talking about how Godzilla needs a home for the surface Titans. Where are they gonna go? They shouldn't be killed, and they should not be put to bed simply because Godzilla doesn't know what to do with them, and they don't really coexist with humanity all that well. Godzilla needs the Titans. They serve a very, very vital function to nature's balance. Back in 2019, I came up with the idea, based on the end credits to Godzilla King of the Monsters, which implied that the monsters are gravitating to Skull Island, that Godzilla is gonna lead the Titans to Skull Island as a sanctuary for them on the surface so they have somewhere to be. And this would cause problems because it would absolutely destroy the balance of nature on Skull Island itself, meaning Godzilla and Kong Kong are drawn into conflict with each other because Kong's balance has now been destroyed. The solution in this case would have been the Hollow Earth, would have been sending Kong to the Hollow Earth. Maybe you send some of the other Titans to the Hollow Earth, and Skull Island becomes a safety beacon on the surface for some of the Titans. Maybe Kong can go in and out if he so pleases. He could become the king of Skull Island and the Hollow Earth, who knows? Maybe he's, in a way, kind of like an ambassador of the, the Hollow Earth, and Skull Island is his little embassy on the surface, in a way. I think that's all cool stuff, and it would have drawn the two of them into conflict with each other. Of course, I pitched the idea way back in the day in my movie pitch, which I was following very rigid rules for that pitch, but all the way back in the day in, I believe, 2020, I pitched the idea that maybe Godzilla accidentally causes the destruction of the Iwi village, or maybe the Iwi village is destroyed by King Ghidorah, and Kong blames Godzilla. There are plenty of ways to draw these two into a personal conflict with each other, a personal conflict. This movie does not have a personal conflict until the very end, when Godzilla destroys Kong's ancestral home, and Kong's not even allowed to get revenge for it. It's a very strange script decision as well. We're just told that Godzilla can do whatever he wants, he can destroy Kong's life, and Kong can't have any sort of retaliation? What a weird movie. What a weird fact that this movie has absolutely no thematic weight. I really used to make the argument that maybe this movie was about letting go of past beefs, Godzilla's holding a grudge against Kong because of something Kong's ancestors did, and maybe the theme of this movie is to let go of your hatred on the grounds of race. If you want to try and add some sort of really rich thematic quality to this movie, maybe the lesson Godzilla learns is to not judge Kong based on the war he had with his ancestors, to let go of that. And for Kong, the lesson would be to let go of his pride. In many ways, we're telling Godzilla to let go of his ego and biases, and for Kong to let go of his pride. And that would be the message of this movie, but the next film they fight again for no reason, meaning that this movie really doesn't have anything to say. I guess the most we can pull from Godzilla vs. Kong is the very typical story of AI run amok with Mechagodzilla, but that's not really a theme baked into the movie as much as they wanted Mechagodzilla to be the thing that Godzilla and Kong teamed up against, which was a decision made because Adam Wingard specifically, again in the commentary, admits he was inspired by Batman vs. Superman not doing the idea of the versus match and then the team up very compellingly. He wanted to show that you can do it better, and I think he absolutely did. He pulled it off very well in this movie. But that's to say, I'm very confused by a lot of the decisions made here. I like the movie we got. That's something that's always been true. I've always liked Godzilla vs. Kong. I would say I love Godzilla vs. Kong. I do think that there's a better version of this movie out there, and I don't think you have to work hard to find it. I don't even think you have to make major changes. Again, simply changing the way Skull Island is destroyed as Godzilla was trying to herd the Titans there. Maybe we even say the Titans are needed in Hollow Earth to achieve nature's balance, or some of the Titans need to go to Hollow Earth, and Skull Island has the only accessible Hollow Earth portal at the moment, so Godzilla needs to send the Titans to Skull Island to get them to Hollow Earth, and in the process destroy Skull Island. That is a compelling motive for Godzilla and Kong to fight. Kong would have personal reason to hate Godzilla, and now, in a way, Kong's going on a revenge quest, but a revenge quest that we, the audience, can understand both sides of. Kong was wronged by Godzilla, who destroyed his island, and who accidentally got his people killed. Godzilla, though, needed to do that. He had no other choice. And now Kong and Godzilla have a very compelling, very three-dimensional reason to fight each other. That's a way to get two heroes to fight. Or you go with the script idea. The original script for Godzilla vs. Kong had it so that they were both being manipulated. If you want your Mechagodzilla plotline, you already had the solution. It's so weird to me. The Orca Z being used as a way to make Godzilla look like the bad guy when in fact Godzilla was simply acting out of pure instinct because the Orca Z was manipulating him, having the Orca Z manipulate Godzilla and Kong into fighting each other. The only thing that does is it kind of robs the two of them of a personal motive to be fighting, but this movie doesn't give us a compelling personal motive for them to fight in the first place. They're fighting because of an ancestral race war with some very odd implications to it. In the other instance, they're fighting because they're being used by somebody else. Is that a little too much like Batman vs. Superman? I guess maybe. I think I would have been all on board for that, for Godzilla and Kong to be fighting because the orca was amplifying their aggression. Maybe they don't like each other in general. Maybe they don't get along. But the fact that the orca is the thing keeping them fighting, or making it so that they cannot let go of their pride and their anger, that's fine with me. I'm totally good with that. I think everybody would have been. But I think they dropped that plot thread because they wanted to streamline the movie, they wanted to make it more fun and upbeat, and they also wanted to eliminate some of the connections to Godzilla King of the Monsters because that movie underperformed, and therefore you don't want this movie to be super heavily tied to the one that not as many people have seen so that they don't feel lost. Very easy thing to explain. You don't even need to fully explain that it's like building off of the tech of the orca from King of the Monsters as much as you could just say it's Mechagodzilla's Eye. Mechagodzilla's Eye has something called the Orca Z built into it. This is built off technology that we've seen something similar to this before. You could even kind of recap the plot of King of the Monsters, or you could just leave it at this technology, it's used to make the Titans angry, and it's making them angry right now. So many ways to go about this. I know I'm not really following my typical plot by plot, beat by beat formula here, but it's because this is a movie that I've simmered with for a long time, and a lot of my issues have only grown over the years, and that's, I actually think, unfortunately, a little bit also to do with the way I feel about the next film. I'll get back to my plot by plot, we'll go through it here, and we'll just talk about it as we go. I feel bad because now I've spent 30 minutes talking about some of my issues with the movie, so now is anybody even going to believe that I like it in the first place? I know a lot of people think I hate this movie and New Empire, when I do not hate this movie. I really do like this movie. New Empire is one I will catch back up to you with on the next Godzilla-Thon, or whenever we get there in Godzilla-Thon, because I haven't rewatched it in a while, so let me rewatch it and then see how I feel now. But generally speaking, I do like that movie. Alright, we catch up with Kong. He's going about his morning routine. He realizes something's off. I really like that. I love the VFX here. I love the way Kong looks. I love that shot of him walking out and sniffing the air with all the leaf wings flying past him. That's great. And then the last Iwi also notices Kong has figured out something's wrong. I feel bad about what they've done to the Iwi. In a lot of ways, it feels like this movie disrespects the movie Kong Skull Island very heavily by just destroying Skull Island, destroying their portrayal of Kong, destroying the Iwi, destroying the mythology of that movie, kind of in some ways undercutting a lot of the themes of that movie. I feel bad about that for sure. I do. But this was not how Skull Island was supposed to be destroyed. It was actually in the original script supposed to be destroyed more similarly to how I said. They were going to send the Titans there. There was going to be more to do with the Hollow Earth portal on Skull Island causing some destruction on the island. In fact, in one script, some concept art came out where you see the island's destroyed by a volcano. Maybe that's a little too similar to Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, so that's maybe the reason they changed that plotline, is because the volcano had just been done in Jurassic World. But there was originally a plotline where they were using a orca device. They were going to use a newly built orca to lure some of the Titans to Skull Island, and they were actually going to try and send them through the Hollow Earth portal themselves. I believe you were supposed to get a behemoth cameo there, but things change, and this is one of them. So in the end, we pick up and it's like a whole nother movie has happened in between this movie, which Monarch Legacy of Monsters seems aware of and is trying to fix. But yeah, we pick up and they're like, yep, Skull Island got destroyed. Yeah, it's all gone. The Iwi are all dead, and Kong's a totally different guy than you remember. And I guess it's been quite a long time since we left him off in the 70s, but it is a big jump to get to where we are now. So Gia approaches Kong. They have this great little moment together. I love the bond between Gia and Kong. I actually think Gia might be the best human character introduced to the King Kong mythology ever. I love the idea of giving Kong a very special connection with a human that only he can have. A non-verbal connection that he can have with a human. I love that she's deaf. I think that's a fantastic thing. It's, first of all, great inclusion, great way to include the deaf community into this movie. And also, it's a great way to build the connection between her and Kong, that they both aren't able to communicate with the rest of society in a way that everybody else can. They don't have the ease of communication. They have to communicate through other means. A lot of deaf people really struggle, as I've learned by meeting Kaylee Hoddle, who plays Gia here. It's a kind of a struggle to get the rest of society to understand the struggle that they have, to understand some of the things that they deal with that we don't think about, It's interesting. And I love the idea that Gia and Kong have a connection that only they can have. I also love that she's one of the Skull Island natives. I really appreciate that the MonsterVerse completely changes the way the natives are portrayed on Skull Island, as the other portrayals can be problematic, and are very limited. But I love their little moment. They have this little beat together, but that doesn't dissuade Kong. He stands up and he spears the freaking sun with a tree, and what would have been a crazy plot twist that had not been spoiled in the trailer, but holy crap, that's a great moment. Kong throws his tree spear into the sun, and we find out that Kong is stuck in a massive containment zone, protecting him and the last safe space of Skull Island after a random storm has destroyed it and flooded the island, and the rest of the island is all gone and completely wiped out. And this movie, here's my other big issue with it, never bothers to explain some major things like this. Now, of course, there is a comic book that does its best to explain that. The canonicity of that comic book is very questionable. As far as a script goes, though, we're never given an explanation in the script for Godzilla vs. Kong as to what happened to Skull Island, why a storm destroyed it, and why now. We're never told. This movie doesn't bother. It doesn't bother to tell us how long of a heads up they had, how they built that containment dome. They didn't tell us anything. This movie doesn't bother to tell us most things. It just presents you with an idea and moves along as if you get it. You've always known that, right? Like the idea that they get Kong onto the ship later. How? There was originally a scene that explained it. It was going to be a scene throwing back to King Kong versus Godzilla where they put him to sleep and then move him onto that raft. We never see that in the movie, and I'm not even saying we need to, but I would like to know some things. We're never told anything. You know, later it's presented as a big new idea that they can airlift Kong, and it's like, so clearly that's not how you got him on the boat. How'd you get him on the boat? That's always been the meme, is how do they get Kong on the boat? Most movies don't bother to explain it. It's fine most of the time, and I would totally overlook it here if this was the only instance of something like that happening, where I'm left questioning, how did that happen? But the fact is, everything that happens in this movie I'm left questioning, how did that happen? How did they do that? Where did that come from? Why did that happen? I don't want to be left with a lot of questions like that, because it means that the script doesn't have an answer for me. I don't care if a comic book does. I don't care if a novelization does. I'm not reviewing those. I'm reviewing the movie. I would even be fine with it if they expanded upon some of this stuff in a sequel, you know, in the next movie, and gave some answers. It wouldn't be great. It would still mean that this movie was unfinished, which is how it feels to me. The script feels unfinished, but at least the answers would be there in a film, meaning somebody thought about it and put it into a movie. Never happens. So I bring up this case because the destruction of Skull Island continues to this day to be left a mystery on screen. We never learn in a film what happened to the island, and I think that's really bad. I think that's really bad. To destroy one of the most iconic, mysterious islands in the entire cinema history, do it so unceremoniously, and also never expand upon it, that's pretty bad. It's also the inciting freaking incident for this entire film, getting Kong off the island because it's been destroyed by a storm and we don't even know how it happened. Are you kidding me? I feel very passionately that this script is unfinished, and it really stuck out to me on this watch, which is a shame, because normally I can overlook it, but for the purposes of reviewing it beat by beat, it became very apparent how unfinished a lot of these ideas are. Anyways, we're introduced to another character I really like, which is Dr. Eileen Andrews. I think she's great. She's Gia's adopted mom. She's the Kong specialist. She is the head of the Skull Island division for Monarch, and I really like her. Rebecca Hall plays her great. She's very charismatic. I think she's a lot of fun. She's informed that Kong can't survive on this small of a space of land for long, and that it's time for Kong to leave, but she fears taking Kong off Skull Island will attract Godzilla and restart an ancient war between their species. I would even be fine with it if just the idea was, you know, I really don't love the whole idea of an alpha titan, but if the idea of it was Kong has the ability to disturb nature's balance in such a prominent way by upsetting Godzilla's command of the other titans or whatever, that is the reason that Godzilla wants Kong gone, that's fine. But the fact that there's this whole ancient war that we never expand upon, we don't learn anything about it, and the next movie presents us with a whole different ancient war that many people think is actually the same one, but it isn't. This is a war between the Godzilla species and the Kong species that raged across the surface and in Hollow Earth and throughout Iwi legend. The next one is a different isolated war led by a rebellious group of great apes under the control of Scar King. Totally different scenario. Actually, if that was the war that we're referring to here, if we later learn that the Godzilla Kong war was actually Godzilla's war with Scar King, it makes Godzilla's decision to fight Kong even more baffling, as Kong isn't Scar King, and one great ape, Godzilla doesn't, I guess, know that this is a Kong in that instance. One great ape shouldn't be that big of a threat to Godzilla. If the idea was that the Godzillas and the Kongs had a war, and the Kongs, not the great apes, crazy that that's not the same thing, but it isn't. The Kongs are a different species. The Kongs were smarter and stronger than the great apes and very capable of killing many members of Godzilla's species. Now, I can understand why Godzilla would be a little nervous. We'd need to expand upon that a little bit, but I'd understand. Godzilla's nervous because the Kong species has shown aggression towards his species in the past and has killed many of his kind. That could be something that Godzilla's a little freaked out about. That could be something that Godzilla feels a need to be proactive about, the way that he was with the Mutos. I would get that if they expanded upon it. But nowadays, with the current state of the MonsterVerse, they're not even really allowed to acknowledge out loud that the Godzilla species is a species, which means what's the axe made out of? Who is Godzilla so worried about? Because he's been able to take on those Kongs by himself in the past, or the great apes, and they've never been able to harm or kill one of his species because he's the only one of his species. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? The long-term storytelling in the MonsterVerse is really one of the things that kills me the most. If this movie's a standalone and was the only movie of its kind, like this is the only MonsterVerse film, there's no others, I'd have a pretty fun time with it. It'd be like that came out of nowhere, but you know, that'd be alright. As a standalone movie, this one works as a standalone. As part of a long-term narrative, this movie is baffling to me. Anyways, we finally 40 freaking minutes into my review, make it to the title montage. I love the title montage. It is pure hype. It builds up the excitement of Godzilla and Kong fighting so well. It's the best song Junkie XL does for the soundtrack, including his rip-off Godzilla theme. This is the best iteration of his rip-off Godzilla theme that we hear. I love the mashup between the Godzilla theme and the Kong theme. This whole intro is so cool. It also is done in a very kind of cheesy way. It's like a sports bracket, and again, kind of disarms you, lets you know that this movie's just here to have fun, and if you can go along with the fun factor, this movie is great. I really love it. I was really struggling to go along with the fun factor on my most recent watch, but that is to say, I've seen this movie dozens of times, and I've not really struggled with it every time. Most of the time, I really do enjoy this movie as is, as a spectacle, as a fun little romp. This time in particular, because I'm doing this in-depth breakdown, I was struggling. Anyways, we pick up in Pensacola, Florida. Bernie Hayes, a brand new character and one of the leads of this movie, is the host of the Titan Truth podcast, a conspiracy theory podcast looking into the shady goings-ons in this world. I like the idea of conspiracy theorists in the MonsterVerse. Bryan Cranston's Joe Brody does a great job at that. This was a case where Bernie Hayes leans a little too far. I absolutely despise the fluoride in the water part of this movie. I think that it really calls into question, what are we doing here? I understand that Adam Wingard also has reservations about the implications of Bernie Hayes being a conspiracy theorist, especially this movie came out during the 2020 era, during 2021, when that was kind of really becoming a very big issue. You know, I think that this version of a conspiracy theorist, he walks the line between being done in a way that I think is very fun and then being done in a way that I find very cringe and at times like downright unlikable. Bryan Cranston's version was a more realistic version for this world, and in many ways a more compelling version, but not a more fun version. He wouldn't fit the tone of this movie, and so I like Bernie Hayes. I like what they're going for, although this movie doesn't quite nail him. I think that this movie's Bernie Hayes is over the top and frustrating. They nail him in the next one, so that's great. But Brian Tyree Henry does a fantastic job with the material he's given, and he's incredibly likable. Today's the day he steals data from his job at Apex Cybernetics to try and prove that there is criminal activity going on there at the outwardly humanitarian company. I wish we had some Apex Cybernetics setups in Godzilla King of the Monsters, some references to Apex Cybernetics, and certainly I wish that in the post-credit scene of Godzilla King of the Monsters, some Apex employees were the ones who took control of Ghidorah's head, especially because it's not a very well-kept mystery that they're the ones building Mechagodzilla, so it would have only built hype for the fact that they built Mechagodzilla because we'd know they have Ghidorah's head, so we'd actually be like, what are they doing? Is it Mechagodzilla they're building? Is it Mecha King Ghidorah? What do they have going on? What is it gonna be? It would have built a little more hype if Apex Cybernetics had any acknowledgement in the last film, but this is the world building that this movie gives us. It drops Apex Cybernetics, a game-changing organization, into this movie as if they've always been here, and they do no build-up or setup for them. They do nothing to earn it. They're just here. I do really like the intro, though. That little moment with the CEO, Walter Simmons, on the TV where he's talking about how their goal is to lead humanity into this new, bold new era. That's the closest we get to a connection to Godzilla King of the Monsters, as At the end of Godzilla King of the Monsters, we're told that it's a brave new world we're a part of, and here we're told we're entering a bold new era. I like the idea of Apex as well, the idea that we've got this company that truly isn't all that evil, at least as presented in this movie. Like, Walt Simmons' goal is to kill the Titans so that humanity can be free from them. It's not portrayed in this movie as he wants to rule the world with Mechagodzilla. As this movie presents it, Walt Simmons is worried that the Titans are such a danger, he needs to kill them off so that humanity can be safe, and the only way to do that is with his Mechagodzilla. I think that's a very compelling motive. I think that's actually very interesting, and I wish we developed it a little more because it's very nuanced. We obviously know Godzilla's a good guy and that some of the Titans are good guys, but from the humanity's perspective, the entire planet was sent into a downright apocalypse in 2019. Most people alive would want the Titans dead, probably including Godzilla. Almost everybody should be at the point Mark Russell was at the start of the last film. That's great. So while Bernie is stealing the data about Sublevel 33 and learning that there's this mysterious shipping manifest heading to Hong Kong, a Titan evacuation alarm goes off. I think that this is a great sequence. The movie's moving at a brisk pace, unlike this review. It's so fun. I love it. Godzilla appears in the bay. He looks fantastic. This is one of my favorite Godzilla scenes in this movie for sure. I think it's so cool. I love that shot of Ren Serizawa looking out at Godzilla as he starts battling the jets. It's really exciting to get a very Toho spin on Godzilla in the MonsterVerse, and this is his only justified attack in the movie, I would say, because Godzilla begins his attack. He starts destroying the facility. I love the way the atomic breath works here. It's so cool, so destructive. Feels a lot like it's in line with the way it was presented in 2014 as well. It's kind of wispy, not as powerful. I really like it. While Godzilla's destroying massive sections of this factory with his atomic breath, he exposes an enormous, blinking red mechanical eye that is pulsing an orca-like signal, clearly the thing agitating Godzilla. One of my big questions is, why does Godzilla assume his job is done and leave? Godzilla is on the warpath, destroying this factory, and then just calls it quits. It would have been more compelling if we saw the eye turn off and then Godzilla leave. Now, I understand that might have been playing your hand a little too soon. So you could have Godzilla leave without us getting an explanation and later reveal it's because they turned the eye off so that he would leave. That is what the original script explained. Godzilla leaves because the eye is an orca signal. There is a device called the Orca Z embedded in Mechagodzilla that was causing Godzilla to go on the attack. They turned it off, and so Godzilla leaves. That is not what happens in this movie. Godzilla is instead an enormous idiot. This movie makes Godzilla the dumbest guy around. He thinks his job's done here and calls it a day. He thinks that he kills Kong at sea and calls it a day. He can't find Mechagodzilla in Hong Kong later on. He gets distracted from his mission to fight Mechagodzilla to go fight Kong in the first place. This Godzilla's a dummy. He's constantly getting tricked. Kong can throw something and trick Godzilla as to where he is. I love that moment, but my point is, over and over again, this movie portrays Godzilla as an idiot. And it's not even portrayed in a way that Kong can use it to his advantage, like Godzilla's weakness is that Kong is a thinking animal and Godzilla's got the brain the size of a pea. Instead, Godzilla's just dumb because the plot needed him to be. I don't love that. You know what else I don't love is what comes immediately afterward, because although I love that destruction scene, we pick up with the news considering this as proof that Godzilla is not a hero. But Madison Russell isn't convinced. She instead meets Mark Russell at a Monarch relief camp, and oh my god, what have we done to Mark Russell? Absolute character assassination. It dawned on me recently that Godzilla King of the Monsters is a religious metaphor. The movie is about a man whose son was killed, and so he turned on God, believing that God could have saved his son but didn't. So he's turned on God. He's turned on his faith, on his own religion, and over the course of the film, he's slowly brought back into it, brought back into understanding the method of the God that he worships, understanding the sacrifice, and he really becomes a man of faith again. He has faith in Godzilla. He wants to help Godzilla. He loves what Godzilla does for the world by the end of that movie. He understands the need for it, and it's the priest. Dr. Serizawa is Godzilla's priest, is the one who passes a lot of this on to him. Sometimes these moments of crisis are also potential moments of faith. Are you kidding me? The religious imagery throughout that film. I'm not a particularly religious person, but it's a really beautiful metaphor, and I really love what that story is going for. And to have Mark, in one line, dismiss all of that character development throughout Godzilla King of the Monsters. Even if we're dropping the religious metaphor, Mark goes from a guy who hates Godzilla because Godzilla killed his son to a man who understands what Godzilla's role is and appreciates and goes out of his way to help Godzilla. He saves Godzilla's life and then teams up with him in the final fight, and it's only through their cooperation that the world can be saved. He comes to embody the key to coexistence. Mark recreates the Orca with Emma so that they can team up with Godzilla. And now within one line, he dismisses all of that. It's all out the window. We throw away an entire movie's worth of character development for essentially a brief cameo. Mark Russell doesn't even need to be in this movie. We don't even need this scene with him. Or he could just say, sorry, Madison, I understand that there's a point to what you're saying here, but my job right now is focusing on the civilian restoration, making sure people are okay, helping out, the relief, the rebuild. I'm not the guy right now. I'm sorry, Madison. And so she has to do it on her own, rather than being like, yeah, no, I can't think of a single reason Godzilla could be on the offensive. It's not like we built an Orca in the last movie that could make the Titans aggressive. I can't think of one single reason Godzilla would be upset with what's going on. I can't think of one reason he would attack when his whole thing is balancing nature, being nature's balance. I can't think of one way humanity could upset that balance in a way that Godzilla would take offense to. Instead, he denies that Godzilla was flashing an intimidation display despite being in the room for Godzilla's intimidation display and being the Godzilla fucking expert, the one who knew every single thing Godzilla was doing in the last movie, the guy who told Dr. Goddamn Serizawa to stand down and open the shields. Despite being the guy who my biggest issue with him in the last movie is that he's too smart, he chalks up Godzilla's current actions to because creatures like people can change. Godzilla changed? Are you kidding me, Mark? You changed writers, and the new writer doesn't understand your character at fucking all. I can't stand what they've done to Mark Russell, and it's made people in this fan base despise this guy. They don't like him. They think he's an idiot. They think he's arrogant. They think he's all of the worst parts of the character. All the things that he outgrows over the course of King of the Monsters, he embodies here. Oh, it frustrates me so much, man. What they've done to Mark Russell, I do feel that they did the same thing to Godzilla, taking Godzilla from his samurai portrayal, from his heroic persona he builds up by the end of Godzilla King of the Monsters and turning him into the heel. I feel that the same type of character assassination that happens to Mark happens to Godzilla. I think that embodies my big issue with this movie, is that this movie is not committed to developing the consequences and world of the last film in meaningful ways. It's committed to coming up with new things and pushing forward as if nothing happened before now. It acts like this is the first time we've been introduced to these characters and we're moving on. We're just moving on. Like, it really kills me. I understand that we might not want to be as committed to Godzilla King of the Monsters after that movie's box office underperformance. Fine, move away from it. Don't destroy it. Anyways, Madison turns out to be a huge fan of the Titan Truth podcast, which I suppose makes some level of sense. She's a big fan. What I don't like is that she's also a major conspiracy theorist. I believe Madison should have been a more troubled character. She was supposed to be troubled from the events of Godzilla King of the Monsters. I can understand why she'd grasp onto someone like Bernie Hayes' podcast. I get it. I think that her conspiracy theory angles is a step too far. It makes her a little unlikable, especially, again, that fluoride scene. I really don't like that stuff. I think that's kind of harmful to put in this movie in the first place. Pushing governmental conspiracies at a time when it was really important not to do that, as the US Capitol could tell you. And also just kind of straying away from where I think she would fall after the last movie. After she was essentially dragged along with the conspiracy theory from her mother for so long, I think she'd be a little more resistant to them. Walter Simmons goes to former Monarch geologist Nathan Lynn for help. We're kind of bringing in a similar plot thread with Godzilla King of the Monsters, with a former Monarch worker rejoining Monarch to help out here. I'm glad that we don't repeat any of the same plot beats with that character arc, though. I really like Nathan Lynn. I think he's great. I really like Alexander Skarsgård. I think he's a very fun character here. And so they go to Nathan Lynn for help. He was the #1 expert in Hollow Earth, following Houston Brooks, I suppose, but we don't really get any Houston Brooks mentions in this film. It's like he doesn't exist. He is the #1 leading expert in Hollow Earth and theorizes it's the birthplace of all of the Titans. Walter Simmons actually agrees with him, and with the help of Ren Serizawa, a character who is just downright the worst character in this movie, in that I used to like the idea that you had to put the pieces together yourself and decide that Ren Serizawa was the son of Dr. Serizawa. You had to figure that out yourself. I don't like that anymore, because it's, again, my whole issue with this script is this movie doesn't build anything. It just presents things and moves along. There's no world building. Ren Serizawa, never even in the course of this entire film do we connect the dots that he is the son of Dr. Serizawa. We're given no motivation for him. We're given nothing. You get some of that in the novelization, but I don't want to read the fucking novelization to understand a movie. This movie should stand on its own, and Ren Serizawa is a really distracting inclusion. He's odd and underused and killed off unceremoniously. He originally was going to be more of a villain. We're going to learn more of his backstories. He was actually going to be orchestrating the whole thing, masterminding it. It was actually going to be him who kills Walter Simmons and takes control of Mechagodzilla as a villain in the end. They changed so much about Ren Serizawa that he is essentially just a shallow shell of a character. They should have changed his name. He should have been a different guy. Shouldn't have been the son of Dr. Serizawa. He should have been anybody. You could have called him Ren Ogata if you wanted a reference to the characters. No way is this Ren Serizawa who we kill off in this movie before we even come to understand him. And again, I know the novelization sort of leaves his fate ambiguous. You know who didn't care? The director of this movie and writer-director of the next, Adam Wingard, who clearly takes it that Ren Serizawa is dead and moved on. Not even an acknowledgement in the next film. This character is worthless. But Ren Serizawa is the technological lead over at Apex. He's scanned Earth, he's scanned the Hollow Earth. They have scans of it that don't align with what we were told about it in Godzilla King of the Monsters. No longer do we get Hollow Earth tunnels. Instead, there is a second planet inside of the planet we currently live on. There's a whole nother world down there, and there's an enormous energy signal down there, nearly identical to the energy of Godzilla. They plan to synthesize this energy so that it can power a weapon that can compete with Godzilla. I'm actually fine with the Hollow Earth energy. I think it's whatever. Of my issues with this movie, that's not really one of them. I'm fine with that one. That's a plot beat just like the Orca was in the last movie, where it's like, what do you mean Mark needs to recreate the Orca sound in order to locate where it's at? First of all, don't know how that would help. Secondly, doesn't he have a recording of it? Isn't he already ready to go with that sound? Here, it's like, well, if the energy signals are nearly identical to Godzilla, why do you need to synthesize it? Why not synthesize Godzilla's energy and use that? Who cares? That's a who cares plot beat, just like the Orca signal was in the last movie. It works. It works. And so I'm moving on. Turns out Nathan Lind left Monarch after organizing a mission to Hollow Earth that completely failed, killing everyone involved, including his brother. Walter Simmons has designed this new vehicle, the Heave, that can survive the intense gravitational inversion upon the trip to Hollow Earth, enabling entry to and navigation through the Hollow Earth itself. To discover the source of the Hollow Earth energy, something that it's like, don't you guys have scanners that are picking it up from the surface? Wouldn't you guys be able to locate it yourselves? But again, I'm moving on. To find the source of the Hollow Earth energy, they need a Titan from the surface who will be able to find and show them the way using a sort of sense memory that the Titans are supposed to have. To accomplish this, Nathan Lind re-teams with his old Monarch colleague and friend, Eileen Andrews, so that they can take Kong to the closest Hollow Earth portal, which actually happens to be in Antarctica. It actually takes very little convincing. All Nathan needs to do is be like, hey, first of all, we're looking for a power source to power this new thing that can defend against the new scary Godzilla who's been causing problems. And also it'll be a new home for Kong. And she's like, yeah, sure, all right. She doesn't love the idea, but it's time to get things moving. So we just abruptly cut to Kong on the ship being transported. He's sedated. He's being transported to Antarctica. Again, I'm kind of fine with all of this. I'm kind of fine with the way we breeze through this. If this was the only stuff we breezed through, that would be fine. This is all normal movie stuff right here. I really like that scene where Kong's being transported. I love the Elvis music playing. I love the vibes of it. And there is a full naval escort watching out for Godzilla, which is also great. I love the threat that we build up with Godzilla, where he's something we're really afraid of. And in fact, I love that they're watching out for Godzilla's territorial routes and trying to sail through not the most direct route, but a route that will avoid where Godzilla's been to try and get away from him. You know, I think that's really cool. It is interesting, though, that Kong wakes up 88% sedated as Maya Simmons arrives on the ship as the Apex leader for the trip. Now, they never state this in the movie. The novelization, again, will give you an answer, but the movie, which needs to stand on its own, does not. As far as this movie is concerned, Kong straight up is 88% sedated during his first fight with Godzilla, which I always love to point out because Kong is at such a freaking disadvantage here, 88% sedated on a floating ship with nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to fight. He has no chance of winning this battle. I think it's a great way to put Kong up as the underdog and not show what he's capable of this early into the movie. It's really good stuff. I like it. I actually do like it, and it's different than the stuff we've seen before. I don't love them standing on aircraft carriers. That's universe-breaking physics right there, but I like the idea of what we're doing here. This is not the first time we've had a fight at sea like this, especially with a big barge transporting a Titan. We actually saw something like this all the way back in Godzilla vs. Mothra in 1992 with Godzilla fighting Mothra when she's on her giant egg transport ship, but this is the first time it's been portrayed the way it is here. I really like it. I love all the visuals here. I love this whole setup. This is all great to me. That That night, they go over their game plan to find the Hollow Earth energy source, and Eileen reiterates the threat Godzilla poses. Here we get, once again, 2 different explanations for why they're gonna fight. It's both due to the threat of them both being alpha titans, and there can only be one alpha titan at a time, something that just doesn't exist in nature, we shouldn't be doubling down on, we should have moved away from in this movie, and due to the Iwi myths, that there is an ancient rivalry and war between these species that Godzilla will still harbor some sort of hatred for. They're natural enemies, which is a fine enough reason. Godzilla and Rodan beef in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster because they both are territorial animals, and being within each other's territory means they're gonna fight. They're not stated as being freaking alpha monsters. I don't like the idea that they're like the alpha angle is why they fight. I think it's really lame. But I like the idea that they're both egotistical, prideful, and territorial creatures. That is fine. Don't even overthink the motive. Maybe they don't need all that personal beef and drama that I talked about earlier in this review. Maybe the reason they fight is because they're both territorial and they've been brought into each other's territory. Okay, I'm good with that. Maybe the reason they don't know how to let go of their anger is because the Orca Z is making them even more angry. Okay, once again, I'm fine with that. That is a reason for them to fight, that they'd have a personal beef with each other, and a reason for them not to be able to let go of their hatred until Mechagodzilla shows up and they know how to redirect their anger. Good stuff. That is all you needed. And you see how quickly and easily you can come up with that solution? Like, I know we're an hour into this review, but that solution takes 5 minutes to come up with. Liebe, gang. Anyways, it's time for my favorite scene in this movie. This is not only one of my favorite scenes in this movie, but this is one of my favorite scenes in the MonsterVerse. A big storm rages on at night, causing Kong to get quite upset, and Gia goes out to comfort him, and they have this beautiful moment. The music is great. I freaking love the song here. It's one of the best ones on the album. The visuals are fantastic. I do think they're the best of the film, and this scene has Kong feel, I would say in some ways, the most like Kong in Kong Skull Island out of the whole rest of the film, and that you get that human connection with him, but you also get the more monstrous and lonely side of him. I think it's really great. It's also a really cool scene because, in a way, while it does all that monstrous stuff with him, makes him seem kind of scary again, it's also the scene that humanizes him more than any other, as this is the first time in Kong's history he's properly, in a film, communicated, which is really cool. I mean, he kind of does in 2005, which is also great, but this film really takes it to the next level. But man, do I love that finger touch moment. The visual is my favorite visual in Godzilla vs. Kong. I think it's beautiful, beautifully shot, great moment. Eileen goes out to get Gia, and she learns that Kong can communicate. She learns that Gia and Kong communicate through ASL in private, but publicly, Kong signs that he wants to go home for the whole world to see. I think that that is such a powerful moment. That is great. I love it, and it's so tragic to really amplifying Kong's drama here. Such a good scene. Can't really say that about the scene that comes after this, because next up we see Madison piecing together what's going on, including, and it's bizarre to me that they didn't use CGI to fix this or just straight up cut the shot, a conspiracy theory board, or not really a conspiracy theory board, but Madison has been tracking Godzilla's activity, and it's just on screen blatantly that Godzilla has attacked 4 different Apex factories, or I should really specify, there have been 4 Godzilla attacks near Apex facilities, one of which, the most recent one, the 4th attack, was in Pensacola, Florida. This is all carryover from the original version of Godzilla vs. Kong, where the Orca Z was going to be used to get Godzilla to do multiple attacks, really villainizing him to the public, proving that it's not just a one-time fluke, and also I don't think that they were all supposed to be Apex facilities being attacked as much as they were near Apex facilities, making Godzilla look like he had just straight up turned on humanity in general. I actually think that this makes a lot more sense given Mark's motivations, as Mark winds up like so freaked out after the one Godzilla attack. If Godzilla had done one simple attack at Pensacola, Florida's Apex factory, I think Mark Russell, of all people on Earth, would instantly be like, okay, so Apex is up to no good, they're the bad guys, they've done something wrong here. But instead, if Godzilla had done 3 other attacks and only just now attacked an Apex facility, now Mark Russell would be like, oh my god, I don't understand what's going on here. So it's bizarre to me to just straight up leave that on screen, but I guess only people who pause get to notice that, so whatever. She discovers evidence on who the voice of the Titan Truth podcast is and sets out to find him with her friend Josh, who she treats horribly. I don't like the Madison Russell portrayal portrayal in this movie. Like I said, don't love the conspiracy angle theory with her, and I really don't like the way she treats Josh. She's just downright a bad friend to him. This actually leads to my least favorite scene in the entire movie, which is when they show up in Chinatown. They go up to this worker in Chinatown and bribe him in order to find out who Bernie is. That scene is very poorly written. It's like boomer dialogue, like making Tide Pod jokes. Tide Pods, that was like a thing when people ate the Tide Pods back in like 2016. This movie came out in 2021. It was already a super dated reference, and it's just so out of touch. I do not like that scene very much. Bernie reluctantly agrees to meet with them after finding out that Madison is Emma Russell's daughter, in one of the moments that I really like between these characters. I love the weight of her being Emma Russell's daughter. That's really good stuff. They devise what I guess we could call a plan to break into Apex's remains, the remains of the Apex facility, and explore sublevel 33. Don't love a lot of this conspiracy theory stuff, and really don't like the way that the two treat Josh. It's also wild to me that the Josh character, played by Julian Dennison, winds up being the straight man in this group, essentially. Like, this kid winds up having to ground the performances between a very amped up Millie Bobby Brown and Brian Tyree Henry at a 10. I very much prefer the way they rein it in for the next movie. I love Bernie in the next film, so it's hard for me to like kind of hold some of that resentment against Bernie, because I'm not the biggest Bernie fan in this movie, but I really like what they do with him next, so I kind of even out on the character overall. I think Bernie works here only because he has the balance of Josh, and I do kind of find some comedy in the fact that for once the kid is the straight man. That is kind of entertaining to me. It's just I think that they take it a little too far, or play it too often, you know? This really gets into like my other big issue with this movie. I know I have so many. I do apologize for that, because I do like this movie quite a lot. It was a huge comfort movie for me when it came out, and it still is, so I feel like I'm being really hard on it, but I do like this movie. This is not the first time this has happened on a Godzilla-Thon. There's been a couple times in Godzilla-Thon when I'm explaining my thoughts on a movie, when I feel like my thoughts are generally kind of negative, or I have a lot of negative thoughts that need elaboration, but I still like the movie, and this is one of those cases. So the other main issue I have with this movie is I just don't like Team Godzilla. I find them to be very boring. It has nothing to do with Godzilla himself. I like Godzilla a lot, and I think he's great in this movie. I actually think Godzilla, when I can set aside the straight up character assassination that happens from the way he left off in King of the Monsters, like just straight up portrayed differently. I'm not even going to get back into it, but characterization wise and power level wise and portrayal, it's all different enough to where if you're truly watching these movies as a writer who's committed to character, you cannot argue with me about it. If you're watching these movies as just a casual movie viewer or someone who's in it for the Godzilla power trip, I can understand why you disagree. That's fine. You're not looking at the movies the same way I am. But anyways, I think Team Godzilla is really lackluster. Like, their plotline is boring. They ultimately accomplish slowing Mechagodzilla down for a couple of seconds, something that doesn't even need to happen. If you just rework that final moment to where Kong catches Mechagodzilla's tail, Godzilla charges the axe, and then Kong goes to town destroying Mechagodzilla, that didn't require Kong catching the tail and struggling with the tail, then Mechagodzilla glitching out for a couple seconds, and then Godzilla charges the axe, and then Kong swings the axe. Like, we don't need that middle bit. It's unneeded drama to give Team Godzilla a purpose, because you know what they accomplished this film? Nothing. They uncover evidence of Mechagodzilla, and it's too late. By the time they discover Mechagodzilla, it's already too late, and Mechagodzilla appears and destroys the world anyways, or destroys Hong Kong, I should say. Like, by the time they learn that Mechagodzilla is even a thing, Mechagodzilla shows himself to the world. They accomplish nothing. We spend the whole movie with them yapping to each other about their silly little Apex conspiracy theories. They discover evidence about how Mechagodzilla operates. They discover what Mechagodzilla is, and then Mechagodzilla shows himself, and everybody learns all the information they spent the whole film learning in a matter of seconds, and they don't contribute anything. It's not like they found out a weakness of Mechagodzilla's worth exploiting. It's not like they contribute that information to Monarch. They don't do anything in this movie. That's my big issue with it. They are literally here because I think King Kong vs. Godzilla was a split plot line, going between a Godzilla plot and a King Kong plot. Those were two different plot lines in that movie. You know, you had the submarine Seahawk, and then you had the trip to Faroe Island. I think they wanted a similar dual storyline in this film, a Godzilla story and a Kong Kong story, and they don't even really deliver that. They deliver mostly a Mechagodzilla story and a Kong story. Godzilla's kind of ancillary to that. Like, he is the heel of Kong's story and the hero of the Mechagodzilla story, but Godzilla is more of just a vessel for things to occur, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just really don't like the Team Godzilla stuff. I find their dynamic to be kind of annoying. They're always fighting each other and complaining. I don't think that they accomplish a ton. I love the Mechagodzilla stuff. I think it's great. I just wish we had spent more time with Apex or even Monarch uncovering this Mechagodzilla info. If Monarch uncovers this Mechagodzilla info and that's the way you play it, you know, that's our gateway into the Mechagodzilla side of things. It would first of all give the Monarch characters more presence and things to do and make Monarch feel a little more competent. Secondly, it would streamline the story, as now we don't have to do cutaways to Monarch every once in a while. And third, Monarch could come to the discovery of either that Mechagodzilla's eyes create a signal that enrage Godzilla or whatever your explanation is going to be. And they could also maybe even come up with a signal that blocks Mechagodzilla for a moment, buying Kong time, rather than the silly excuse of pouring alcohol on a computer. Like, that would do anything but short out the computer. How does that computer have anything to do with Mechagodzilla? He's not even operated through that computer. He's operated through Ren Serizawa's booth, which was destroyed because Mechagodzilla no longer needs it. Like, the hell is that computer doing? What is that computer? Was Mechagodzilla like nearly like an inch from destroying himself? If Mechagodzilla had punched that computer stand, which again, he's like inches away from destroying that computer stand when he destroys that headquarters room and kills Simmons, would he have killed himself in the process because somehow unplugging that computer would turn him off? What's the point? It's sloppy. It's so sloppy, and it's only there to give Team Godzilla a purpose because they have none. They don't do nothing. They don't do anything except discover things happening by other characters. Like, they discover that other characters are doing something instead of them. Sorry, getting into a really great sequence here. I really do like this sequence. Again, when I kind of set aside the aspect of how different Godzilla behaves here, which I'm going to try and do mostly for the rest of this review, just because I don't feel the need to harp on it. I've already made that point. So I'm going to try and set that aside and just move along. I love this Tasman Sea section. We catch up in the Tasman Sea. We find out Nathan's basically planning to use Gia to convince Kong to enter Hollow Earth and to find the energy source, which is kind of shady on his part. But again, from his perspective, he really is looking for a tool. He doesn't quite know what the weapon is. He's looking for a weapon that can repel Godzilla. That's all he knows, and he knows Godzilla's on the attack. Again, another reason why maybe a couple more Godzilla attacks could have been cool. Meanwhile, on their voyage, Godzilla appears to kill Kong. Very brutal. Godzilla is on a downright warpath here. The military tries to defend themselves and Kong, and Godzilla retaliates in classic Toho style, destroying their fleet. It is fantastic. The action here is top tier. The visuals are great. I love the sea battle. It's really epic. Godzilla then attacks the Kong transport, flipping the ship. It's this awesome sequence where they're like drowning characters inside. It's flooding. Kong is drowning underneath. Nathan Lind has to then swim to release Kong from his restraints, and he does so just in time for Godzilla to attack him, which means for the first time since 1962, Godzilla and Kong come face to face here. Godzilla starts biting at Kong. Kong grabs him, showing off his incredible strength in an undersea fight, a place King Kong has never been in a fight before. Very cool. I mean, he's fought in the ocean before. He fought a serpent in the ocean before, but a full-on underwater fight with Godzilla is great. Obviously, in King of the Monsters, we learned Godzilla is even stronger underwater, so Kong is at such a disadvantage here, and yet this is one of those moments that shows off a really cool feat where Kong is able to somehow hold back Godzilla from biting and killing him, and I do think Godzilla was like moments away from killing him right here, and Kong's somehow able to hold him back and repel Godzilla, kicking him down so that he can flip the boat back over and catch his breath. It's so cool. One thing I don't love is the Evangelion styled ship hopping where Kong's ship leaps from one to the next to the aircraft carrier. That is universe breaking physics right there, and we have strayed so far from Godzilla 2014 that the MonsterVerse as a whole has officially lost its cohesion in terms of the rules of this universe. Like, that breaks the universe for me. I think that's ridiculous. Does it look cool? Sure. Is that why it was included? Yes, it was included because it looks cool, not because it makes sense. But it leads to a very neat setting, which is that aircraft carrier fight, which I think more interestingly, maybe Kong flips the ship and then swims to the aircraft carrier immediately to get himself more ground, or we explain that the aircraft carrier itself is bigger than normal, specifically in case they needed another transport ship for Kong. You know, some explanation for why these Titans can walk around on a ship, because boy, they're way too large to do so. They'd be sinking that thing so quickly. It's cool. It's a cool fight setting. It's a cool visual. They battle it out on the aircraft carrier. It's sweet. Kong gets up on the aircraft carrier. I love that moment where he throws the plane at Godzilla and Godzilla swims through the explosion. That's really sweet. And then Godzilla swims up and lands on the ship. And I feel like this is officially where round one properly starts, as I understand that it technically starts the moment Godzilla jumps the Kong transport, but I feel like this is really the moment that Godzilla and Kong finally come properly face to face. There's that epic visual where Kong punches Godzilla and Godzilla's like barely phased because he's got that giant tail so he can't fall over. And he slaps Kong. Kong goes down. Kong's about to get beaten up, you know, and then he flips Godzilla off the ship. It's great. I love it. I love that whole moment. The shots are super dynamic with that, like, we kind of like rotate full 360 backwards. It's so cool as Godzilla tail strikes that jet. I don't know, that whole scene just comes across so well here. This is actually one of the best looking Godzilla fights we've ever seen, and it is certainly, by this point, like the second best Kong fight we've ever seen after that V-Rex fight in King Kong 2005. Maybe some of those Kong Skull Island fights. You know what? I don't know why I didn't think of Kong Skull Island's final battle, because that's still like the best Kong choreography we've ever seen. I think that the V-Rex fight with Kong and the three V-Rexes, the Kong versus Skullcrawler final battle, and then Godzilla Kong Hong Kong round 2 are the three best choreographed Kong fights of all time. And this movie actually has some of the best choreographed Godzilla fights of all time as well, and this is one of them. It's super cool. I love that the setting keeps changing too, because like I said, Kong flips Godzilla into the ocean, and then Godzilla charges up and blasts the ship out from underneath Kong, putting him back into the water where the fight continues under the ocean. Super cool as well. It's also cool because in 1962, King Kong and Godzilla continue to fight under the ocean for a while, and that's all off screen. Like, we're just watching the ocean and the earthquake the fight underwater causes. We don't actually see the battle, but here we finally get to see the underwater fight. It's very cool. Depth charges are then used to save Kong's life as Godzilla tries to drag him under the ocean, sinking him to kill him and basically drowning him. It's a great strategy from Godzilla's end here, and the depth charges work. It saves Kong's life and he surfaces. Nathan Lind and Andrews then order the ships to kill power so that Godzilla thinks everyone is dead, which somehow works. One thing I really love about that is that the military just takes orders from Monarch now. We're past the point where it's like they're arguing and like the military knows better. Take that, Monarch. We're finally at the point where it's like, whatever you say goes, Monarch. You're the ones who know what to do. I love that. I don't understand why the plan works and Godzilla leaves. I get that in the original script, Isa Gonzalez's character was going to have activated the Orca Z, making Godzilla aggressive and having him attack their ships. She turns it off and Godzilla cools down and leaves, believing that he has killed the thing that he was there for, which he doesn't know what he's there for. He goes there because the Orca Z upsets him. He sees Kong and he's like, it's this guy. I gotta kill this guy. She turns the Orca Z off and Godzilla goes, oh, my mission's accomplished, and he leaves. As it plays here, Godzilla's dumb, as I brought up earlier. Like, I can't believe that tricks him. Nathan Lind then comes up with a plan to transport Kong, a new plan, which is not said yet, but, you know, he's like, how's Kong with heights? You know, teasing what they're gonna do, a throwback to 1962. Meanwhile, Team Godzilla breaks into the Apex headquarters. They discover Sublevel 33 and a futuristic shipping hub. You know, they find this huge futuristic shipping hub. Avoiding getting caught, they climb into one of those shipping containers and discover it's filled with skullcrawler eggs. This is really interesting stuff, you know. I love that they're harvesting skullcrawler eggs. It really brings up questions on, like, how do they get the skullcrawler eggs? What do they know about Skull Island? Have they made it to Hollow Earth before? One thing I think would be kind of interesting is if we played with the idea that Apex had already made it to Hollow Earth, but hadn't discovered where the energy source comes from, and that's why they needed a Titan to show them the way, which is a silly thing in the first place. You know, like, could any Titan have done that? If they brought Scylla down to Hollow Earth, would Scylla have instinctively led them to the Kong Temple where the Hollow Earth energy supposedly resides? Like, Hollow Earth energy is everywhere as well. It's what lights the damn place. So that's all silly when you really think about it. As I said, I'm kind of okay just putting the Hollow Earth energy aside and letting that be where the suspension of disbelief comes from, that's fine to me. But I do think the idea that maybe Apex has already made it a Hollow Earth is compelling, because what happens next was the moment in this film where somehow I had made it to this point after, that big aircraft carrier fight. This was the moment that officially destroyed my suspension of disbelief. I was officially out right here in theaters. When I saw this movie for the first time, it was like, are you freaking kidding me? How? Because that little thing is the skullcrawler eggs are loaded up onto this cargo container. They're thrown into a maglev tunnel that blasts them from Florida to Hong Kong. How did Apex build a tunnel from Florida to Hong Kong? One reason I think that maybe if they have already made it to Hollow Earth that's compelling is because this tunnel could run through Hollow Earth. It could use Hollow Earth as a vent to get from one side of the Earth to the next, from Florida to Hong Kong in a really quick amount of time. But instead, it's just an underground tunnel? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you know how hard that would be to build? Do you know how long that would take? They don't even explain it. If they explained later on that the laser beam that they made Mechagodzilla's proton beam from started out as a drill that could drill through rock instantaneously, as we later see the Mechagodzilla beam can do, maybe then I'd be like, okay, at least some thought was put into it. But again, it comes down to my issue of, if I can come up with a solution to this, someone else should have been able to. And the fact that I know nobody has a solution to this just shows that they didn't think about it that hard, which is not how I want my movies to be written. It also frustrates me that they never unpack it. Like, where did they get the skullcrawler eggs? I guess Monarch Legacy of Monsters is finally giving us an answer, but I feel sad that a TV show that's coming out like 5 years later is having to do the heavy lifting for writers that wrote this movie all the way back in 2018 or before. Like, what are we talking about here? How is it that you've had to take this long to come up with an answer, and why doesn't it happen in the movie? Why can't the movie stand on its own properly? The movie should be able to stand on its own with some questions left open intentionally and a lot of questions answered. Like, we should not have this many what ifs or how or why or whatever. Kong is then airlifted to Antarctica. I really like this scene. He lands there, but he refuses to enter Hollow Earth, but you can see he's cold and he's confused, and it's really sad. And it isn't until Gia tells Kong that his family might be inside that Kong instantly takes off towards the Hollow Earth portal, sprinting to find his family, causing Monarch to take off in this emergency heave launch after Kong. It's great. This moment literally made me tear up in theaters, because I'm so invested in the MonsterVerse. The second she said your family might be in there and Kong lets out this real sad little roar and takes off running, it immediately brought back memories of Skull Island, The Birth of Kong, back when I think the MonsterVerse was truly at its peak in terms of long-form storytelling, when the comics really mattered and were well done. That is a moment where the comics are not needed, but really enhance your appreciation for a moment in the film, because dang, dude, Kong feeling so lonely, it's already a part of the character. You don't need a comic to understand it, but knowing the backstory of Kong's family being killed in front of him when he was a child, it makes him so much more tragic. It's great. That is something that I really appreciated my deep connection to the MonsterVerse for, because that really enriched that moment for me. I was like immediately brought to tears because of how lonely Kong is. Like, without saying a single word, we see Kong is willing to risk his entire life, potentially throw his life away in an instant, if it means he might be able to find someone else like him. Like, that is so tragic. Kong enters the portal with the heave following, and they are blasted into a vortex heading to the center of the earth. I really like the vortex effects. That looks fantastic. This whole transition sequence is so cool. And they arrive on the other side in Hollow Earth. They have radically changed the way Hollow Earth was working. In Godzilla 2014, and I guess Kong Skull Island is kind of explained as open pockets under the earth where things can live, but are mostly probably like hibernating. In Godzilla King of the Monsters, we're told there's a tunnel system that runs through the earth, and there are some open pockets of that tunnel where things like a giant temple could reside. Here, it's throwing all of that out the window. There's literally a fantasy planet inside of the earth, an entire second planet in the earth where monsters roam. It is a monster planet, or a planet of the monsters. Not my favorite, but I understand this is a far, far more usable version. It's essentially similar to Skull Island, except a full kind of like trippy sort of Inception-y world where like the sky is flipped in on itself because they're both technically the ground because it's a circle. It's we're inside of the earth. It's a really cool setting. I really like the grittiness of Axis Mundi and Monarch Legacy of Monsters. I love that aesthetic as well, the sci-fi scariness of it. But I do appreciate from a fantasy standpoint, this is a really cool world. It's really cool to take Kong to a new fantasy world like this. It amps up the Skull Island theme. It's not my cup of tea, it is a little jarring to me to get here from the previous films. It comes out of nowhere for me, big time, I would say, but I can set it aside because of the potential it has to be explored in sequels. I will say I kind of feel like Hollow Earth feels very small in this movie. They traverse it so easily going from one place to the next. Like they get around in no time. They make it to the Kong Temple so freaking quickly, and then just so happens to be a directly parallel to Hong Kong, like straight line up to the surface to Hong Kong, exactly where they needed it to be. Little ridiculous, more than a little, I would say. And Hollow Earth comes across really small and not very dangerous here, as the only threat posed in this film is the Warbats. The next film does not fix those issues, as we find out Hollow Earth is still pretty small and not very terrifying. Scar King is a problem, but he comes from the subterranean realm, which is an even more ridiculous concept of a Hollow Earth within the Hollow Earth. What the freaking heck is that? But yep, there sure is a second Hollow Earth inside the Hollow Earth. It's ridiculous. And that's a little more threatening, but even then, it's traversed with more ease than Skull Island is. And I do feel like in the two movies with Hollow Earth, this one and the next one, it never comes across with the presence or fear factor that Skull Island has. It never comes across anywhere near as compelling, threatening, or interesting to me. So it is a little bit of a trade-off where I appreciate the story potential for it. I like the setting. I like the world. I like the visuals. I do find it to be underwhelming compared to Skull Island itself, though. But, I'm a big Skull Island guy, so that might just be a me thing. I know it isn't just a me thing. I've talked to many other people who hold that opinion, but it might not be a very popular opinion. You know what else is also a little world-breaking here, which didn't dawn on me until my most recent watch? I've always thought it was weird that Kong falls through this portal and then crashes into a freaking mountain and is fine. Like, does Kong not take fall damage in the MonsterVerse? But what really dawned on me here, because I've always kind of excused it as two things. Number one, Kong kind of flips his direction, so he hits a point in the earth and then reverses direction and then lands against the mountain. And the mountain, he slides against it, so his momentum is slowed down. He doesn't just smack on the ground. What really struck me is there are two moments that absolutely destroy the MonsterVerse for me. There is one in King of the Monsters, and there's this one here. There's another one in the next film, but by that point, it's already been established, I guess. In Godzilla King of the Monsters, King Ghidorah grabs Godzilla, brings him up to the stratosphere or beyond, and then drops him to the ground, where he collides with a building. That should have been a death blow, because if Godzilla can be injured by a punch, not a stab, but a punch from a Muto, which we see he is injured from, he cannot survive a fall from essentially space. If Godzilla can survive a fall from the stratosphere or atmosphere or however high up Ghidorah brought him, if he can survive that, he cannot take damage from punches. Nothing. Absolutely nothing King Kong does should be able to impact Godzilla at all. That destroyed the Godzilla vs. Kong fight before it even began. There's no way Godzilla survives that and can be punched and injured. And here, we are told that the core of Hollow Earth has a planet's worth of gravity. A planet's worth. And it can hit you in an instant if you fall into it. And we watch Kong do that. Kong falls through the planet at a speed so fast that he actually travels through a wormhole portal, and he emerges and collides with the gravity vortex in a way that should snap his back like Bane, and in a way where he hits a planet's worth of gravity in the inversion. Dude should be crumpled into dust. God, like, there's no way. And then he flips and smacks into a mountain at super fast speeds. Kong also essentially just survived a fall from the stratosphere right here. Kong also should not be injured by punches. It's really weird to me that the MonsterVerse included that. Like, is there no other way to get them to Hollow Earth? Could Kong not have beamed through the portal and come out rolling on the ground, Like, why did he have to do... Because the fall looks really cool. And it does. It's a great visual. It's super awesome. And it didn't ever stick out to me until right now, because I've always had an issue with the Godzilla fall, and this is one where I'm like, okay, I guess Kong gets a moment like that of his own. So I guess they've both had moments where they've pulled off these insane feats of survival against what essentially should be life-threatening or downright crippling or murderous fall damage. Like, Godzilla and Kong don't take fall damage in the MonsterVerse is what I'm trying to say here. Certainly not in the next movie, because they rocket out of a Hollow Earth portal into the ground and explode so deep into the ground that they literally are submerged in the earth itself and have to come back out of it, erupt from it. Like, these guys don't take fall damage. Anybody who downplays Kong's durability after those two feats is not paying very close attention to how impressive those two moments are. It's so weird. Maybe Hollow Earth portals grant a moment of invincibility as you're respawning. I don't know. Am I overthinking it? Yes, absolutely. That's the entire point. Somebody's got to. Kong lands, he immediately takes off towards the energy source. I guess Nathan Lynn's plan works perfectly in that regard, and the Heaves follow, but they are attacked by the Warbats, which are new creatures. They're like flying king cobra snakes. They're very cool. I love the design. I love them. I think they're fantastic additions to the MonsterVerse. Kong defeats the first one effortlessly. It's a great move. I love the Jason Voorhees styled moment where Kong smacks one of their dead bodies into the other one, but then he's constricted by the second one. Now, I personally think it's just because Kong was like unaware of how these things fight. He's never really had to fight one of these things before, so it's not like he'd know its moves. It is unfortunate though, because the heave is what shoots the missiles that gets it to relax its grip on Kong, allowing him to also, he kills it pretty effortlessly as well, crunching it before slamming it into the ground and eating its head. Pretty brutal, or at least eating the insides of its head. But it does build up this like notion that has become a little frustrating in the fan base. It's one of those things where the fan base itself has made this moment more of a thing than it needs to be and caused a lot of headaches over it, where it's like, Kong's constantly getting saved in this movie. He can't do anything without getting saved. Godzilla's going to atomic breath him on the ship, and the only reason he doesn't is because Godzilla gets shot in the back by a missile. Godzilla's going to drown Kong at sea, but the only reason he doesn't is because of the depth charges. Kong couldn't even take on the Warbats on his own, and he'll need help later. It downplays all of these Kong moments, and it's silly because Godzilla has equally as many throughout King of the Monsters and Godzilla 2014. Equally as many. Like, Godzilla would be toast in both of those films without the humans' help. But it's like, why is it needed? Why not just give Kong a cool little action sequence where he can fight the snakes on his own? I guess because the humans would theoretically respond in this instance. And I guess I do appreciate that. Like, they immediately rush to his help and they're not wasting any time. But it does feel like a moment where a bit of a missed opportunity to have Kong take on these Warbats on his own, and to find a really creative way to get out of that. Like, I think it could have been cool if the Warbat tries to constrict Kong, but his wing wraps around his mouth, and then his teeth sink through it, and he eats a chunk of it out and tears his way through the wing. Something crazy like that would have been awesome. And then just like that, after taking a couple bites of dinner, Kong resumes his mission in Hollow Earth. He comes across a gravity inversion point, another one, like the exact center of the Hollow Earth where gravity is equal from one side to the next, and it is such a cool moment. I love this. As Kong's taken off running through the open landscape of Hollow Earth, you feel like it's the first time he's ever gotten to fully run at full speed and like really stretch himself. It's this really freeing moment. As he's running up this mountain, he passes a bunch of rock critters which wake up. I like the just adding more monsters to the Hollow Earth. And one of them is eaten by this goofy little Godzilla-esque lizard, which Adam Wingard named Doug, and Doug has taken on a fan base of his own, become so popular, gotten a spin-off comic, gotten plushies made. He's even appeared in the next film for a cameo as well. He's gotten toys of him. Good for you, Doug. Doug is one of those things that, like, I didn't think much of. I kind of liked him before he had a name. I liked before we named him, but whatever. He became so popular. He became more popular than Barb ever did. Barb was the female Muto from King of the Monsters. Barb, everyone thought that was a funny name, making the Muto named Barb, or naming the Ghidorah's left head Kevin, and now we've got Doug to add to the trio. Anyways, it leads to one of my favorite moments in this whole movie, as Kong discovers the leaping point with this giant carved hand reaching out to him. It's like biblical in nature. It's so cool. I love the floating blue stones. He leaps through the anti-gravity field with this Blade Runner type music playing. It is the downright best music Junkie XL does for this film. I know I like that intro theme a lot. It's definitely the best iteration of the Godzilla and Kong themes, but man, is this cool. I love the anti-gravity music. Have no clue why it wasn't released on the album, because it's fantastic. And apparently Adam Wingard has said originally the score for this movie was actually a lot lot more like this the whole time. Originally, it was supposed to be kind of John Carpenter inspired. I would have loved that, but I think they wanted to save the futuristic sound for Hollow Earth itself, and this is a great moment. It's so beautiful. I love this whole sequence. Kong reaches out, he touches the rock on his way down. It's so good. And then he lands and he resumes his search. Great stuff. The Apex cargo is then delivered to Hong Kong what appears to be hours later. Again, have no freaking clue how they were able to travel the Earth that fast, but they sure were. And Team Godzilla kind of wanders around the Apex facility until just so happening to come upon an enormous execution chamber where a gargantuan-sized mech rises up from the ground into the room. So awesome here. Love this moment. Walter Simmons activates a neural link with Ren Serizawa, who takes control, piloting Mechagodzilla, who rises up. Love Mechagodzilla's whole presence here. Love the roar. The design isn't my favorite. It's one of my least favorite Mechagodzillas, I would say. Like, I don't know where I'd necessarily rank him without thinking about it too hard. As far as Mechagodzillas go, Kiryu is my favorite, and then probably 75 or 74. Those two are great, I love the Showa Mechagodzilla, love Kiryu. I really like the Ready Player One Mechagodzilla, which was also designed by Jared Krzyzewski, who designed this Mechagodzilla as well, but this one's not my favorite, and it's mostly just the face. I think the face is a little too turtle-esque. I like the kind of skeletal aspect of him, but he is a little over-designed. He's a little busy, but I do like how many spinning components and parts there are. I love how much weaponry there is that you don't even notice. His fingers have blades on them. His tail's a blade. Everything's a weapon. He feels very dangerous. I love the roar. The roar is fantastic. It's a peak Mechagodzilla roar. Might be my favorite Mechagodzilla roar. I think it's great. And then a Godzilla-sized skullcrawler, which has a red back for some reason, breaks into the room. It's released, they release it for testing. It nearly kills Team Godzilla, but is caught by Mechagodzilla, who unleashes a proton laser into the skullcrawler's throat, which mirrors the kiss of death in this twisted and evil way. And then Mechagodzilla splits the skullcrawler in half with the laser, bifurcating it. It's the coolest fatality in this movie, one of the coolest in the entire MonsterVerse. Awesome that it's a Mechagodzilla kill as well, coming midway through the movie. It's just very epic. The whole scene is great. The colors are great. The music is great. This is the best iteration of the Godzilla theme in the movie other than the intro. It's funny to me that Junkie XL wrote the intro Godzilla theme, which is like a rip-off Ifukube theme. Meanwhile, he actually delivers a very original and cool Mechagodzilla theme, which is also part of the Godzilla theme here. That is cool, man. And it comes across so well in this scene. It's a little different than the other Godzilla theme. It's very different than Ifukube's Godzilla theme. This is the cooler Godzilla theme, for sure. And it's funny, because this is also another song that's not on the dang album, as most of the best music in this movie isn't. Mechagodzilla then powers down Dad after only reaching 40% power due to a lack of that Hollow Earth energy needed to power him up. Madison realizes that this is what Godzilla's been after. This is what he's been so upset about, the fact that they're trying to replace him. And it's like, this is information that Monarch could have learned. We could have just straight up cut away to Apex and found out about this point in the movie that this is what they've been working on anyways, and found out that, Monarch is still figuring this out. They're behind the times, whatever. I don't know why Team Godzilla needed to be the ones here to figure that out, but they sure are. Mechagodzilla's eye then blinks that Orca signal, which is no longer an Orca signal, and it gets Godzilla's attention, who he straight up beelines it for Hong Kong, where Mechagodzilla is. Monarch tracks Godzilla's turn, and Mark, what are you doing, man? First of all, Mark, what are you actually doing? If you look at his texts, they're bizarre. He's texting two unknown numbers, and they're like kind of flirty and sexual. Like one of them's even got the drooling emoji. Mark Russell, what are you doing? What a weird inclusion in this movie. Was that like a visual joke that they didn't think anybody would pause that to notice? And also, Mark, buddy, what are you doing? Are you not in charge? He's called Director Russell here, but he really doesn't seem to have much authority at all, because does he not have the ability to call for an evacuation of Hong Kong with Godzilla heading there straight up? I guess not, because all he does is try to contact Madison but fail. He can't contact her, and so he leaves for his transport to Hong Kong to find out what Godzilla's up to. In Hollow Earth, however, we get to another one of my favorite scenes in the movie. I love this. Kong passes the remains of a bunch of statues of his people and comes upon a temple with an enormous handprint on the door, mirroring Kong's Skull Island, maybe setting up for Scar King, I guess technically, although I truly do not think that's what this movie had in mind, but we'll pretend they did. And Kong enters this temple. I love this. It's the first time he's found anything of his own species, like the first time he's seen any of their creations, their society, their history. It's so cool. And he calls out searching for his people. It's great. He finds this Titan-sized throne is so epic, and this axe made from the body parts of a Godzilla. It's lodged into a giant skull, which I'll point out to you guys, that skull is supposed to intended to be a Godzilla skull. It even lines up with the fact that in Godzilla 2014 they use a bear skull to represent Godzilla's skull, and this is a bear skull. I think it's because they didn't actually have a CGI model for a Godzilla skull, and they didn't think anybody would question it all that much, but people sure have. The implication here, though, is that it was a Godzilla slaying weapon, a weapon meant to kill Godzillas, and that you're supposed to see visual proof of that here. The axe can kill a Godzilla. It's lodged in the skull of a giant bear titan it's supposed to be Godzilla. It's supposed to be a Godzilla skull. Kong rips the axe out, and now he's got this royal axe of his people. It's unearned. He didn't earn it. He didn't do anything to earn that. I wish he did, but he doesn't. Either way, doesn't take away from how amazing this moment is, and I do like the fact that it's essentially Kong's lineage passing on a final weapon, a final thing to defend himself against Godzilla. Like, it's the last gift of his people before he finds them again. It's really cool from that perspective, so I'll stand by it, and I'll defend it. I think it's very cool. I love the royal axe. I love this moment. I love when Kong raises it into the air and roars and then sits on the throne room. The music in this scene is fantastic. The song Hollow Earth ends with that amazing Kong motif, and the super cool throne room song, The Throne. Those are the two best pieces of music in this film from this soundtrack, from the actual score that's out there. They're great. They're really, really great. I love this whole scene, and it feels like Kong has officially visually earned the title of King Kong, the way that Godzilla earns the title of King of the Monsters at the end of the last film with that actual visual of the monsters bowing to Godzilla. Meanwhile, Team Godzilla sneaks around Apex and stumbles upon Ghidorah's skull, transformed here into an operating chamber for Ren Serizawa. Absolutely no acknowledgement of Alan Jonah or how Apex wound up with the skull, straight up not addressed in this movie even a little bit. Somehow, I don't know why, but Serizawa is still uplinked with Mechagodzilla, so they get to kind of wander around, and Bernie theorizes that there is a second Ghidorah skull inside of Mechagodzilla. Now, I think from the script standpoint, there is supposed to be a second Ghidorah skull in the head of Mechagodzilla, but Adam Wingard has admitted outright that that's a mistake. It's just a continuity error. Like, Bernie Hayes has to be wrong, because as we see in Godzilla King of the Monsters, the other Ghidorah skulls are outright vaporized, destroyed by Godzilla, so therefore there's only one left. And unfortunately, that just means Bernie's wrong, which calls into question how much else is he wrong about, but that's for videos that I've also done on the channel that you can go watch. Either way, Godzilla arrives in Hong Kong. Again, setting aside my feelings on Godzilla's actions, I love the fact that we get a Hollywood budget Godzilla destruction scene with a Toho style. It's not as far as Toho would take it for sure, but it's cool. Godzilla arrives in Hong Kong, destroying this bridge on his way in and rampaging through the streets. Mark arrives at about the same time and learns that Monarch's other director has only just now initiated an evacuation. Like, bro, what have you been waiting for? People are dying because of you. Kong's axe magically lights up. I guess somehow, some way, it being on the floor next to the Hollow Earth source wasn't good enough for it. It needed to be at the throne itself, but the axe lights up, and I like this moment because Kong uses visual cues alone, his perception, something that this movie doesn't use enough of, to figure out what this thing is. He finds that there is an altar on the ground of other Godzilla axes, other weapons harvested from dead Godzillas, and he places the axe in the only open slot needed, and it winds up starting a chain reaction that pulls all this Hollow Earth energy from the core into the axes, charging them. It charges this whole Godzilla altar, like there's literally a Godzilla, like, essentially carved into the ground here, and our Godzilla on the surface feels it and responds to it by supercharging and blasting the ground with his atomic breath in the most, I know there's been a couple of them, but this is the most world-breaking thing that happens in the MonsterVerse downright. We find out here that Godzilla has an atomic drill that can drill to the Hollow Earth in a matter of what appears to be minutes for the atomic breath to drill to the Hollow Earth, and yet it can't kill a Muto? Oh, but Godzilla was underpowered. Shut up, and why don't you watch some of my lore videos? No, it wasn't. Can't kill Ghidorah, and it cannot kill Kong later. Is that because Godzilla wasn't fully charged? Well, tell that to the supercharged Godzilla in the next film, who also couldn't kill Scar King with an even stronger beam. It makes no sense. The only explanation that I can headcanon into existence is that we have kind of altered altered the way we view Godzilla's atomic breath here to say maybe the reason Godzilla has it in the first place is for the purpose of it being a drill for the Godzilla species to make it in and out of Hollow Earth, and maybe the fact that Godzilla's atomic energy is so similar to Hollow Earth energy means that the closer the atomic breath gets to Hollow Earth, the more powerful it gets, and therefore it will be able to, as it's drilling through the rock and it starts to soak up some of that Hollow Earth radiation, it will amplify, which would explain why the hole on the other end of Hollow Earth is bigger than the hole on the surface. Like Godzilla, the hole he burns on the surface is not as big as the hole in Hollow Earth, and it would make sense under the perspective of Godzilla's atomic breath is one thing, but it being amplified by the ground, the Hollow Earth energy in the ground, is a totally different beast, and maybe that means that Godzilla's atomic breath would be stronger in the Hollow Earth. I don't know, because they don't know either. It is so ridiculous. I think it'd be easier to just explain there was an unactivated Hollow Earth portal nearby, and something Godzilla does, or Kong, or whoever, maybe Kong starting this chain reaction, opens the portal, and the portal could either open directly to Hong Kong or could open to the bay, whatever. All you needed to say was that Kong starts a chain reaction that opens an unactivated portal. As we learn in the next movie, they can be turned on and off. So I know I'm overthinking it. I know, I'm sorry. I do love the visual of Godzilla's atomic drill. I love how supercharged he gets. It's so cool. Maya Simmons then scans the energy source and sends a sample to Apex. I think it's funny that Eileen protests. Like, did you not know they were going to do that? That Nathan wasn't shy about that. That we've been saying it the whole time. I don't know why she's like, hey, you can't do that. What'd you think they were here for? That's exactly what they were here for. Unfortunately for Maya, though, the Apex guards hold Eileen and the others at gunpoint because Maya's trying to simmer them down, and Kong does not take kindly to this. He roars in retaliation just as an earthquake hits this temple, which is caused by Godzilla's atomic breath. Then a swarm of hellhawks from the ceilings, these monster bird things, drop down and start to attack. Maya flees as Apex successfully synthesizes the energy output and sends it up to Mechagodzilla, amplifying him. Up on the surface, Ren Serizawa protests because it is dangerous. They've never tested this before, and it's a pretty reckless thing to just turn this on. We don't know what it'll do. Meanwhile, Walter Simmons is like, shut up, dude, forces him into Mechagodzilla with a little Evangelion reference, get in the goddamn robot. And our finale is off. Team Kong is nearly killed by the Hellhawks, but they're saved last second as Godzilla's atomic breath breaches the temple. One thing that I wish happened here is that in the original script, Godzilla jumps into Hollow Earth to fight Kong and stop him from getting the axe. Like, Godzilla does not want Kong to have this axe, and so he directly jumps to Hollow Earth to battle him, and there's a huge fight in this temple, and they wind up dragging it back up onto the surface, which would have been cool, as I'll talk about here in the end. I wish we had more Godzilla and Kong fighting, but this is still great. It's great the way it happens. Godzilla and Kong roar at each other from across the planet. It's a little silly, like obviously they don't know each other's on the other side, but they're just roaring at these holes, but it is a cool visual. But then Maya opens fire on Kong trying to escape to the surface through the newly opened portal, and Kong is not having it. He grabs the heave, and I really love that he checks to see who's inside, determining it's not his friends, and then destroys it because he's sick of them. I love that. That's great. The temple then completely crumbles into pieces. It's brutal. It's kind of a hard thing to overlook too. It makes Godzilla pretty unsympathetic that the moment Kong finds a home, Godzilla destroys it. Like, Kong can't be happy anywhere. It's ridiculous. But I understand Godzilla doesn't technically know what's going on down there. He just knows that the energy source was activated. Enraged, Kong grabs the axe and jumps upward towards the surface for revenge, and we are off to the final battles. Or at least to the Godzilla vs. Kong fight, which is the main event, despite the fact that there's all that Mechagodzilla stuff afterward. Team Kong follow Kong upward in a heave, and Team Godzilla is caught and arrested snooping around Ghidorah's skull, not very sneakily at all. This gets into my favorite scene in this movie by far, and my favorite fight scene of Phase 1 of the MonsterVerse. Really, it's actually my favorite fight scene of the MonsterVerse overall. I love it. This leads to the best part as Kong surfaces and calls Godzilla out and then launches an attack on him. This leads to the best choreographed fight maybe in any of these Godzilla films ever. It is truly fantastic. It's at the very least the best fist-to-fist fighting we ever see, and it is a downright shame, because the actual fist-to-fist battle between Godzilla and Kong only lasts for a whopping 48 seconds. 48 seconds. After that 48 seconds from when Kong launches his first attack on Godzilla onward for the rest of round 2, it's just a beam chase where Godzilla's chasing Kong around with the beam, which I understand is part of the broader action sequence, but it is not combat. It is not combat. It is not a fight scene anymore. It transitions from a fight scene to a chase scene. And I need more fighting, because if there's one thing Adam Wingard knows how to do, it is deliver a spectacular fight. Like, holy crap, I'm left wanting so much more. It's amazing. Godzilla and Kong going at it in such a brutal way with some incredible combo moves. It's so sick. I love Kong jumping off the building, using the building as a leaping point to punch Godzilla in the face. I freaking love the drop kick. That is so awesome. Obviously, Godzilla got his own drop kick in the 1962 film. And then Kong winds up doing the thing. He winds up grabbing the axe, and as Godzilla's charging up his mouth about to blast Kong with the atomic breath, Kong shoves it down his mouth like the 1962 tree moment. It's iconic. I got so hyped in theaters, I was literally bouncing up and down in my chair from excitement as that happened, and I still get so hyped to this day with that. An incredible way to work that reference into this movie. It was so amazing. And I love the fact that we get to see Kong is a really efficient and really trained fighter here. I think this is what this movie needed more of, was this up close fist to fist fighting, because it is perfect. It excels at it. Unfortunately, though, Godzilla blasts Kong backwards. Kong falls over, which I do like. It gives Kong a moment to figure out how the axe works, that it charges up from Godzilla's atomic breath. But then Kong loses the axe immediately because he slices it into Godzilla's leg, doing some major damage. That's probably the most damage he technically does to Godzilla. But Godzilla just grabs the axe and hucks it to the side. And then he chases Kong around and we lose it. We just lose the fight. I do love this whole round 2 sequence. I love this chase. I think the visuals are amazing. I love that shot looking upward as Kong's climbing across the building. We're at the human perspective and the beam is chasing behind him. It explodes through the buildings. I love the beam effect here, the way that when it collides with things, it explodes into purple smoke. All of it is awesome. It's so cool. And Godzilla, he looks fantastic here. He's never looked cooler. We also get to see Kong doing some great acrobatics, swinging around. I just wish there was more fist-to-fist fighting, because that's it. We're already over with it. It's already done. We get this interlude where we cut to the Heave surfacing and they kind of escape Godzilla's atomic breath here. And I don't consider that part of the fight scene. It's like when you cut to like a helicopter in King Kong vs. Godzilla 1962 and the human characters are looking down at what's going on. Like, that's a cutaway to the human side of things. It does break the combat. I've never had an issue with that, as you know from my last review. I don't have an issue with us breaking the combat, but what I want, and as you'll see, is I'm left wanting so much more Godzilla and Kong fighting, because oh my god, Adam Wingard knows what he's doing with it, and that's why I really would have liked that third fight in Hollow Earth where they fight down there in the throne room. I just wish we could have seen more of it. It's too entertaining to not get more of. Because from here, after that little interlude with the humans surfacing, Kong's able to recover his axe. I do love that he uses that building as a shield to deflect the atomic breath. That is really what we needed more of, was playing to their strengths and weaknesses, like what I was talking about way at the start of this review. But then he grabs the axe, charging it with the atomic breath. It's able to direct the atomic breath upwards towards it, and then he slams it down on Godzilla's face, exploding it against Godzilla, knocking Godzilla out cold. It's great. Kong winds up being the winner of round 2, and it's an incredibly engaging fight. Then we cut away and we find out that Team Godzilla is taken to Walter Simmons directly, who reveals his plan to kill the Titans with Mechagodzilla. Like, we already know that. He doesn't need to reveal that to them, but he goes on a little villainous monologue about how his plan is to make humanity the apex species again and whatever. Meanwhile, Godzilla wakes back up and goes full animalistic to hunt Kong down. And while I do really love the visuals of Godzilla going full animalistic, crawling around and all this, this is such a brief fight, but it's still super cool. I just wish it lasted longer. Kong sneak attacks Godzilla. It's a great moment where he tricks Godzilla into thinking he's behind him, and then he slams him into a building. Super awesome. I also love the visual of Kong up on that sort of Empire State Building looking building. But round 3 is so brief. Kong gets like 3 good hits in, and then it's over. Godzilla bodies Kong, grabs him, flips him off of him, swings him around, dislocates his shoulder. Kong barely does anything here, and it's like not even satisfying from Godzilla's perspective, because we don't even get to see him go toe-to-toe for a while. It's just over so quickly. Godzilla goes on this close range offensive, dislocating Kong's shoulder like I said, sucking his toes, literally putting his toes in his mouth. Disgusting and degrading Godzilla. And then scratching up Kong's chest before stomping him into the ground and roaring in his face. It's an incredibly iconic moment where Kong roars back. Super cool visual. And Godzilla seems to agree, as it seems to gain Godzilla's respect. And I would think Godzilla would be the kind of guy to charge up his atomic breath and just obliterate Kong's face here, killing him outright, or stomp straight straight through his chest and kill him, as I actually do believe in the original first draft of the script, which I'm glad they moved away from. Before they did their first batch of rewrites, I think Godzilla was supposed to cave in Kong's chest and kill him here, and I'm glad they move away from that. They do move away from that. That is one of the best changes they made. One of the best things they did was sparing Kong, because they knew that he's too compelling to kill outright like that. It's too disrespectful to the legacy of the character, and it's also unearned, I would say. But Godzilla seems to gain Kong's respect because he doesn't kill him outright. He spares him. He gets off of him and walks away. It seems Godzilla appreciates that Kong is defiant to the very end. And as Godzilla leaves, Kong passes out. And uh-oh, Godzilla, your fight's not over, because Mechagodzilla activates, but with the Hollow Earth energy, which actually triggers Ghidorah's skull into merging with Mechagodzilla's AI, electrocuting Ren Serizawa and killing him. He is dead here, and hijacking Mechagodzilla, who then destroys the control room, killing Walter Simmons and a bunch of the Apex people in the process. I do love the idea that Ghidorah's basically consciousness possesses Mechagodzilla. It's a cool way to call back to Kiryu. It's also just a neat way to get like some sort of a Ghidorah consciousness back in this movie, but I wish it was made a little more clear that Mechagodzilla is not the reincarnation of Ghidorah, but instead a new hybrid AI Ghidorah evil thing completely. It's its own thing. Like, it does rob Mechagodzilla a little bit of some agency to say Mechagodzilla is essentially Ghidorah piloting a mech suit, which isn't the truth. It is its own thing, it is its own thing. I think just most people don't pay attention to that because the Ghidorah skull seems to take over. And with that, Ren Serizawa and Walter Simmons are dead. Mechagodzilla erupts from the mountain he was built in this super awesome moment, kind of calling back to that 74 film, and then his rampage is quick but epic. I love him lasering through the city, I love him stomping the buildings, I love the visuals here, and I really love the Godzilla fight. Godzilla goes to combat him, he sprints at him in one of the coolest Godzilla visuals in the movie. I love Mechagodzilla opening up all the missiles on Godzilla, who charges through them all, and then Godzilla gets the absolute smackdown put on him. It's the most entertaining fight in the MonsterVerse aside from that round 2 Hong Kong fight, if nothing else from the perspective of at every turn Godzilla is countered and absolutely humiliated. I know there's a lot of cope in this fandom that it's because Godzilla was tired from his fight. The film does a very bad job portraying that on screen. Never one time in the entire film do you get the idea that Godzilla is low on stamina, as Godzilla is presented as sprinting at full speed, having full range of his emotions. It's not like he's tired at all in this moment. He's got his full atomic breath charge up. There's never a moment where we kind of get the impression that Godzilla's worn out from his fight. That's just cope started by the fan base that Adam Wingard embraced because you guys were sending him death threats because you guys are insane. I'm not coping though. Godzilla gets humiliated by Mechagodzilla because that's the point of Mechagodzilla. The whole point ever since the first introduction in 1974 was that Mechagodzilla is the superior Godzilla, and Godzilla has to outsmart him to take him down, or team up with others, whatever. And in this case, it's Kong. Team Kong discovers that Kong is dying. Godzilla did too good of a job beating his butt, and Kong's gonna die, so they have to use a heave to revive him, kind of a callback to the 1962 film. And with Kong revived, Gia explains that Mechagodzilla is the enemy and not Godzilla, and Kong's like, oh man, he reluctantly agrees to fight with Godzilla, and he fixes his shoulder by slamming himself into a building, and then he runs to save Godzilla, and he does seconds before Godzilla's killed with his own kiss of death. Mechagodzilla's about to beam straight down Godzilla's throat and kill him, and Kong saves his life. The Titans then unite to take down Mechagodzilla in a very brief but amazing 2v1. I love the team up. I love them grabbing different arms of Mechagodzilla and slamming him through the building. I love that moment where Godzilla's taking on one arm of Mechagodzilla and Kong climbs the other to smack Mechagodzilla around. It's so cool. I actually think it's a cooler team up than what we get in the next film. Godzilla winds up getting knocked down while Kong turns to grab the axe so that he can change the tides of the fight here. And unfortunately, Kong winds up getting stuck in a stalemate with Mechagodzilla because while he can do some damage with the axe, he cannot get out of this tricky little situation where Mechagodzilla's tail is about to drill through his face. And despite the fact that Mechagodzilla can open up, I don't know, any number of weapons against Kong to get out of this, like his hands, he can drill into Kong with his hands, he can slice through him with the hand saws, he can shoot his proton beam down Kong's face to kill Kong, he can shoot missiles at Kong to get Kong to loosen his grip. Despite all of that, Mechagodzilla's committed to killing Kong with his tail. Why, you might ask? Well, it's because I was saying earlier, they needed an excuse for Team Godzilla to do absolutely anything in this movie, and so they do. Team Godzilla starts shouting at each other, and then Josh takes some alcohol from Bernie Hayes and pours it on Mechagodzilla's computer hub, causing it to glitch out and explode. I don't know how whiskey does that, but the whiskey causes the computer to glitch. It buys Kong enough time so that Godzilla charges up the axe with his atomic breath. I love that team-up moment. I love seeing Godzilla use his intelligence for once. And then Kong uses the supercharged axe to absolutely dismantle Mechagodzilla, cutting him into pieces, getting covered in oil. He looks fantastic. Kong is so cool here. And then he decapitates Mechagodzilla in a callback to the ending of the 1974 film. It's so epic. I also love that, as Adam Wingard always says, Godzilla wins the fight, but Kong wins the movie. And you have to, because otherwise this movie is a really bizarre, weirdly written, kind of sad film about a guy who loses his house, gets absolutely annihilated due to a hate crime, finds a new house, gets his house firebombed by a racist, goes to the surface to get revenge, and then that racist beats him up and kills him. That's the movie if Kong doesn't defeat Mechagodzilla. So I love that Godzilla and Kong can put their differences aside and team up and fight Mechagodzilla, and that Kong is the one who gets the win here. It's absolutely needed from a narrative standpoint. In the aftermath here, Team Kong is reunited here, and there's a little fake out with a Godzilla vs. Kong round 4 in another one of my favorite little visuals. I love the way Kong looks here as he gets up to fight Godzilla one last time. I also love the way he kind of drops the Mechagodzilla head and falls over like a tired gunslinger, and the way Godzilla charges Kong here at the very end of the movie is really menacing. It's fantastic. In the end though, Godzilla's not here for a fight. Madison winds up reuniting with Mark just in time for all of this to go down, and they run over as Godzilla and Kong roar at each other and go their separate ways. It's also the only time in the entire movie that Team Kong and Team Godzilla are on screen together, and they never exchange any dialogue. They don't even acknowledge each other's existence. Godzilla simply tells Kong to drop the axe, he's not here to fight, and the two of them roar at each other, and then they go their separate ways. Godzilla leaves into the ocean, and Kong survives to fight another day. It seemed more thematically appropriate when the movie ended with them on equal terms as former enemies who have now gained the respect of each other, but the next film undoes that. So it's just simply that Kong survives to fight another day and Godzilla leaves because he's too sleepy to fight here. This is really because Godzilla is essentially like, dude, go to Hollow Earth, I'll leave you alone. I don't want to deal with you. If you go to Hollow Earth, we're good. We're good. Just don't come back here again, or we will have problems. Which is never really how I interpreted the end of this movie, but I don't know, I didn't make it. I just watched it more times than most people on the planet. In the end of the movie, I love that we return to Hollow Earth. Monarch has returned to Hollow Earth. They've started to build a Hollow Earth station down there, and Kong shows up and tells Gia that he is finally home. And then he sets out swinging for the last time, roaring on a mountain as the king of the Hollow Earth. I love that Kong gets the last line of this movie. It's the only instance in a kaiju film that the kaiju gets the last line that I can think of. It's really cool. I really love it. So epic. As you can tell, this movie's kind of a mixed bag for me. On the one hand, like, I don't know, it's got some painful missed potential. I think a lot of this is due to simply a lack of confidence. I think there's a lack of confidence in the initial premise of having King Kong and Godzilla fight each other, and straight up, I think there's a lack of confidence in the MonsterVerse itself after King of the Monsters box office. What I believe happened here is, I don't think somebody had full confidence in the idea of King Kong and Godzilla fighting. And Adam Wingard's not shy about admitting that he didn't think that Kong could stand a chance to Godzilla, so maybe it was him. I mean, he's openly admitted that he found it to be a really big challenge to get Kong to fight Godzilla on equal grounds in this movie, and that's one of the reasons the axe was included. I think that's a really silly reason. I think the 1962 film already proved you can just have them be on equal grounds as each other. I understand that film gives Kong a very silly power-up with the lightning abilities. I don't think this movie needed to go that route. It could have, but I don't think it needed to. I just simply think you portray Kong as being a powerful opponent, different to Godzilla, different in ways that make him an equal. The same way that the Mutos were able to put the smackdown on Godzilla, Kong could have done the same. I also think it's silly because in the entire history of Godzilla, that's never really been an issue before. How is Ebra an even match with Godzilla? He isn't, but a movie will treat him like he is one. Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster puts Godzilla up against Ebra as the main threat, and we just live with it. You know, you got Son of Godzilla, which puts Godzilla up against a lot of lesser opponents, and Godzilla struggles to overcome Kamunga. There are plenty of Godzilla films where Godzilla struggles to go up against an opponent, and we're totally fine with that. We just accept it and move on. And this is just a case where I don't think you had to overthink it. I think this movie overthought the premise. I think this movie went, a big monkey versus Godzilla, how could he win? And it overthought the premise and over-convoluted it. That's the thing. I think this movie did not have confidence in the idea of King Kong and Godzilla fighting, and I understand neither did Ishiro Honda all the way back in 1962, but I still think there's a lot of potential there if you play the characters right. And I think that the fact that King of the Monsters kind of underperformed, they didn't want to tie this movie so heavily to a movie that not everybody saw, that this movie underwent so many script revisions and wound up with what I consider to be a kind of a lackluster final script. I'm not even saying the movie came out lackluster, but the script came out lackluster, and it holds the whole movie back. This movie has downright bad world building. It takes away some of the most interesting things of Kong from the previous film, from Kong Skull Island, some of the most compelling traits of that character. Downright character assassination from Mark Russell. It radically alters Godzilla's characterization in a very frustrating way. It does not seem to understand what makes the idea of the Godzilla versus Kong fight compelling. It isn't that Kong has an axe, it's that Kong is a different type of character. Kong has more fist-to-fist combat strength than Godzilla. He has less durability, he has more intelligence, he has more speed, he has less hacks. Godzilla's got the atomic breath. They have different strengths and weaknesses. Godzilla's got the gills that are a weak point, the eyes that are a weak point. There's so many other things you could have done with it. And even in the comic books, where we find out you can neutralize Godzilla's atomic breath by breaking his spines. Let's just take a look at the MonsterVerse itself. Muto Prime breaks Godzilla's spines and disables his atomic breath. We already have established strengths and weaknesses for this characters. So the fact that this movie shies away from all of them and comes up with new ones is bizarre to me. As far as this movie's concerned, the characters' strengths and weaknesses just simply depend on the scene at hand and what they need to accomplish in that scene. This movie is one that I can't really go through my 4 quadrants of human story, kaiju story, soundtrack, and special effects, which is a very, very limited and outdated way I ranked movies. I was not thinking about them very deeply back in the day when I came up with that rating system, but obviously I'll move away from that if I re-review these films. I'm going to have to add some categories here to explain my full thoughts on this movie. For the human story, it is broken down into a few components. Monarch is downright bad. I think it's downright bad. Apex and Team Godzilla, I think, is not that good. But also, Apex is pretty solid, actually. So I would say Team Godzilla is not great. Apex is pretty good. Team Kong, though, I think the Team Kong stuff actually is great. I think it's really great. I think it does work. Overall, I think it evens out to good. It's a good human story. There's a lot of good characters in this movie, and a lot of stuff I like with the humans. The kaiju story is where this movie really shines. It goes the route that I really wanted it to, the route that King Kong versus Godzilla goes, the route that War of the Gargantuas goes, and that's making the kaiju the main characters. We understand that it's their story, and we're going to give them the most compelling drama, and that's really cool. The Godzilla story I find frustrating because of how it ties into the previous films and the previous characterization for Godzilla, but setting that aside, very good. I really like the use of Godzilla here as this ultimate overpowering threat. It's pretty great. Kong, I think, is downright fantastic. I think it's a downright fantastic storyline for Kong. I love that he has a full arc. I love that he learns things. I love that everything changes for him by the end. I love how much change Kong undergoes. I do think the way we get here, it's a big leap from Kong Skull Island to here, but with the Kong we have on hand here, it's pretty great. Mechagodzilla is pretty good. He comes out of absolutely nowhere. This movie doesn't earn him at all, but this movie doesn't earn a lot of its big world-building jumps. Mechagodzilla comes out of absolutely nowhere here, but he's still portrayed very well. He's downright scary. I love how menacing he is. I love how powerful he is against Godzilla. It's awesome. The music here is okay. Some of the music is great. I shouted out all of the tracks that I think are great. That A New Language song is fantastic when Kong speaks for the first time. The Hollow Earth is great. The Throne is great. The intro theme is great. The Anti-Gravity song is great. I also really love the song Mega as Godzilla and Kong are fighting. That's all great. I've talked about this at length on the channel over time. I will not spend too much time harping on it, but I consider Godzilla's theme to be straight up academic plagiarism of the work of Akira Ifukube, and I find it very frustrating that they actually have the ability to license Akira Ifukube's Godzilla theme as seen in the last movie, but chose not to because they didn't want to. They just didn't think it was good or didn't think it fit this character, and I don't think that... I think if you've already used it in the last film, it's too late now. You cannot put it back in the bottle. The genie's already out. You embrace it and move on, or you do something entirely different. Don't walk the line with a downright rip-off theme song, and that is what this is, a rip-off Godzilla theme. I consider it plagiarism. I think from an academic standpoint, you cannot prove me wrong. From a legal standpoint, Maybe not. Maybe it's legally not plagiarism. But from an academic standpoint, I do think it is. Kong's motif is great. The one that, the Kong-Gia motif, the one that plays when he gets the axe, that's amazing. It's truly fantastic. Very similar to Mephi's theme song from the Godzilla Planet trilogy. Godzilla anime trilogy has that Mephi's theme song, very similar in nature. And unfortunately, the Kong theme, which I did used to like, not as much as that Kong-Gia motif, but the Kong theme I did like, that is straight up note for note, note for note, to the tempo, plagiarized from a song from the 2019 live-action Lion King, which was riffing off of a song from the original Lion King soundtrack. I believe it's the song that plays when Simba dies, and if you listen to it, the Kong theme in its entirety plays in one iteration. Straight up stolen from that. I was so disappointed to find that out because I do like the Kong theme. Setting the plagiarism aside, I think the soundtrack, it's mixed. Not all the music is great, but some of it is. One thing that is great is the visual effects. Visual effects are fantastic in this movie. I think they look amazing. Some of the best VFX of the entire Godzilla series. Some of those shots of Kong are the best he has ever looked before, and some of the best he ever will look, you know, in any of the movies that are currently out. Like, I think some of the VFX in Hong Kong are the best VFX in the entire Godzilla series overall. There's some CGI that I think is just truly groundbreaking and amazing. It's great. And the visuals overall are also great. Like the cinematography, the fight choreography, it's all fantastic. That is what this movie really excels at, is being a visual ride to enjoy. It really is great for that. And here's the thing. If you can tell, I've got a lot of issues with this movie. No shock, but you know why I like this movie as much as I do is because 10 out of 10 vibes. This movie is a 10 out of 10 in the vibe department. It is a good time. It is enjoyable. It's a very fast-paced, action-heavy, very light, adventurous movie. It's an enjoyable time. It's very fun. And when you can go along with it, and sometimes, most of the time, I can go along with it easily, it is just a great adventure film. It's fantastic. I love it. Right now, I'm kind of struggling, but that's because I'm analyzing it. But it's not always like that. Godzilla vs. Kong is pure entertainment, and it's just what I wanted and what the world needed back in 2021. It isn't 2021 anymore, and as much as I like Godzilla vs. Kong, I think the thing that broke me on it was, as I said, the fan base up at the top, and in many other ways, it's that GXK is too much. GXK doubles down on so many of the things I have issues with in this film while not fixing most of the problems I have here, that it's gotten me sick. And the best way I can explain my opinion on the MonsterVerse at the moment is through a food metaphor. So stick with me for just a second. If you made it this far, big thank you in the first place. Holy crap, this is the longest one I've ever done. If you made it this far, I really appreciate you. I think food is probably the best way I could explain my feelings on the MonsterVerse. Godzilla 2014 is a really nice appetizer. I really liked it, but it left me wanting a lot more. Kong Skull Island and Godzilla King of the Monsters came out, and they were both the main course, and I really loved it. I thought it was a fantastic meal. I would love to eat it again someday, and I was all on board with it. It was the best food at the time. And now we got Godzilla vs. Kong, which was the pure dessert. It was the dessert at the end of the meal, and it was a very rich and sugar-filled dessert. It left me with a bit of a bellyache, but I could ignore it because it was so delicious. And then we got a second dessert right afterward with Godzilla Kong and the New Empire, a movie that makes me, in retrospect, so sick to my stomach because it's so overfilling on the sugar and on the unhealthy aspects that it actually winds up souring my opinion of the first dessert, as now I look at both of them as being the thing that gave me a stomachache, when really I could have ignored the way I felt after the first one, and the second one is what amped up all of my problems and made me acutely aware of how much it affected me in the first place. If that metaphor makes sense, that is how I feel about the MonsterVerse. I don't always want to turn my brain off to enjoy a movie, and I don't think I should have to. So, from an entertainment factor, this movie is as strong as it possibly could be. When you analyze it, it falls apart. Maybe this is because King Kong vs. Godzilla from 1962 was my favorite movie of all time for many years of my life. Up until very, very recently, it was my favorite movie that had ever come out. I just loved it, seeing my two favorite characters of all time on screen together. And so maybe it's because I had 20 years to build up the rematch in my head, and I'm not sure it lived up to that. I know I'm not a screen time guy. Like, I really really hate when people count screen time, but I'm gonna do that here for just a moment, and I'm gonna do it as fast as I possibly can to say I think why I'm left wanting more after Godzilla vs. Kong, specifically in the combat department. Like, despite the fact that this movie delivers some of the greatest kaiju fighting and combat we have ever seen in a Godzilla film and in a Kong film, and it is better combat than we see in the 1962 film, hands down, better combat, I was left wanting more here than I am after watching the original movie, and I think it's summed up with the actual breakdown of these scenes. Now, this is subjective. People can count these things a little differently, but I'm gonna run through my runtime calculations here. The Tasman Sea scene, the action sequence, the Tasman Sea fight scene kicks off as Godzilla erupts from under the water and knocks Kong's transport ship upward, because other than that, it's Godzilla fighting the military transport. So that's when the fight actually begins. That sequence from there until when Godzilla leaves after defeating Kong is 6 minutes and 52 seconds. Pretty solid. Hong Kong round 1 starts with Kong surfacing and ends with Kong kind of dusting himself off as the victor of round 2. That round 2 and Hong Kong fight lasts for 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Pretty brief. That's pretty brief. It's half of the time of the Tasman Sea fight. Hong Kong round 2 is even quicker at 2 minutes and 30 seconds from Godzilla waking back up until Kong has officially been defeated by Godzilla. Only 2 minutes and 32 seconds, bringing us to a grand total of 13 minutes and 4 seconds of fight scenes between Godzilla and Kong in a 2-hour movie of Godzilla vs. Kong. But the combat is what kills it, because if you break down just when the characters are fighting, which means cutting out the human drama in the Tasman Sea, cutting out the human cutaways in Hong Kong, which I know there's not many, but there are a few, and cutting down on some of those other elements, like just when are they fighting, there is 2 minutes and 48 seconds of combat between Godzilla and Kong in the Tasman Sea. Hong Kong round 1, there is 2 minutes and 46 seconds of combat, about the same as there was in the Tasman Sea, except if you get rid of a bit of that chase scene, you know, like I said, we transition from a fight scene to a chase scene, there's only 2 minutes and 23 seconds of combat in Hong Kong round 1, and round 2 is even quicker at 1 minute and 30 seconds of combat before it's already over. This brings us to a total of 6 minutes and 26 seconds of combat in Godzilla vs. Kong, despite the fact that the movie itself is 2 hours long. For comparison, Godzilla Kong the New Empire delivers a 1 minute and 56 second fight scene in Egypt between Godzilla and Kong, and that's not what the movie is about, which means that Egypt fight is about as long as the 2 Hong Kong sequences. It's actually longer than Hong Kong round 2. How crazy. I understand that it has a chase scene there, but that's a much shorter chase. Meanwhile, King Kong vs. Godzilla, a shorter film coming in at an hour and a half, the scenes break down with round 1, Godzilla and Kong meeting at the hillside, lasting for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, round 2 being 10 minutes and 40 seconds, and that is the entire finale of the movie, and that's it. I mean, there is a kind of a break where Kong gets knocked out in round 2, if we're gonna break it down that way. It is a little different with the first part of round 2 lasting for 4 minutes and 41 seconds until Kong is knocked out, the second half picking up when he's resurrected. That lasts for 3 minutes and 5 seconds, which actually means the longest combat, those are the combat totals by the way, the longest combat we ever get in a Godzilla vs. Kong fight uninterrupted comes from round 2 in King Kong vs. Godzilla before Kong's knocked out at 4 minutes and 41 seconds of fighting. The grand total fight scenes for King Kong vs. Godzilla are 13 minutes 20 seconds. As far as scenes go, that's longer than Godzilla vs. Kong. With a shorter movie, with an hour and a half of runtime, we get 13 minutes 20 seconds of fighting. With 2 hours of runtime in Godzilla vs. Kong, we get 13 minutes and 4 seconds, so shorter. As far as combat goes, King Kong vs. Godzilla is a little different. The combat in round 1 is so brief, it's 49 seconds. That's where Kong's throwing the rocks at Godzilla and Godzilla's shooting him with the atomic breath. Round 2, however, lasts for 7 minutes and 46 seconds, meaning, in both cases, King Kong vs. Godzilla features more combat between the title characters at 8 minutes and 36 seconds total. That comes in over the 6 minutes 26 seconds of Godzilla vs. Kong. Once again, the longest stretch of unbroken combat between the two characters is round 2 in King Kong vs. Godzilla, where it kicks off before Kong's knocked out with 4 minutes and 41 seconds. As somebody who gets frustrated when Godzilla fans complain about screen time, I do feel it's important to bring that up simply because we have waited since 1962 to see these two characters back on screen together, and the fight scenes last for about 2 minutes a pop, or at least the combat lasts for about 2.5 minutes per combat scene. The fight scenes last a little longer than that, especially that Tasman Sea scene. That's got a lot of drowning and jumping around involved. It's important for me to note that because I did leave the theater for the first time out of Godzilla vs. Kong wanting more. It had nothing to do with Kong losing. I always expected Kong to lose. It was that I didn't think it fully delivered on the premise of Godzilla vs. Kong fighting as much as it could, and that's because, again, I think this movie lacked the confidence to just fully commit to those two as adversaries. They needed Mechagodzilla to be in there because they didn't think Godzilla and Kong fighting could be enough on its own. I'm even okay with the way Mechagodzilla shows up. I think the team up works well here. I think they did prove their point that this is a better way to do it than Batman vs. Superman. That's all good and fine, but I am still left a little underwhelmed with the Godzilla vs. Kong of it all. That aspect, the thing I'm here for, left me underwhelmed. It took me a couple of viewings to really come around on this movie, and it took me accepting a lot of my script problems to get over those to appreciate what this film is. And I'm still able to do that most of the time, which is why I'm going to give Godzilla vs. Kong an 8 out of 10. I could give it a 7 out of 10. I could give it a 7 out of 10. And in fact, in my notes here, I have written 7.5 out of 10, just to show how conflicted I feel about it. On the whole, I think that this movie's strengths outclass its weaknesses by a lot. I do think that this movie is overall a great time. I do love watching this movie. I love watching it with other people. I think this is a very fun one. And I think this is one of the most accessible Godzilla films for youngsters. I think this is a great film to start on, and this absolutely would have been my favorite movie at the time if I was young enough when it came out. If I was the age I was the first time I got into Godzilla films when I saw this movie, this would have been my favorite movie ever made. I would have absolutely loved every second of it from start to finish, and I would have accepted all of the script problems as just being a part of the film. As I started to get older and understand them, I should mention, because I wouldn't have known them right away. I would have just accepted it as was at first. I still can put all of that aside, so I can give this movie as high of an 8 out of 10 because there is so much that I love about it. I do think it has flaws. I think it has a lot of them, and I think a lot of them need elaboration because I don't want to see them continue to be repeated in future movies. That's the main reason I spend so much time on my criticism, because I think it's important that other people understand why I have these feelings. First of all, because it's important for me to understand why I have them, and secondly, because I do think that there's value in understanding where people have issue with movies they like, and this is one that I like a lot. I like this movie a lot. Even though this review might not have seemed that way, I do like this movie a lot. 8 out of 10, I will say. But I don't want to see the mistakes of this film repeated, and unfortunately, they are in the next MonsterVerse movie, so I'm very, very curious how I'll feel about New Empire on a rewatch, as it's been about a year since I've watched it, so I shall wait and see when I get there. Until then, thank you for sticking with me for what I thought was going to be a short Godzilla-thon when I started the note process back a couple days ago, but what wound up being the longest Godzilla-thon I've ever recorded. Thank you so much for sticking with me for this. I could not fathom this would be longer than King of the Monsters, but here we are. As always, I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon. It is through the support of the patrons on Patreon that I'm able to continue to make videos like this in the first place for you. If you want to support the Patreon, you can use the link in the description below where you can get early access to content, access to the Discord community, and more. If that's not your thing, please consider joining as a channel member. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are jumping into the final episode, at least for now. Obviously, this is the last one. The final episode of Godzilla-Thon. Today, we are jumping on into episode 41 of Godzilla-Thon for Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. Yeah, I totally forgot to mention this in the Godzilla vs. Kong review, but this is also doubling as episode 10 of Kong-A-Thon. This is also going to be the episode 10 of Kong-A-Thon. Obviously, with King Kong vs. Godzilla, that was the first Godzilla Kong crossover. Therefore, that's the first episode I've covered twice on both Godzilla-Thon and Kong-A-Thon. The difference was many years had passed between me reviewing King Kong vs. Godzilla and then when I did it for Kong-A-Thon. The other difference was when I reviewed King Kong vs. Godzilla for Godzilla-Thon, I actually reviewed the English cut, and I'd never seen the Japanese version. When I finally got around to the Japanese version, that's when I reviewed it for Kong-A-Thon. There really only is one version of Godzilla Kong: The New Empire that matters, and that's the English version. There is no Japanese cut, you know? There's not a drastically different version of this movie that exists, and so there's only one way to review this movie. And also, just because I'm getting around to these reviews right now, while I could revisit these in years, if I'm gonna revisit these movies, Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla Kong the New Empire, I'll do them in an updated format, not in the Godzilla or Kong-A-Thon format. So this is also doubling as episode 10 of Kong-A-Thon. Just figured I'd mention that. Godzilla Kong the New Empire is the newest Godzilla movie as of right now. Although, of course, there is a Toho Godzilla movie on the way and the new Godzilla Kong Supernova coming up. But for now, Godzilla Kong the New Empire came out in 2024. It was released to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Godzilla officially. As the first repeat director of the MonsterVerse, Adam Wingard returned for Godzilla Kong the New Empire, bringing on his own writing team. That means that this is the first MonsterVerse movie without any involvement from Max Bornstein, the original writer of Godzilla 2014, who had been with all the MonsterVerse films and had written the first draft of all of them. This is the 5th MonsterVerse film, as well as the 5th American Godzilla movie, and was the official start of Phase 2 of the MonsterVerse, at least the theatrical start of it, as Phase 2 technically begins with Skull Island, and in the live-action space, Monarch Legacy of Monsters. This is the 38th Godzilla film overall, and was released on March 29th, 2024, just 3 months after Godzilla Minus One's international release, and 4 months after Godzilla Minus One, making it the fastest turnaround between live-action Godzilla films. I believe. Of course, the only other time that could have happened to my knowledge is in 1964 with Mothra vs. Godzilla and Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but I'm pretty sure there was more than a 3-month or 4-month time gap between those. And I will say the proximity was felt pretty heavily. This was also only weeks after Godzilla Minus One won its March 10th Oscar, the very first Oscar ever given to a Godzilla film. Godzilla Minus One won that for VFX just weeks before Godzilla Kong the New Empire, and while it kind of could have been seen as like Godzilla's at the top of his game and everybody could celebrate Godzilla being back in such a big way, really wasn't the case. We see a major divide in both the fan base and I would say general pop culture as to how people feel about Godzilla, and I feel like this movie and Minus One really exemplify that. Because of that, I'm really gonna not try and dwell on that at all. You know, it's a very discussed topic at this point, Godzilla Kong the New Empire versus Godzilla Minus One. People have gone in depth about the differences between those films. It's a very covered topic. I do not feel the need to cover it. It just doesn't feel very productive. They're very different movies. They're trying to accomplish very different things, and I feel like if you're going to compare GXK to anything, you should compare it to the MonsterVerse films that came before, whether Godzilla vs. Kong or other MonsterVerse movies. I'm gonna try and not draw too many comparisons here, and I'm also gonna try and not dwell on this movie as much. This might be a little bit of a weird approach for me, but I have a lot of criticism of Godzilla Kong the New Empire, so again, disclaimer for anybody who doesn't like to hear criticism of the Wingard films. I don't know why people are so oversensitive over the Wingard films in particular. Nobody has this kind of restraint over Godzilla 2014. If Godzilla 2014 gets a negative review, people move on. If Godzilla 2014 gets a positive review, people move on, you know? I do not know why people have to be babied when it comes to the newer MonsterVerse films, but it really does feel like it's such a toxic online culture that, yeah, I'm just gonna give another disclaimer. If you do not like criticism of these movies, maybe bounce on this one. But I will say, I'm gonna try and not dwell on my criticism on this movie as much as I did with my Godzilla vs. Kong review for 2 reasons. Number one, I have gone in depth over the last couple years about all of the issues I have with Godzilla Kong the New Empire. I have already covered in separate videos all of my thoughts on some of the shortcomings of this movie. I've already gone into it. I'm not all negative, by the way. I have also gone into all of the things that I like about this movie in other videos. This is the most recent Godzilla movie, and so therefore I have a lot of recent coverage of it, like recent as of the past couple years. This movie came out the start of 2024. We're a little over a year later, so, you know, it's not like it's territory that I haven't covered in the past year or so. I have discussed New Empire at length, and I do not want to sit here and dwell on criticism of the movie that I have already exhausted. The other reason is because a lot of the issues I have with this movie is the same issues I have with Godzilla vs. Kong. So I've already, I feel like, made my point in the GVK review. I've gone really in depth with my issues on GVK, and those issues are mostly present here. So yes, I will still acknowledge some of the issues I have with this movie, which is just, by the way, what a crazy scenario that I have to put this disclaimer up front. I just shouldn't have to. Again, with Godzilla 2014, I would have never had to. Although that was a movie I gave an overwhelmingly positive review, I'm just saying, I've never felt the need to be protective over myself, over my opinion on a Godzilla movie before, as I am with these Wingard films. It's really weird. I can only imagine how poor Adam Wingard feels. I feel so sympathetic for him. Like, the fact that he's gotten so many death threats that the dude's off the internet from this fan base, I just can't wrap my head around where the current status of this fan base is. And I'll be honest, I feel like the double whammy of GVK and GXK has put me in a weird spot where I'm also feeling really disillusioned with the fan base. Like, it's bizarre that I even have to make this big of a deal over the fact that I have criticism of a movie. Remember back in the day when people used to get so excited when I would have criticism of these movies? There was a time when I would give, Godzilla vs. Megalon a negative review, and people loved that I was being negative. Like, they loved that I was able to share my criticism. They found it entertaining, even if they disagreed, and many people did. People love Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. I gave it a negative review. Not a review I would really stand by anymore. I really like that movie. Now, I don't love it, but I like it a lot nowadays. So my opinion has very much changed, but man, I did not need to be so overprotective over my opinion on Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. For some reason, this movie has created such a toxic culture. It's really rough. And maybe it's just the internet changing, I've heard some horror stories of people receiving some really, really negative feedback or really exaggerated responses to their criticism of some of the original Godzilla films as well. So I don't know. Maybe it's just shifting tides, and maybe I just can't sail as well as I used to. I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to jump into this movie and I'm going to get things rolling here. Godzilla Kong: The New Empire is set 3 years after Godzilla vs. Kong. It takes place in 2027, although they actually don't state that in the movie. But we pick up with Kong. Kong is in Hollow Earth, and he leads a pack of wart dogs, which are like these weird monster dogs with nasty little faces. They don't look monstrous enough for me, actually. I would have liked them to be a little more monstrous, but I kind of appreciate that Hollow Earth is filling out its ecosystem so much to the point where we can get all these packs of animals. I really like that. One thing this movie does a fantastic job with is filling out the ecosystem of Hollow Earth and populating it. It feels like a barren wasteland in Godzilla vs. Kong, and I gotta say, right up at the top, holy crap have they improved the Hollow Earth. In Godzilla vs. Kong, it's kind of a drab place, and I never realized that. I used to think it looked lush and awesome and really vibrant, and now New Empire puts in perspective. If you go back and actually watch Godzilla vs. Kong, a lot of the Hollow Earth scenes are very barren. They're very empty, and they're very kind of dull. It would be boring to spend a whole movie here. And that's just because the Hollow Earth has different realms and environments, so not everywhere is going to look the same. But what I really appreciate is that this movie has Kong in environments that are so vibrant and lush. It's so pretty. I really love it. And I love the use of the animals in the Hollow Earth. They really populate it with monsters. And I like that they're allowed to act like animals in a lot of these scenes. This beginning with the wart dogs, I'm not the biggest fan of the design of the wart dogs, but I like the idea of them. I think they are a little too normal in a way. They don't look extravagant in a way that I would like the Titans of the MonsterVerse to look, or the Kaiju, because I guess technically these are not Titans, but they're the monsters in the MonsterVerse. Not all of the monsters in this movie look all that awesome. The Warbats were so special, and the wart dogs don't have that kind of epic factor to them, They look a little too Human World, if that makes sense. But they are really cool in a conceptual standpoint. I like the idea of giant monster wolves. It's pretty neat. So Kong leads a pack of these guys to this log trap which he set. I also love that. Really cool way to establish right off the bat how smart Kong is. And this is the type of stuff I was talking about in the last video, or the Godzilla vs. Kong review, I should say. In the Godzilla vs. Kong review, I was really harping on playing to the strengths and weaknesses of these characters. And Kong's strength is his speed, it's his agility, and most of all, it's his intelligence. The guy's got strategy. He's got cunning. He can do things like set a trap. And I love that right off the bat, we're playing up Kong's intelligence. The trap he sets is awesome. It's a little weird on how did he do that? How did he dig out all that ground and set those spikes down there without tools? I don't know. But either way, Kong sets up this awesome little log trap where he kills one of the dogs. He then picks it up and he tears it in half, getting himself covered in its green blood. This is one of those instances where people always say Godzilla Kong: The New Empire isn't a kid's movie, because as I've brought up many times, it's a fantastic kids movie. And I think even the director Adam Wingard would agree that this movie's mostly made for the younger market market. You know, this movie's meant to appeal to essentially kids in the 1980s, which is what he was in the 1980s. It was a movie that he has said on record many times is supposed to feel like a toy commercial or like walking into the toy shelves of the 1980s. A lot of this movie gives the vibe of like Transformers, the movie, the animated one, where it's like got ridiculous needle drops and explosions every second and things are going crazy all of the time, you know? That's the vibe this movie's got. And I think it's a kind of a disservice to not give it credit for how successfully it pulls all of that off. But anyways, a lot of people point to moments like this where Kong tears that warthog and have to be like, no, this can't be a kid's movie. It's got blood in it. As if the Gamera movies aren't also kids movies with tons of kaiju blood and gore in them. And just like with the Gamera movies where they often had purple blood, it's green blood, despite the fact that those darn warthogs have literal blood on their faces. You can see the red blood in the cuts on their faces. And yet for some reason he bleeds green. I bring that up just because it stuck out to me immediately, where it was bizarre that the blood was green considering that the cuts on their faces have red blood. It makes absolutely no sense other than to censor the scene so that little kids wouldn't be traumatized. But I have such a strong association with this scene because the first time I watched it in a movie theater, this little kid just started screaming when Kong tore the warthog in half. Like, they're so sad, they're screaming like, no, not the dog, you know. The kid enjoyed the rest of the movie, but man, that was just such a funny way to start out with like this kid getting absolutely traumatized. Like I said, they did really enjoy the movie. They were locked in and had a good time for the rest of it, but it was just such a funny way to start the movie. And I think Adam Wingard does a very good job pushing the boundaries in terms of kind of what he can show in these movies while still keeping them kid friendly. Obviously, this is a kind of a far cry from even the Skullcrawler Disembowelment, who also really had a lot of like very greenish blood, which kind of helps to sell it to younger audiences, make it a little more mainstream and safe. But I would say that is one of my strongest memories of this movie, and one of the things that like I remember the most from the theater when watching this film was that little moment where the kid freaked out. And this is not a movie I've seen a lot. I saw it 3 times in theaters, which is the least I've seen a Godzilla film in theaters since 2014. That is the least I've seen a Godzilla film in theaters, especially since I've been able to drive. I didn't have as much desire to rewatch this movie as others, and then it came out. I think I watched it once when it came out on the digital release. I got the 4K in the MonsterVerse 4K collection, and I don't think I watched it until just for this viewing, although I have watched it on HBO Max twice since then. So in total, I think I've seen this movie 7 times, which is more than most people have seen a lot of these movies. You know, most people only watch these films once or twice. 7 times quite a lot, but for me, 7 times is like the amount that I should have seen it in theaters before it left, let alone the home media release. A year out after the home media release, I have not seen this movie as many times as I have seen other Godzilla movies, and I've not paid as much attention to it on some of the home release watches. Like, I would say 3 of the times I've watched it at home, I barely paid any attention. So this was the first time I was really locked in since around when it came out. Kong's though grossed off by the blood and he showers it off. We're kind of recapping some of the beats of GVK here. This movie does a lot of that where like we recap some of the same beats of Godzilla vs. Kong, starting out somewhere on Skull Island with that Bobby Vinton song. Here we're picking up somewhere in Hollow Earth with Welcome to My World, you know. Kong's going about his morning routine just like in GVK, including with a shower. So we do recap some beats here, but to a very successful degree. We do the same at the end of the movie as well, but to a very successful degree. I think it works very well here. Kong then takes his food to a mountain. He lives in a mountain cave now, and poor guy's got a little toothache. He tries to eat, but boy, his tooth is killing him. The little guy Doug appears and tries to steal his food, and Kong and him get into a little fight over it. I'm glad they don't overplay Doug. It's just this brief little cameo, and then Doug scurries off with Kong's food because they're both caught off guard by another Kong distantly roaring, meaning Kong might not be alone in Hollow Earth, and he immediately sets out in search of it. I love that. I love that we're playing up Kong's storyline. I love that we're continuing where we left off with Kong being lonely and wanting more of his kind. I love how like it's just this immediate thing where he's like, I gotta drop what I'm doing and head out after that. That's fantastic, and it's all done without a single line of dialogue. We immediately establish where Kong's at in the world and what his conflict is. It's great. It's fantastic nonverbal storytelling. Kong swings around Hollow Earth. I really like that scene of him swinging. I like the music that's playing here. It's that Kong-Gia theme coming back in. It's pretty sick. And then he finds out it's made by a parrot frog. It's a parrot frog echoing his roar that it heard earlier. This is a pretty cool little monster as well. I like that guy. He's neat looking. Kong gets all depressed and lonely and slumps down. This is the last time I'll mention it for the review, unless it we go to a new biome and it really sticks out. But again, I just want to mention Hollow Earth looks fantastic in this movie. It looks really good, but I'm not a big fan of some of these VFX. I'm gonna get this out of the way right now so I don't have to bring it up throughout the review, but sometimes in this movie the VFX are truly astounding, and I will bring it back up later when I think that they really kick it into high gear. Other times I think the VFX are distracting is what I would say. Like, they're not selling me. Something about them's off. A lot of the time what it is the character animations themselves. I find them to sometimes the characters, whether it's Kong or whoever, in particular, obviously throughout this opening scene, it's Kong, they move really stiff and clunky. Like, they literally move like keyframes, and I know they're keyframe animated, but they move in ways that feel really stiff. Also, I've brought this up in other videos, but sometimes the eyes are really glossy and kind of distracting, and they break my immersion. The other thing that I want to get out of the way right now, and I just do not want to harp on it, I've made my point in other videos. The scale and gravity in this movie I think is downright terrible. It's to the point where I'm not even sure why we're watching a Godzilla movie. There are times, big stretches of this movie, where the monsters could be 6 feet tall. And that completely breaks the purpose of them being giant monsters. The whole thing that made Godzilla interesting in the first place was his enormous scale. King Kong was sold on the grounds of his unfathomable scale. In 1933, the thing that made that character pop on the screen was how enormous he was and how hard that was for people to fathom back then. And that magic is completely lost by saying, who cares, let's put the camera at the Titan's perspective and let's have them move at speeds that are, that are more human. The reason being, we're in Hollow Earth and therefore we should be at the Titan's perspective and moving at the Titan's scale. Except that is an excuse that was given to us. That's not true. And you can read the VFX articles breaking down the making of this movie, as I haven't covered in videos, because it's the same thing in Rio. They are moving at speeds that are unfathomably fast. It's there so that it's dynamic. The real reason the monsters move so quick in this movie is so that the fight scenes are more dynamic and so that they don't come across as boring when we're stuck with the monsters for long stretches of time. But in doing so, we strip the monsters of being monsters and we make them feel smaller than ever, and we kind of lose a lot of the special quality that makes kaiju so grand in the first place. I love their scale. So I just want to get that out of the way. Another big issue I have is the scale and gravity of this movie, and I do not think I'll need to harp on it for a lot of the rest of this review. So I just wanted to say that up top. Also, another thing while I'm adding on, I'm not a big fan of Kong's design here. I think some improvements have been made. I love how much more muscular he is here than in Godzilla vs. Kong. Kong looks a lot stronger here. He looks a lot more capable here. I talked about at length in my Godzilla vs. Kong review how bizarre of a choice it was to basically make Kong over the hill by the time that movie starts. He's out of shape. He's like a gunslinger without a fight. He's kind of past his prime. I appreciate here that Kong feels like he's back in his prime. It's very cool. What I don't love is the stockiness of him. He's got really broad shoulders now. His fur's a lot longer now and it makes him feel stumpy. Kong feels very stumpy. His head also feels really large. Like, there are times where it comes across cartoonishly large in this movie. A lot of that's helped by the obnoxiously wide camera angles they've picked, almost fisheye lenses at times, and I do think it amplifies some of the weird design traits. And then I'm just not a fan of making Kong gray. I don't understand it. Like, why are we making him feel like an old man? I just can't take it. Kong's not an old man. In this movie, we meet Scar King, who's thousands of years old. How is Kong, who's like maybe 200, if that, how is he considered an old man? Gets even weirder when we meet Zuko, but again, I don't want to harp on this stuff too much. I just wanted to say at the top, this is a step back for me. There are things that I really like about this Kong design. I love the face of this Kong design. I love the maturity of the design. I love not the grayness and the age of him, but there's a real maturity to this design. And I really like the musculature. I love how strong he is. I love that they've made him a little bigger since the last movie, like literally taller, and he's just got a lot more bulky muscles. The shoulders could be toned down a bit. The head could be, I don't know, separated from the body further with maybe a longer neck would help. I'm not too sure. Sometimes it's not an issue. A lot of the time, as I've talked about in other videos, I think it's because when they switch VFX studios, Kong literally looks ever so slightly different. In some studios, I don't think he translates as well. Weta is the studio where he looks the best, as seen in his epic scenes with Scar King later on. But sometimes he looks a little awkward. I will say. I just wanted to get that out of the way, and now I'm going to move on. It's just a step back from Godzilla vs. Kong. Eileen becomes a public speaker, we find out. She's now a lead Monarch rep, and she's kind of working her way up, you know? She was already the head of Kong Division in the last movie, but now she's got a lot more sway at Monarch. She reminds us of where we're at with the MonsterVerse, where we're at in the status quo. She reminds us of how lonely Kong is and how his species is a social species. It's not meant for isolation. Now that he's no longer on Skull Island and he's in this enormous habitat, it's amplifying his desire for family. We also are reminded that Kong's territory is Hollow Earth and Godzilla's is the surface. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Now, this is something I've, again, covered in my Godzilla vs. Kong review, so I'm just going to say in brief, I don't love us walking back the Godzilla vs. Kong conflict. I think it's a real disservice to the movie Godzilla vs. Kong to just pick up in this one and say, they don't like each other again and they will fight if they're in each other's territory. I think it makes Godzilla in particular not very interesting. I think it makes him frustratingly stagnant, and it also does something that this movie does a couple times, which is kind of destroy the themes of previous movies, and it really solidifies that Godzilla vs. Kong does not have an overall theme. We also learn here in this opening sequence there are now multiple dozens of titans on the surface that Monarch has discovered. Like, there's tons of them now. It's no longer 17 and counting. There's multiple dozens of them, which is a cool idea. Godzilla supposedly has resumed his role as the protector of what? Of humanity? It seems, maybe, but he clearly later in the movie will destroy humans just on a whim, so I'm not sure what exactly he's the protector of. Is it nature's balance? I've brought up in other videos how Godzilla's direct actions in this movie continue to compromise nature's balance more than anything. Is it his ego? Maybe most of all. That seems to be yes, because Godzilla still does not have a solid characterization. Something that, again, other videos have covered to death, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it, but I'll just say Godzilla is not characterized very well here. Godzilla bounces between a very Toho-styled characterization where they allow him to be a bit of the villain, and also the more superhero-type persona. This scene in particular, Godzilla is portrayed as his superhero-type character. It's very out of place given how Godzilla acts in some of the other scenes in this movie. It's particularly out of place given how Godzilla acts in the last movie, and so I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyways, we meet Titan 24, which I was wondering about this. So we meet Titan 24, who is Scylla. Scylla's attacking Rome. It's actually a pretty awesome little destruction sequence up top here. I love the Scylla attack. This is actually one of my early pitches for Godzilla vs. Kong, that the movie would start out with Godzilla fighting another Muto, the female Muto who appears in King of the Monsters, or that he could start the movie fighting Scylla, kind of calling back to Gamera 3, where Gamera shows up fighting those Gauss at the start of the movie. There were 17 Titans and counting, and Scylla was part of that 17. I think this is just another bit of evidence to add to the whole idea that in the original versions of the script, and actually no one mentions the character's name on screen, the only time that we ever get a reference to who Godzilla is fighting in Rome in this movie is on Bernie Hayes' notebook, where he specifically writes that it's the Titan Charybdis. So originally Charybdis was going to be another member of Scylla's species, and that's who Godzilla was fighting in Rome here. And that was changed when they sold toys of the character and called it Scylla again, and then was specifically doubled down with in the comic books and the novelization, where it's stated to be the Scylla from King of the Monsters. All that to say, Titan 24, no way that's Scylla. Scylla would have been in the first 17. Or, as we'll talk about later, at least within the first 19 or so. So, I'm sticking to my guns here. This is Charybdis. Either way, Godzilla shows up and fights this monster. While I like the fight, it's very entertaining, it breaks the universe and continues my big issue with this movie. Everything in this movie happens just because the movie wants it to. Godzilla shows up and he literally fights like Super Mario. He sprints into action and does a Mario leap, uppercutting Scylla. He then grabs Scylla/Charybdis, swings her around, throws her into a building, and does this enormous Mario leap on top of her, and then does the kiss of death, killing her, either destroying Scylla or Charybdis or whatever you want to say. Let's just say Scylla so that you guys don't fight about it in the comments. Godzilla kills Scylla here using the kiss of death. I like this scene. I've brought this up in other videos as well. The kiss of death is cool to see brought back here. I wish it wasn't used again later in the movie, as it makes Godzilla feel particularly one note in that the only thing Godzilla does anymore is stomp a monster's chest and kiss of death it. I would have liked if it was maybe just this one callback right here with Scylla Godzilla, and then we didn't do it again later, but you know, he'll do it again in just a little bit. Either way, Godzilla breaks his own rules here. If Godzilla could fight like this the whole time, he would have fought King Ghidorah like this. In fact, he probably would have fought the Mutos like this, but the first appearance of Godzilla in his current form was Godzilla King of the Monsters, so he would have fought King Ghidorah using these moves. He would have sprinted like he does here, he would have been able to do the leaps he does here, he would have at least fought Mechagodzilla like this, he would have been able to fight Kong like this, but he's never been able to fight like this. All of a sudden, he whips this new power out of nowhere, the ability to have all this agility, and it downplays the evolution that happens with Godzilla evolved later. Like, these are moves that should have been saved for Godzilla's evolved state, but it doesn't matter. Because if you question anything in this movie, you're going to go down a rabbit hole of finding out that there is no answer. Things happen because they do. And that's my big issue. So that's why I'm bringing it up. Anyways, we pick up with Hollow Earth Station number 1 in the Hollow Earth, where they're listening to the radio. The radio's talking about how Monarch's under some public scrutiny right now, especially for their expensive and mysterious project Powerhouse. Who knows what that is? We'll bring that up later. That's actually a pretty good little setup right there. We find out that the Warthog trap, the weight that happened when all the rocks fell on it, it's caused a sinkhole to open up, which reveals the Hollow Earth. Yeah, that's right. You thought Hollow Earth was crazy, that there's a giant planet underneath the planet? Well, guess what? If you look underneath that planet, which would actually be going back up towards the surface, you find second Hollow Earth, a second subterranean Hollow Earth. How that works, I don't know. How Apex didn't pick that up on their scans of the planet, I don't know. Again, you're not supposed to question anything in this movie. It's made for kids. Godzilla goes to sleep in the Roman Colosseum. It's very cute. Poor guy can't get radiation anymore because Cerzal blew up his house, and so this is as good of a home as any, I guess. I like the idea that Godzilla picks this as his home because he misses humanity, but again, his actions in this film in particular, and the last movie, do not portray that very well. Like, Godzilla's not looking out for coexistence here. He is a bad guy. He's still a bad guy towards humanity. He'll do whatever he wants to do, whenever he wants to do it, regardless of who gets hurt. Monarch preps an expedition into Hollow Earth following the strange readings. I don't know why they actually bring this up, considering later on they're going to have to re-prep this same expedition as if they haven't already brought it up, but they do. First of all, they bring it up right here that they're going to prep expedition into Hollow Earth following these strange readings that they get that look like little triangle pyramids, but it'll be brought back up in a little bit. Meanwhile, Gia struggles to fit into this massive Monarch school. I didn't realize this until watching the movie, but it's a really big school with hundreds of kids. Given that it's like on this tiny little island, it's this tiny little Monarch outpost on this island surrounding a Hollow Earth access point. So I wonder how many Monarch employees are actually stationed here. It must be a pretty big Monarch site. Gia has this vision in class of pyramids, temples, Godzilla energized, and these evil blue eyes, which at first you're supposed to think are going to be Scar King's, but they're actually Shimo's eyes. She winds up drawing dozens of these triple pyramid symbols all over her desk. Eileen shows up to get Gia, and we're reminded that she's the only living Iwi. Rest in peace, Skull Island. Again, this movie, like I said, it does little things like this, reminding us that all of the Iwi from Skull Island are dead, which does serve the plot of this movie, as Gia becomes the last of her kind here, which compels her to want to gravitate towards the Iwi and Hollow Earth, but it doubles down on disrespecting Skull Island. You know, Skull Island was destroyed unceremoniously, and all of the Iwi from Kong's Skull Island killed completely, basically without even mentioning Godzilla vs. Kong. We're just told this: Gia's the last of her kind. That's it. It's really unceremonious, and so we double down on that here, and we'll continue to undo some of the threads of Kong's Skull Island later on. I think it's funny that Gia has this little iPad with a live view of Kong. Like, is there a drone following Kong 24/7? How do they have that footage? That's such a Showa era thing to do, just have characters have footage of something they absolutely should not be able to see. What a silly little thing. I guess there's clearly a drone flying around with Kong and Hollow Earth. I wonder if it's always streaming or if they only get sometimes they get feed of him, if the drone is charged and it's actually buzzing around him, because we never see it on screen. But either way, it is an interesting idea that Gia would be so far removed from Kong and she would miss him so much that she would basically become an iPad baby but only watch Kong. Then we cut to this unhinged Volkswagen ad mid-movie, this ridiculous product placement shot of this Volkswagen in this field with the green grass. Why is it parked on the grass like that? What an insane shot to include in this movie. But hey, get that bag, I suppose. By the way, this video is sponsored by no one. Eileen watches this documentary about the destruction of Skull Island, and we are told on screen that it was destroyed by shifting storm patterns. Rest in peace, Kingdom Kong. That storyline means nothing because the comics are not canon. This features what I believe might be a deleted scene of Godzilla vs. Kong showing footage of Kong and Gia. I think it's supposed to be them meeting in the storm because Kaylee Hoddle looks like she did when they filmed Godzilla vs. Kong. This is a great little moment. I love it. I love when we can flash back to the time period of another film and using CGI, you can bring to life the characters from those previous movies with angles we've never seen before, and that's a really cool little uncelebrated moment. It's pretty neat. Eileen realizes that Gia's drawings and the Hollow Earth noise interference are actually the same pattern. Meanwhile, Hollow Earth Base 1 is destroyed by this mysterious ape. Such a little goofy moment where like the eye comes down because they'll later just be watching that and it's like a little gif on their iPad, but yeah, the base is destroyed by the Scar King, although he's mostly off screen. Meanwhile, Gia has another vision of the three pyramids and Shimo's eyes. Eileen then goes to Miami to recruit Bernie Hayes for help. I don't know if that's actually where he lived in the last movie. I can't tell if this is supposed to be the same house. Kind of gives the vibe that it's supposed to be the same house he was in the last movie, but it does not look like the same location, so I'm going to say he moved. And Bernie is actually very reasonably frustrated with Monarch for denying or not backing up his claims that he helped take down Mechagodzilla. They did not corroborate any of his statements, and they've also completely abandoned him, despite the fact that he did play a crucial role in saving the planet. Again, was it all that crucial? No, it should have been written out of that movie, but they needed Team Godzilla to do something. What I'm really happy about here is that Bernie Hayes, Eileen Andrews, and Gia are returning from the last movie, and they're all wonderful. I never would have thought Bernie would have returned. To be honest with you, he is one of the characters that I think serves the least ability to continue moving forward. Like, just like how they didn't know what to do with Joe Brody, so they killed him off, Bernie Hayes is a character that I would have expected them to move away from following Godzilla vs. Kong, especially because some audiences responded fairly negative to Bernie Hayes, but man, do they do a wonderful job with this character in this movie. I am actually shocked to say, despite the fact that I'm not Bernie's biggest fan in the last film, just because of he's over the top, they've got some of those lines where I'm like, really, Bernie, with the fluoride in the water and whatever else, do they rein him in this movie? He is still over the top, but he's over the top in an energetic and excited way. He's not spouting conspiracy, he is spouting enthusiasm, and oh my god, does it do so much for this movie. Bernie brings in this life and fun to the movie and the human cast that I really appreciate. I'm so happy we have returning characters. I'm so happy there's a returning human continuity thread, and they do a really good job with these characters. They actually don't interact at all in Godzilla vs. Kong, which is really strange to think about in retrospect, considering they're like besties in this movie and they hang out the whole film. But yeah, they do not interact in Godzilla vs. Kong. This is the first time they've ever met. Bernie does agree to help Monarch as long as he can visit Hollow Earth, and Eileen's like, whatever, dude, you'll get whatever you want. We gotta go. And Bernie's all like, what's going on? And we find out it's because Godzilla's on the move. Monarch actually has the readings that Godzilla's on the move before he even wakes up, which means their biodata has gotten really advanced on him. Godzilla winds up waking up and walking out of Rome. He destroys this mural full of Easter eggs in the process. Like, it's full of world-breaking Easter eggs. They're all references for us, the fans, they don't make any sense in the context of this movie. I do love that little moment as Godzilla roars at the helicopter, telling it to get away from him because it's flying too close as he's walking out into the ocean, as he is responding to something unknown. The movie wants you to think that something unknown is a Hollow Earth portal opening up at the Monarch facility as Kong surfaces. Turns out that is not what Godzilla's looking for, and Kong's not here to pick a fight. Kong is here because of his toothache. I don't love this. I'm pretty sure Adam Wingard has talked about in interviews how the toothache is included in this movie because he had a chronic toothache while making Godzilla vs. Kong, and it was a kind of traumatic experience for him. I very much remember an interview where he talked about that, but I'll tell you why this is in the movie. They needed this in the movie for a couple reasons. Number one, they wanted this just brief moment of drama where Godzilla and Kong look like they're about to fight each other but don't, because they want to remind you, the audience, that if Kong comes to the surface, it's about to be go time, so that later in the movie, when Kong comes to the surface, Godzilla will go directly to fight him and we'll be on the same page. The other narrative purpose this serves is to establish the character of Trapper, the Monarch veterinarian slash dentist who flies in with this enormous toolkit and replaces Kong's tooth. The reason they do this is to establish who Trapper is, what his personality is, show that he's not afraid of the Titans, and also to establish the fact that he is here to help. Monarch now has tools to help Titans out, and he's here to help. I don't know what other Titans he would possibly be doing veterinarian work on, but that is how this character should have been introduced. We should have seen a different Titan suffering some sort of injury. Maybe there's a smaller, younger Titan that wakes up and gets injured by military leaving a city and Trapper helps it with some burn wounds. Maybe a different Titan gets a toothache and Trapper helps out. They do this for Kong and it completely, in my opinion, officially kills off the intrigue and majesty that King Kong had after Kong Skull Island. The version of Kong that existed in Kong Skull Island is dead and gone. The new version is a soft, very easygoing man. It's a man. This is the actions of a human. Going to Monarch for help with his tooth. I don't need it. Kong doesn't need it. It makes him weaker than he needs to be. Kong doesn't need to have a silly little toothache. It just feels like it kind of demeans the character in a way. It makes me feel like Kong is less of a monster, definitely destroys the last vestiges of his godly personality. In a way, it makes Kong feel more helpless, I guess. I'm just not a fan. It's here to establish that Monarch's got a Titan dentist and that Trapper can help Kong so that later in the movie when Kong's injured and Trapper helps him out, we understand, oh, this is something Trapper can do. I think that it would have been more compelling if Trapper helped a different Titan, not Kong. Could have been Behemoth. Give Behemoth a toothache. I don't care. I don't want it to be Kong, and especially because the metal tooth looks stupid. I don't like it in his mouth. It's ridiculous. That's a big problem I have with Kong, is the clash between fantasy and technology. I don't need Kong to have a metal tooth. I definitely don't need him to have a robot glove. We're going full Kong King of the Apes cartoon here. This is going full blown. Kong's got reflector gauntlets. He's got a jetpack. It's breaking what makes King Kong King Kong. This feels nothing like something that any Kong of the past would have ever done. He's becoming unrecognizable. And I would argue that if this happened to Godzilla and Godzilla needed a metal tooth because he had a toothache and he came to Monarch complaining, Godzilla fans would lose their mind. This would be one of their least favorite moments in the whole movie. They would not stop talking about it, the way that they can't even get over one gonorrhea joke in Godzilla King of the Monsters. Can you imagine the response if this was Godzilla showing up and complaining about his toothache? I do not think Godzilla fans would accept that. And if Godzilla got injured later on and needed a metal glove to help him out, oh my god, I remember the outrage when Godzilla vs. Kong was coming out and fans thought Godzilla was going to get injured and needed a Monarch basically backpack booster kit to get his dorsal fins working again. Holy moly, the fan base was in an uproar about how Godzilla doesn't need help like that. That completely takes away from his character. What is he, Mechagodzilla? He shouldn't need cybernetic enhancements. But alas, it happens to Kong. Anyways, I do actually really like that scene. The vibe of it is great. I love they're playing I Gotcha. Trapper's got a fantastic vibe. We immediately establish his very fun-loving, kind, very helpful personality. I love the characterization of Trapper. He's a guy who is, to his core, just a helpful, happy, friendly person. He's such a good dude, and I love it. I love this scene. From the standpoint of if I ignore who it's happening to, if I ignore that it's happening to Kong and that it's because of a stupid toothache, it's actually pretty cool. I like Trapper. I like the technology. It's neat. We then get one of my favorite little moments in the movie. It's this very quiet little conversation at the beach with Trapper and Eileen. Beautiful scene, beautiful setting. It's just a great little moment. Their dialogue together is great. We learn that they have a history together. It seems they've dated in college. They know each other very well. I really like that moment. Bernie then shows up. He's dug into Monarch's files and he's discovered that this pattern that they keep detecting, it shows up throughout history. It's repeated a few times, all relating to massive Titan events. Don't read his notes, they're absolutely ridiculous, but they do include the absolute reference that it was Charybdis Godzilla fought in Rome, which is interesting. Apparently Godzilla's been picking up on these signals as well. They are when King Ghidorah showed up, Godzilla got the distress call from Hollow Earth and knew what was going down. That's how Godzilla was ready to fight King Ghidorah. It's also apparently rang when Skull Island was discovered in 1977 1923. I don't know what Godzilla thought was going on there, but he slept through that one. Bernie puts it simply saying, it is a distress call from Hollow Earth of psychic energy. Somebody needs their help, so they're gonna go out and find them. With increased governmental pressure to kill the Titans, something this movie brings up but doesn't spend a lot of time on, but that I really appreciate, Monarch launches this emergency investigation into the distress signal before other people can pick up on it. This is a very ragtag team. Monarch's not really taking it all that seriously, considering they send Eileen, who recruits Trapper just because he's in the room with her, Mikhail, who's their pilot, he's the one who pilots the heaves, Gia, because she asks to tag along, saying they'll need her because she can also sense the signal and because she could tell Kong what to do, even though she spends no time with Kong in this movie, and Bernie, who just gets to go because he wanted to. It's such a ragtag team, although I will say, really like all those characters. Great characters at hand here. They launch an upgraded heave into Hollow Earth alongside Kong. Great little moment as Twilight Zone's playing and they jump into the portal. It's super awesome, and they blast off towards Outpost 1. Meanwhile, Kong heads home. Here's something I brought up when this movie came out, that I thought Kong runs really weird in this movie, and I finally figured out what it is, which maybe I've brought this up before. I used to think it's because I didn't love Kong running on 4 limbs, you know, like Kong runs like a gorilla here, like an ape, you know, where he's using his front limbs, whereas in Kong Skull Island they made a point that he runs like on 2 legs, makes him more godly, makes him less animalistic, makes him more mysterious and powerful. They did undo that in Godzilla vs. Kong, and yet it still kind of works in Godzilla vs. Kong, but here I finally figured it out. It's because Kong moves 1 limb at a time. It's a very weird animation choice. Kong puts 1 fist down, then the next fist, then 1 foot, then the next foot. So he's constantly moving almost like a spider, and it makes him weird. Because of that, I feel like he's crunching into himself in ways that makes him feel kind of short and stocky. Whereas in Godzilla vs. Kong, he had these enormous leaps and strides, 2 feet hitting the ground, followed with 2 fists hitting the ground, propelling him in a really rapid motion. I really prefer the strides he took in Godzilla vs. Kong. Such a minor detail, but it's little things like this that stick out to me. Anyways, the heave spots a flock of verticines. Love those little guys, little bird monsters flying around, and they camouflage to basically travel with them. That's a great little addition as well. They're like apparently electric monsters. They pack a lightning bolt's worth of electricity into themselves. Meanwhile, we get my favorite Godzilla scene in the movie. It's such a cool moment, but it's such a Toho Godzilla moment. Wow, does this feel out of place for the MonsterVerse Godzilla, but it is going back to 2015. I wanted this to be in a movie when I was still kind of on the idea that Godzilla should be a much more neutral force, and in some ways a much more villainous force in the MonsterVerse, as if he is the guardian of nature, he directly is not the guardian of mankind, because mankind falls into conflict with nature more often than anything, and as Godzilla 1984 would tell us, when mankind falls into conflict with nature, monsters are born. And you know what? Godzilla shows up here and he does what he should have been doing the whole time. He shows up in France and he is on the move. Monarch can't get very close to him because as they approach, his footsteps, for some reason, his giant footprints, very cool visual though, are producing so much ionizing radiation, meaning it's dangerous to be close to Godzilla. We find out it's because there's a nuclear power plant that Godzilla is attacking and he's breached the reactor core. Again, very Godzilla 84, very cool visuals, but I don't know why the footsteps would have ionizing radiation. Godzilla in the MonsterVerse is supposed to produce that very friendly, helpful, nature promoting, almost like fertilizing type of radiation, but whatever, move on. I love this scene where Godzilla attacks the reactor. The visuals are sick. I love that almost reverse atomic breath as Godzilla sucks in the atomic energy, draining the reactor core. So cool. A drone team then shows up, retaliating, firing at Godzilla. He slaps him out of the sky. He's got the Toho roars going. It's such a cool moment. This also feels the most like something we'd see in Godzilla King of the Monsters, and I think that's because of the visuals, the color palette, the actual cinematography of it, the rain, the atmosphere. It feels very cool, very Godzilla. He feels bigger in this scene than he does for the rest of the movie. And Godzilla charges up until he releases an atomic pulse. It's pretty awesome. The music here is also my favorite iteration of the Godzilla theme for this movie, which is Junkie XL's returning Godzilla theme. After an update on Godzilla, the heave unfortunately loses signal to the surface. They then discover the remains of Outpost 1, and it features a giant red handprint from Scar King, calling back back to Kong Skull Island. Meanwhile, Kong grabs his axe from his cave. I like that he's got it hidden, secured, very cool. And then he explores the uncovered cavern underneath the warthog trap. It's such a cool moment. I love the way Kong like spelunks into the cave. I love the way the Godzilla axe charges up when it's near the crystals, like it's picking up their Hollow Earth energy. And I also love that by putting the axe near the crystals, it lights them like torches. What a cool idea. Holy crap, this scene is so cool. It's filled with what I call pure imagination, which is what this movie excels at. These very cool moments of pure imagination. Things that I could have never thought to do unless I was like a little kid playing with toys. That's what this movie excels at, and that's what it's made for. I love it. It's so beautiful. It's so visually intriguing. It's such a cool use of the axe. It's such a cool use of Kong's intelligence. It's very neat. Kong also discovers it's filled with the bones of other apes. It's like the first time he's seeing like remains of his people since his parents' bones on Skull Island. This movie starts cruising though because he immediately wanders into the subterranean realm, and within seconds, literally within seconds, he meets Zuko, a tiny ape who's bigger than Kong was in Kong Skull Island, although we never get a sense of that scale in this whole movie. We never get a true proper explanation of how big Zuko is, but bigger than Kong was in Kong Skull Island, I'll tell you. And their beautiful meeting with that like creation of Adam-style visual where Kong sets down the axe and reaches a finger out to Zuko, and one of my favorite visuals in the movie is ruined as Zuko immediately attacks Kong, biting his finger, and then Kong's jumped by these red stripe apes loyal to Scar King. They attack him and pin him down. One of them starts dragging this giant bone club over to club him on the head and kill him, while the other ones have stone knives. This is another one of those things where it's like, it's too human. I'm fine with the axe because it's like a bone mixed with Godzilla's spine, and therefore it feels kind of like, you know, something that these animals would make. I'm even fine with the spears later on. They've got really cool crystal spears. But I do not like the knives. They're too human. They're too human looking. Like, it's not one thing that they are kind of carved like a knife, like they're a dagger, but it's literally a knife. Like, it's got the handle, and I don't know. It's just too human. Then we get, I'm not going to harp on it. I'm actually going to just pick up the pace here because I don't want to be overly negative, but I really dislike this scene where Kong uses Zuko as a weapon. Downright showing child abuse on screen, which I wouldn't harp on, you know? Like Son of Godzilla, I wasn't complaining that Godzilla was whacking Minya around with his tail. I found it entertaining, and that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a quick thrill for kids. But it kind of reminds me of some of my biggest gripes with Ben 10 Omniverse, a show that I love very dearly. But one of my biggest gripes with Ben 10 Omniverse is that it's a show with some of the best concepts in what I would say all of fiction. I freaking love some of the ideas that show presents, some of the storylines that we're introduced to there. Ben 10 Omniverse has some of the best ideas of the entire Ben 10 franchise, and yet one of the things that holds the show back and kind of keeps it from achieving the great status it deserves is that it's a show that will always take the joke. If there's a joke present, the show will go out of its way to chase it. And that compromises a lot of the tone of that show, a lot of the serious moments, and it kind of compromises some of the character beats sometimes. And that's how I feel here. Is it funny to see Kong using Zuko as a weapon? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's an over-the-top visual. It's very entertaining. It's very funny. But it completely flies in the face of Kong being a character who has spent his entire life so desperately lonely that he was willing to he didn't know what was going to happen if he fell into that portal in the last movie, but he threw himself into it even at risk of getting himself killed so that he could potentially find another member of his species. And yet when he finds a child of his species, someone he should be overly protective of, the first thing he does with it is use it as a weapon because it's attacking him. Kong should go out of his way to try and not hurt Zuko. It also compromises the whole premise of this movie being Scar King as an abusive dictator and in some ways an abusive father that Kong is the opposite of. Well, guess what? We see Kong on screen physically abuse Zuko more than we ever see Scar King abuse Zuko. Kong is portrayed on screen as hurting Zuko more than the villain is. The whole point is that this villain has abused Zuko so much that Kong needs to save Zuko from this abusive father, and then Kong abuses the character on screen more. It's a cheap thrill that compromises the tone, the theme, and the characterization all at once. Not a fan. I love the moment where one of the apes chases down Kong. He attacks it, but then it almost falls off this cliff. Kong goes out of his way to save its life, catching it and helping it back up. And then that ape immediately betrays Kong by trying to stab him. So unfortunately, he Spartan kicks it to his death again. A character who spent his entire life so desperately lonely should not be so willing to kill. By him saving the ape's life was him fulfilling his characterization as previously established through the previous movies with him. Him immediately drop-kicking the thing to his death should have either traumatized him, like he should have shown some visible reaction where he was upset about that, which he doesn't, or I think more reasonably, Kong should have just found another way to knock the guy out. One Eye's the other ape there. He's the one that looks like an ogre. I like him a lot. He starts to get away, or he kind of looks like a troll, you know. Kong is not having that, so he picks up this rock and nails it far, like long distance, throws the rock, nails him in the head, knocks him over. But he does still escape. That's a very Showa era moment, kicking rocks at each other. I like it. Kong then finds Tsuko in a tree, sets him down, tries to give him the knife, but Tsuko doesn't want it, and then Tsuko leads Kong away, and Kong follows. Eileen recovers video of the attack on Outpost 1, discovering that it's from an ape. Meanwhile, another psychic signal hits, almost knocking the heave out of the sky, and Gia leads them straight to it. They touch down in what is kind of like a different realm, like they head down this enormous cavern, but I don't think it's technically a different realm of Hollow Earth. But it is a different area. I don't know. It could be a different realm. I don't know. They don't claim it as one. But they set out on foot for some reason. I do not know why they don't fly to their destination. Is it because they're worried of getting knocked out of the sky with another one of those signals? I don't know. The real reason is just so we can get the characters on the ground doing things, but they set out on the ground. Trapper leads the gang into the woods, but he stops them long enough because his senses are telling him something's off for this tree mimic to eat Mikhail, killing him. Oh my goodness! It would be shocking if we didn't predict Mikhail as such a predictable death. He's just such a nothing character. I kind of like him though, but he gets eaten by this tree mimic. It's a pretty shocking moment. Tree mimic is not one of my favorite monsters in the MonsterVerse, but it does kind of remind me of the tree killing them in Kong Skull Island, which turns out to be the Mother Longlegs. Not as shocking as that was though. Holy cow! Trapper then comforts Bernie. I really like the scene where they're comforting each other. That's a great scene. Meanwhile, Godzilla rampages through Spain, burning hot with radiation. Pretty sweet. They track his path and discover that he is heading into the ocean and on the path to the Arctic, where Titan number 19 is sleeping. Now, I was wondering about this. This is Tiamat. Tiamat is considered the 19th Titan, and I was wondering if that's possible because there's only 17 Titans and counting in Godzilla King of the Monsters. But if there are 17 monsters, and then we add in the two Muto, and they're dead, but they still would be Titans in Monarch's database, that brings us up to 19? At one point, I think it was supposed to do with their age, you know. Ghidorah's Monster Zero because he's the oldest, but they don't stick to that, so I don't know. But I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying to find the threads. We get this cool little Tiamat recap / reveal, as this is the first time Tiamat's appeared on screen, and learn that she is extremely territorial and sleeping in a layer that is sitting in the direct path of electromagnetically charged solar winds, meaning it is the largest stockpile of energy on the planet. They realize that Godzilla's plan is to use it to supercharge. Gia finds the remains of an Iwi temple in Hollow Earth. Very cool. It's got great music. It features the Temple of the Moth carvings from Godzilla King of the Monsters. One thing I don't like is that it's the one from Godzilla King of the Monsters. This is again going with what I've been saying, destroying the themes of the past just cuz. Mothra's backstory in King of the Monsters had a rich history. Tying back into her original origins, she had the Infant Island backstory with generations of Shovijin who had a mythical connection to Mothra. The temple in China was supposed to be a nesting ground for Mothra, where over centuries she has lived. It's one thing to say that there is a second Mothra in the Hollow Earth. That's one thing already. It's not set up or established at all in Godzilla King of the Monsters, but we can accept it as a new reveal. But to have the exact mural from Godzilla King of the Monsters repeated here, literally with the same cracks in it, like copy-pasted from King of the Monsters, except here you can tell it's clearly CGI because it doesn't have the richness in texture that the one in Godzilla King of the Monsters did as a physical prop. Here it is a CGI wall. It's just like, what are we doing? Are we saying that the Iwi were responsible for the temple in China? How are we saying that these two separate cultures produced the exact same mural? It is just compromising for the sake of reusing an asset to make it easier for them. You don't need to do that. You later on show us a new Mothra cave art. You could have used that one here. I'm not a fan of that, and I don't care for the new Mothra lore, finding out that she apparently has always had a connection to the Iwi and that she's got this Hollow Earth connection as well. We actually find out that the temple here Terminator outdates the Iwi civilization on Skull Island. And again, this movie, it exists to destroy the themes of the past and the stories of the past in order to further its plot. The Iwi in Kong Skull Island very, very intentionally represented the core theme of the movie, being that humanity creates its own enemies. Sometimes an enemy doesn't exist until you go looking for one. Kong was not humanity's problem. He was not our enemy until the helicopters started dropping bombs, provoking him into war. It was an enormous commentary on the Vietnam War, how the Vietnamese were not the enemy of the United States until we decided they were. And it continues all throughout Kong Skull Island. All war. We're talking World War II to Vietnam War to whatever. It's constantly brought up in that film that we do not need to make our enemies. We make them because we as humans have massive egos that we cannot let go of, and it gets us into problems. That's Packard's entire storyline. And so how better to represent that than through the Iwi? The Iwi are something for humanity to aspire to. They are a perfect utopia, not only living in harmony with themselves, but with nature. They don't desire to conquer nature. That is a big difference between the Iwi and humanity. The Iwi are content with their place in the world, and they do not desire to conquer nature. And much like Hank Marlowe and Gunpei Akari, two people from different nationalities brought together, put under these extreme circumstances, and finding peace with one another despite being enemy, the Iwi were supposed to represent people from all different places all over the South Pacific, brought together into a peaceful utopian society. They were supposed to be shipwrecked peoples from Vietnam and the Philippines and wherever else. Technically, they're all played by Vietnamese actors, but they were supposed to represent different Asian cultures, different people brought together under these harsh circumstances, finding peace and utopia together. That was originally going to be a lot more overt in Kong Skull Island with some of the other Iwi villages we would visit, as there were supposed to be other villages with a little different cultures and nationalities. That wasn't ultimately brought into the film for budgetary and timing and plot reasons, but we have officially destroyed that thematic thread in Kong Skull Island by introducing the idea that actually the Iwi are Hollow Earth people and they traveled to Skull Island, which is something that was first brought up in the Godzilla vs. Kong novelization, a ridiculous plot thread that was supposed to be maybe touched upon in that movie. Who knows? Question mark? I don't know. But the idea that the Iwi started out living in Hollow Earth and then they found their way to Skull Island, and the Skull Island Iwi were basically defected Iwi from Hollow Earth, it destroys the original intention of the Iwi completely outright. Gia activates this water spout and it leads them to a bioorganic wall where they find a hidden realm on the other side. It is a kingdom in the distance. It's built around these enormous crystal pyramids. We then get one of my favorite little moments. It's this flock of warbats flying through the air. One of them eats this little animal. It's great. I love that moment with the warbats flying around in that flock, acting like animals. We get a great cutaway to the Hellhawks eating these little caterpillars out of the ground. Again, treating these guys as animals, not as cartoon characters, which is what a lot of the rest of the movie treats them as. I like that a lot. I don't know why it's such a iconic cutaway for me, but I really like the warbat flock. Suko then leads Kong to a lake where he's attacked by this giant snake titan, this drowned viper, which has a really cool design. It looks sick. Kong is attacked by it. He does manage to kill it, and he cuts off its head. He then catches up to Suko, who's retreating into the woods, who tried to get Kong killed and then run away, but Kong catches back up to him and is like, dude, you're not getting away that easy. And so they head off together. Kong tells Suko, follow me, I'm done with you. And they head up to this mountain where there's this beautiful sunset shot. This is one of those instances where it's like, how is there sunset in Hollow Earth? I don't know. I don't care. It's beautiful. Kong and Suko sit together and they bond finally as they eat the viper together. It's a great moment. I love it. So much nonverbal communicating here. So much nonverbal storytelling. It's just fantastic. Up on the surface, Godzilla arrives at Tiamat's lair, attacking it and killing her as she shows up, literally just wondering what's going on. She roars, and not even recognizing that Godzilla's the one who's here. She just roars in a panic. Godzilla roars at her and he charges her first, frame by frame at bitches. Godzilla's the one in the wrong here. She responds by trying to defend herself, and Godzilla annihilates her, killing her with the kiss of death after a very brief but highly entertaining fight. Tiamat really steals the show with her vibrant pink colors. She's fantastic. She moves in a really cool way. I really like it. Do not need the repeat of the kiss of death, and it is very unsympathetic of Godzilla to kill her, but that is what happens. Meanwhile, the gang is captured in Hollow Earth by the Iwi, calling back to Kong Skull Island, and they're brought to the Temple of the Iwi. The Iwi Kingdom is filled with these crystals. It's so cool. The crystal pyramids, the aesthetic of it, the weapons as well. They've got these crystal staves. They're awesome. It is so dope. I love the visuals of it. So cool. Gia can actually feel the Iwi's thoughts, and we find out that they're telepathic and that they worship at the altar of Mothra. Now, this is something that only dawned on me on this viewing, but these are the Hautua. In fact, I would have been way more excited and just downright ecstatic if they were called the Hautua and not the Iwi, and we found out they were a culture like the Iwi. Not Iwi, but similar. That would have been amazing. What a cool callback to Godzilla the Planet Eater that would have been. Would have been a real deep cut, considering that it's not one of the more beloved Godzilla movies, but it would have been a more recent one, so more people would have been able to pick up on it. Super cool Easter egg, considering they're both subterranean peoples living under the earth who worship Mothra and are telepathic. What a cool connection you could have drawn right there. They are the same type of people. I know, like, people like to joke around that they're similar to the Cetopians. They're not at all like the Cetopians. They are almost identical to the Hautua, except we never find out that they have some sort of insect DNA. You know, they're not producing any like glowing misty pollen. They're just Iwi of the Hollow Earth, but damn it, I wish they were the Hautua. They then spot all of these undocumented portals to the surface, which means that portals can exist on one end and not be opened on the other until something enters it, kind of Pacific Rim style. The Queen Iwi comes out, and she drifts with Gia Pacific Rim style, learning of her memories and finding out she's from Skull Island. She then takes them inside of the Crystal Pyramid, where they find this enormous monster battle gong. This is apparently what the Iwi keep ringing in order to send out their telepathic signals. Meanwhile, Suko leads Kong to a volcanic area surrounded by mega titan bones, including one giant serpent that they cross like a bridge. It's pretty cool. The Iwi take the gang into this prophecy room. I've already discussed at length how I don't like this scene, so let me just breeze through it. Eileen learns that Hollow Earth and the surface used to coexist. The Titans were the guardians of nature, and the great apes the protectors of humanity. But the evil ape, Scar King, wanted to conquer the surface. He led a faction, a tribe, into war with Godzilla. The war nearly killed Godzilla, but he managed to imprison the apes in a fiery realm, which I am a little confused about because the subterranean realm is not all fiery. Most of it's very beautiful. It's just that one area. So I'm a little confused where Godzilla literally trapped them. Did he trap them in the volcano when they've been able to escape, but have never made it out of the subterranean realm? Or did he trap them in the subterranean realm and they just chose to live in the volcano? I don't know. I would actually think that he probably trapped them in the volcano. They have gotten out, but have never found their way back out of the subterranean realm. That's more likely what I think happened. Suko takes Kong to the Ape Kingdom, where he sees hundreds of great apes, which are technically not the same species as Kong's, but they are obviously a very, very similar species. Hundreds of them living in this volcanic pit doing slave things. They're moving around these giant rocks. I am not sure what they're doing. Are they digging, looking for a surface portal? Are they trying to dig to the surface? Or are they just doing slave activities just because? I could not tell you what they're doing. I do not know. Kong, however, is outraged and upset, as you'd expect he would be. I love that. I love that he immediately sees this and is like, I gotta step in and figure out what's going on here. This cannot be. Most of the apes are really malnourished, but even the strong ones are really tiny and are nothing compared to Kong himself. I really like that as well, how big Kong appears compared to them. Kong defends this weaker ape who's being pushed around by one of the red striped guards. I really like that moment as well. And One Eye gets all upset, warning Scar King that Kong's here, and Scar King's sitting in his throne room looking awesome. What a cool reveal scene. This whole scene, fantastic. I love this whole thing. Scar King comes out. He's got this amazing swagger. Love the way he swings out. Love the way he stands there with his head tilted back all cocky. Love the way he jumps down and starts to assess Kong before laughing at his metal tooth. He puts on this real show, and you get an immediate sense of Scar King's personality and the showmanship of him, and in some ways the charisma of him. I love it. I really love this character. He then directs his anger at Suko for bringing Kong here. Suko's all freaked out, so his caretaker steps in. We find out through a very quick interaction earlier, again, fantastic nonverbal storytelling, that Suko's been looked after this other ape. So Suko's caretaker steps in, and Scar King immediately kills him, kicking him into the lava. We kind of figure that might be why they live near the lava, so that Scar King can can execute people like that. Kong, though, he's not having any of that, and so he attacks Scar King, and this very fast battle breaks out. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe how quick this combat is. It's such a cool fight. I really love it, but man, I would have liked for it to go on longer. Just like I said in the GVK review, the combat in this movie feels very brief. We're really far into the movie, and we're only just now introducing Scar King, and he's not going to have a ton else to do before the final battle. So very little screen time for our main antagonist, and it's a shame because he's so compelling. I really like him. I wish we could have gotten more of him. Anyways, this big fight breaks out. It's pretty cool, and Kong is really slow to adjust to Scar King's rapid fighting style and quick movements. Like, he's able to flip and dodge Kong's attacks, and Kong's mostly getting damaged by the whip slash, which he hasn't figured out how that thing works yet. It would be the first time he's ever seen anything like this, so it makes sense that Scar King's able to gain the upper hand, eventually jumping over, wrapping the thing around Kong's neck, starting to choke him. But as brought up by the VFX artists who worked on this sequence, the Weta VFX artists, who do an amazing job here, Kong is the stronger fighter. He is the one who is going to win this fight. It's just that he is not able to adapt to the fighting style as fast. He's not able to get his bearings yet because he's never fought an opponent like this yet. He's obviously fought opponents very quick before, like the Skullcrawler, and he struggled with that as well. He struggles with the fast ones because Kong is very slow in his attacks, which is funny because he's really quick compared to someone like Godzilla, but his attacks pack an enormous punch, and Kong does overpower Scar King, grabbing him and slamming him around here, causing Scar King to, in a very cocky way, but also in a coward's way, back out of the fight by summoning his ultimate weapon, this enormous ice titan Shimo. Shimo is revealed. She comes out of this volcanic prison she was stuck within, and using this magic crystal, Scar King controls her and gets her to attack Kong, freezing his right arm in the process. It didn't dawn on me until this viewing that Kong uses the axe to block the ice breath, but it freezes his arm. The reason he stands there holding it instead of like dodging and jumping away is probably because he's used to the fact that the axe charges on beam attacks like this. Obviously, it charged off of Godzilla's atomic energy, so once again, Kong needs to learn his opponents before he can fight them properly. He winds up losing the axe in the process and retreats here with Zuko's help. The Red Stripes chase after Kong. It's a very energetic fight scene. It's very engaging. I really like it. And then we cut back to stupid plot where we learn from the prophecy here. Eileen learns that Shimo is the Titan here and Scar King's got power over her. She's apparently the one that caused the last ice age. And she figures out that Kong's found Scar King and that that's what the Iwi are warning Godzilla about. That's also why Godzilla's changing. She also finds through the Iwi prophecy that it states, at the end of the world, an Iwi from Skull Island will awaken Mothra, the Iwi's defender, to help. I don't even need to get into why I don't like that scene. I've done it in other videos. It's not a compelling prophecy. It's not compelling like the one from Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, mostly because it's just telling you what we already know and what is literally about to happen. There's no mystery to it. Kong uses some awesome traps to fight the Red Stripes in a very clever way. It's very cool. I love it. But it doesn't work in full. He's eventually cornered, and One Eye avoids his next trap, meaning he's going to have to fist this one, and he's weakened. His arm is completely ruined. And it's a good thing that he doesn't have to, because Zuko triggers the trap anyways, causing it to crash on all of the apes except One Eye. Very cool scene, great Zuko hero moment, and then Zuko and Kong head out for help. Meanwhile, Godzilla absorbs all of Tiamat's energy stockpile. I don't know how he froze himself, but he somehow did. Gia gets along with the Iwi children very well, and Eileen accepts that Gia might want to leave her for the Iwi, and she has to come to terms with that. Bernie then learns that the Iwi are able to move the pyramids, manipulating gravity to run their city. Makes absolutely no sense. It's also like, you don't even do a good job selling it, because it's not like we're moving like there's moon gravity, which there would be if the Iwi can pick up those enormous stone giant slabs, but whatever, the movie does not commit to some of these ideas very well. Trapper and Bernie have this great moment together where Trapper asks him, like, what are you gonna do? Expose the Iwi tribe and get it destroyed? Like, is it worth that? People know that you're a hero, people that matter, like me, and I really like their bond. I love their friendship. They're great characters. Kong arrives at the Iwi kingdom after somehow sensing Gia. I guess that's a new power of his. They could have said he smelled her, but he senses her like she's a Titan. Maybe because she's got the telepathy? I don't know. She's never used telepathy before. She doesn't communicate with him in this very scene. He collapses, and the humans find out about Zuko, who also gets very nervous about them, which I think is very cute, and then Zuko runs off. Kong tells Gia that he lost home, and the only instance he uses ASL in this movie, but a very powerful one, calling back to the ending of Godzilla vs. Kong. Trapper then discovers that his arm has intense frostbite, and he'll lose it or Eileen says he won't have an arm. He'll only have one arm. I don't know if he'll literally lose the arm or if he just won't be able to use it very well from this point forward, but the arm is damaged, and so Trapper needs to get Project Powerhouse to help. In augmentation that they made for Kong, we get this cheesy little montage where we just get a straight up used asset from Pacific Rim. Meanwhile, One Eye alerts Scar King about the Iwi Kingdom and the surface portals and the wall that protects them, and so Scar King sets out with an army and Shimo. This causes Godzilla, or at least this is when Godzilla finishes evolving and emerges in his newly upgraded form, and I'm not a fan of the design. I'm definitely not a fan of the roar of the design, and I'm definitely not a fan of the revamped annoying theme for Godzilla. The design is okay, I guess. It's similar to the MonsterVerse Godzilla, which I think is a very cool design, but it basically takes a lot of the things I love about it and changes them in ways that I don't love. Don't love the new directions the spines are pointing. I kind of like the new bigger shape of them, but don't love the new spines overall. Really don't love the break-in spines on the back where there's like a giant spine gap. Don't love Godzilla's new proportioning. I think some of the enhancements are cool. Like, I really like the blades on the elbows, but he doesn't use them ever. Don't like the Thagamizers. Just overall, not a fan of Godzilla Evolved, and I do not care for the pink. I don't think it's very Godzilla at all. I have seen this design, obviously, like in Fortnite with the blue coloration, and I do think it does a lot towards making it feel more Godzilla core, and towards me liking it more. If this design was blue, I might have liked it more. And it's not to do with it being pink necessarily, as much as it's a lot of change all at once, and not for the better in my opinion. Trapper and the Heave kind of teleport all around throughout this sequence, but Trapper does make his way back to Outpost 1 in no time. No time has passed at all, apparently. He grabs the prototype Beast Glove and brings it back to Kong, attaching it to his arm. It's a very cool sequence with a very fun needle drop, and it winds up healing him up. It injects him with this healing serum that allows him to heal from the frostbite and upgrades his arm with now a super punch. He's got this enormous upgraded punching strength and an electrical charge, calling back to King Kong vs. Godzilla. I do not like the Beast Glove, but you've already heard me say that. I just don't think it fits the King Kong character. I think it strays too far away from what makes him special, and it doubles down on the fact that these movies do not know how to play to the strengths and weaknesses of these characters, but rather to play for the more flashy, gimmicky things. And I don't need a flashy gimmick in my movie. I'm not here to buy Beast Glove toys. I'm here for the story and the character, and this services neither. Suka warns Kong that Scar King's army is coming. Gia tells Kong to go get help, and so, wasting no time, Kong immediately jumps through a portal to the surface to get Godzilla. Kong emerges in Cairo, Egypt with this awesome music playing over. It's a cool Egyptian remix of Kong's theme, and then he battle roars. Godzilla responds hundreds of miles away in Gibraltar, where he leaps into the ocean off the Gibraltar mountain. It's a very comical scene, and he heads out after Kong. Down in Hollow Earth, Gia climbs the thousands of feet tall pyramids, climbing up them, and then raises a hand in the air, and it somehow materializes Mothra out of thin air. I don't know why anyone else could have done that, but what a terrible introduction for Mothra here. Mothra takes off towards the surface after spawning into the movie. And then the Iwi plan to use the anti-gravity fields to slow Scar King down by causing the two pyramids to collide, which somehow disrupts gravity in the Hollow Earth. I don't know. Meanwhile, Trapper takes a heave to get help. Godzilla then kills hundreds of people as he heads for Kong. Once again, Godzilla's not the protector of humanity. He's the protector of nothing. He does what the plot asks him to. He destroys these bridges, killing people, then he tramples his way through Cairo on his way to Kong. Kong tries to reason with Godzilla and warn him that he needs him in the portal, but Godzilla's got no brain cells whenever Kong's around. Godzilla goes full-blown stupid mode and attacks Kong, kicking off what is the most exciting scene in the movie for me. I think it's a super fun fight, but it's also a fight filled with a bunch of problems. This scene sums up my thoughts on this movie overall as a whole. It's very fun, very entertaining. I have fun watching it, and I can laugh at it because there's a lot of comedy to it, but I find it overall over the top and to be a disservice to the overall story of the MonsterVerse, in that this fight does not need to happen. It walks back the conflict of Godzilla vs. Kong, having them fight before a team-up, retreading ground we've already covered in the last movie, and it's undone within 3 minutes, because 3 minutes from now, the fight's already over, and it ends the same GD way as Godzilla vs. Kong, with Godzilla stomping on Kong's chest and then not killing him. The same way Godzilla vs. Kong goes. Godzilla and Kong fight. Godzilla stomps on Kong's chest, becoming the victor of the battle, roaring in his face, and then they team up and fight a bigger bad guy. I do not need them to retread this. It destroys any sort of thematic way Godzilla vs. Kong could have had, but it is entertaining, and it is fun. I love seeing Godzilla and Kong fight as enemies. I wish we could get more of it. I think it's awesome. I'm down for it in the future. Not in the future of the MonsterVerse, because again, move the characters forward, progress the story, please. But that does not take away from the entertainment factor of it. It's a fight filled with wrestling moves. I don't love that it basically strips both of these monsters, Godzilla and Kong, down to wrestlers, especially with having Godzilla be the one to do the suplex on Kong. Like, a human-styled wrestling move would be something you'd expect a human-like monster, Kong, to do, but instead it's Godzilla. Why Godzilla does fighting moves like that, I don't know. But it reminds me of then the Showa series when Godzilla starts to fight like a boxer and basically loses all tethers to the original Godzilla and the way Godzilla moved and fought. We're so far from Hiro Nakajima by that point. Like, by the time Godzilla's fighting like a boxer, it just does not feel like Godzilla anymore. And the same here. They're fighting like wrestlers, not Godzilla and Kong. I believe very firmly that every action should service the character. If you're having a fight scene, the characters should fight in ways that service their characters. That's what happens during the Kong and Scar King fight. That's why it's so fantastic. They're both fighting in ways that make sense for them and in ways that service their characters while revealing something about each other in the process. Here, Godzilla and Kong fight like wrestlers because they fight like wrestlers. The same way that at the end of Godzilla vs. Kong, they fight like wrestlers because they fight like wrestlers. Long gone are the days of Jordan Vogt-Roberts putting intense thought into the fight choreography of Kong Skull Island to make sure that Kong fights in ways that only Kong could, in ways that feel both dynamic and monstrous, in ways that feel like they have human-esque qualities without feeling too human in a way where a monster couldn't have learned that move on its own. Long gone are those days. Kong's fighting style has changed dramatically, and now he's just a big guy, just like Godzilla, just fighting like a big guy. It is a great fight scene. It is undeniably entertaining. It's awesome. It's action-packed. It's cool. I love the fight moves. It's got great humor. It's got great beats. I love when Kong's just had it and he cannot take it anymore. He crashes out. He unleashes on Godzilla, knocking him out with the Beast Glove, and then he starts to drag Godzilla to the portal. He is stopped by the atomic breath. Godzilla gains the upper hand, stomping Kong into the ground, and then in a move that I thought should have been used in Godzilla vs. Kong is stopped by Mothra. Just like in Ghidorah the three-headed monster, Mothra appears to put an end to the petty monster conflict to get their eyes on the bigger prize, and Gia appears standing on a sphinx as Godzilla realizes that, yep, his ego got the best of him, and he joins Team Kong, hopefully for the last time. Adam Wingard has stated that, yeah, that is exactly what happened. Godzilla kind of knows that he's not supposed to be fighting Kong here, but he can't let go of his ego, and so that's why he's doing it. And it's when Mothra shows up that he's like, yeah, I know, I got bigger things to worry about, which again, makes Godzilla feel like an idiot that he's willing to abandon his mission to protect nature's balance, especially when he already knows Kong's a guy who will team up with him. And do not give me the whole Godzilla's so angry and overstimulated that he doesn't know who he's fighting. The whole point is that he goes extra hard because it's Kong of all people. That's the whole point. And the whole point is that Godzilla lets go of that when he sees Mothra because he realizes, yeah, I know, there's bigger things to worry about. For the first time in history, though, King Kong, Godzilla, and Mothra share the screen in this epic moment where they roar together. It is awesome. It is finally time. Kong and Mothra were supposed to cross over all the way back in 1966. It's finally time for those two characters to share the screen together. It's so cool. I love it. Mothra being a sort of remake of the original 1933 King Kong, but with a kind of gendered flip on it, and then having these two characters finally share the screen. It's so cool. I really love it. Scar King arrives in Hollow Earth. He arrives at the Iwi Kingdom. Using Shimo, he is able to stop the crystals from colliding, causing the anti-gravity shockwave to be delayed. Trapper then shows up, unleashing an attack on Scar King's army using the Verticines, all hyped up and charged up with electricity, distracting them long enough for Godzilla and Kong to blast through the Hollow Earth portal, taking lethal fall damage upon impact. Man, do they collide with the ground hard here. They then erupt through the earth and charge into battle, finally united as a team towards the last 20 minutes of the movie. I think we're actually less than 20 minutes here. They finally charge into battle as a team, leaping into war against Scar King and Shimo. It's epic. The anti-gravity shockwave hits and they're thrown into zero gravity. It is a very unique fight for these monsters. Not only are they fighting in Hollow Earth, but now they're fighting in anti-gravity. One thing Adam Wingard's great about is taking the monsters and putting them in fight scenarios we've never seen them in before. In the last movie, it was putting Kong on the boats in the middle of the ocean, and here it's throwing them into anti-gravity. It's very cool. Godzilla shockingly dominates in the air, using it like he's swimming around, attacking Shimo and taking out some red stripes in the process. It's a very cool moment. Mothra actually gets my favorite moments here as she swings in, saving the heave from red stripes by webbing apes to these rocks. Kong and Skarking start to fight, with Suko helping get the red stripes off Kong's back in a great little team up moment as well, before getting One Eye's attention, and so Suko's got bigger problems to deal with. Mothra helps Godzilla out, stopping Shimo from freezing Godzilla long enough for him to atomic pulse his way out of her ice breath, and then the anti-gravity runs out and all four main titans plummet down into a hollow earth portal together. Meanwhile, Mothra saves the heave from crashing into the ground. Suko is able to kill One Eye, kicking him off a cliff, having him take lethal fall damage, so I guess the great apes can take fall damage. As Kong loses his freaking axe again, he just got it back seconds ago, but he loses it as he for some reason doesn't want to fall into the Hollow Earth portal despite literally chasing Skarking into the portal. Shimo and Skarking arrive on the surface just a little before they land in Rio and launch an all-out attack, with Shimo blasting Rio with her frost breath and Skarking laughing at the humans as he does so. Kong then cuts this short with a sucker punch as he makes it to the surface, knocking Skarking's tooth out. Godzilla arrives and then focuses most of his firepower on Shimo, and the final battle is officially underway. Godzilla is tossed all around by Shimo. You really get a sense that, like, man, does she have some power, just throwing Godzilla through the air. And you also get the sense that she's the only real threat, as Kong, one-on-one, is still dominating Skarking in battle, kicking him out of the air and really putting the smackdown on him, and it's only whenever Shimo intervenes that Kong loses the upper hand, getting thrown around by her. In Hollow Earth, Suko recovers the axe and heads towards the surface to help out. Shimo and Kong wind up in this ridiculously long stalemate where Shimo freezes Kong's arm, and we find out that the Beast Glove can do more than just pack a punch. It can also, somehow, block Shimo's ice breath. Now, earlier in the movie, we were supposed to find out that Kong's Beast Glove can actually deflect Godzilla's atomic breath as well. That was supposed to be part of the point of it, was that the Beast Glove was specifically made to be able to deflect Godzilla's atomic breath, and so therefore, maybe it would have made a little more sense that it could also repel Shimo's ice beam, but somehow it cannot freeze, and so they're just stuck in this stalemate. Godzilla supercharges, looks fantastic doing so. He looks so cool, and then he chases Skarking around with the atomic breath, kind of calling back to Godzilla vs. Kong, catching him on the back, burning up his back a little bit, but somehow the supercharged breath doesn't really do much. Godzilla is, however, able to catch the Whip Slash and destroy it, causing an all-out rush for the crystal. Just as Skarking's about to regain control of it, which would allow him once again to control Shimo, Suko appears, destroying it with somehow the axe is charged up. Godzilla's axe is charged up, but anyways, Suko destroys the crystal with it. It explodes. This big shockwave happens, and then Kong punches Skarking out as Skarking starts to attack Suko. I love it. Kong grabs Skarking, swings him around, throws him. Godzilla then baseball bats him with his tail in their only combo move together. Technically speaking, they kind of combo move earlier as Kong jumps on Godzilla and rides him into battle, but that's not necessarily a combat move. That is a team-up move, but it's not a combo move. And sometimes Godzilla will aid in assist to Kong, getting Shimo off Kong's back for a moment, but this is their only combo move in the movie. Even in Godzilla vs. Kong, they put the double smackdown on Mechagodzilla, pushing him through the building and then climbing on him together. Like, there was more combo moves there, plus the atomic breath charging up the axe, than there is in this movie, which was marketed as their big team up. Anyways, Kong catches Skarking. Shimo then freezes him after Godzilla tells her, "Do it or I'm gonna kill you." And then Kong shatters Skarking to pieces, killing him. Godzilla ends the conflict by shooting his atomic breath into the sky, which somehow he shoots a storm out of the sky, shoots clouds out of the sky. I do not know how to explain that. But I like that for the first time ever, Shimo and Suko get to see the sunlight. It's a very beautiful moment. Godzilla and Kong finally acknowledge each other as equals and as partners, and they go their separate ways. Mothra returns Gia to her people, and Gia chooses to stay with her mother, Eileen, over the Iwi. It's a great scene. Mothra then repairs the Iwi protection wall. I guess she's the one that made that. I don't know how. And the gang celebrates with the Iwi. It kind of seems implied here that Trapper is the only one who's going to head to the surface. Eileen and Bernie and Gia will stay with the Iwi for a little while, and that apparently is stated outright in the novelization, which would actually make some sense considering those three characters are not returning for the next film, but Trapper is. Godzilla returns to sleep in the Colosseum, favoring that as his new home, while Kong frees the Ape Kingdom, liberating them alongside Suko and Shimo as heroes. I love that shot of Zuko riding on Kong's shoulder, proud. I also love that shot where Kong hypes Zuko up as the one who freed the apes. That's a great moment. It's also kind of like they're all buddies now because Kong's literally scratching Zuko on the chin like she's his pet. He's adopted Shimo, and he's also adopted Zuko as the son of Kong. And Kong undeniably earns the title King Kong here. That is a plot thread he has repeated in all three movies by killing the dominant powerhouse on Skull Island and Kong Skull Island, that being the Skull Devil, which killed his parents. Kong earns the title of King Kong. That was Jordan Vogt Roberts' original arc for the character. He earns the title of King Kong, which is why the final track on that album is called King Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong, Adam Wingard said Kong earned the title of king when he sat atop the throne in Hollow Earth, officially accepting the ancestral title on behalf of his people, and then again re-solidifies it as king alongside Godzilla as the two of them team up to take down Mechagodzilla as equals. Once again, though, we retread that plot beat with Kong finally becoming King Kong of the apes, and so hopefully they'll just be able to call him that moving forward. Now, I know there's a misconception that there's like a legal problem in calling Kong King Kong. I believe you cannot use the title King Kong in a title. You can't use it on title or merchandise, but you can use the name in a movie. And that is where the film comes to an end. It's a pretty sweet ending. I love Day After Day playing over top of it. It's a great little scene. I'm going to break this one down in a little more detail than I did some of the others, just like I did with Godzilla vs. Kong. I'm going to have to give more context here to summarize my feelings on this film, because the human story is really mixed. The characters and their relationships are great. I love the core cast of this movie. I think they're all characterized really well, and I love their interpersonal dynamics. The Iwi lore, however, is downright bad and in some ways disrespectful to the themes of Kong Skull Island. The plot writing I also found to be truly downright bad. The prophecy is bad. The whole Mothra thing comes out of nowhere. Things are just kind of happening because they do. Characters teleport around. Trapper's able to get from one place to the Heave even though they're miles apart in an instant. He's then able to teleport all around. Like, things just are happening. This is a movie where things happen because they do, and any search for answers leads to more questions than you originally had. I feel similar about the kaiju storyline. It's mixed. Godzilla is doubled down on his GVK persona, which is, in my opinion, not great. It is kind of weird because at times he feels a little King of the Monsters-esque, like when he fights Scylla, and at other times he feels very GVK-esque, like when he kills all the civilians in Cairo. Very different than when he accidentally causes a flood in Godzilla 2014, and very, very different than the supposed superhero role he takes on in Godzilla King of the Monsters. His power set I find to be downright bad as well. I don't love his backstory. I don't love the lore with him. I don't love how overpowered he is. I don't love how before he evolves, he's pulling out moves we've never seen before, and the evolved Godzilla is not my favorite design. As for Kong, the Kong Skull Island characterization, which I find infinitely more compelling for this character, is dead. It's officially dead and gone and buried. The Godzilla vs. Kong portrayal is the one seen in this movie, and I think it's pretty good. He's pretty good here. In fact, I would go as far as to say, if I can ignore how far Kong has come since Kong Skull Island, he's downright great in this movie. I love that he has now taken on a superhero-like persona. It's just things like the metal tooth, the toothache, and the beast glove that I do not like. As for the design, as I said earlier, he's stocky. I don't love the grayness of it. I would say overall it's okay. I love how much more muscular he was than he was in Godzilla vs. Kong, but on the whole, I do think that it's a step back from that design. I would have loved a merge of the two. Zuko's characterization is great. I love the trauma with that character. I love the heroic redemption for that character. I love all of the characterization for him. I do not love the design. He looks ridiculous with those big googly eyes, and I think he has a downright really annoying sound design. The roar is so annoying, and all the little squeals he does I also find very annoying. He's not cute like they think he is. That's my big issue with him. The characterization, very cute. Everything else, they're trying too hard. They're trying too hard with him. Scar King, fantastic. Amazing villain, great presence, love the fighting style, love how different he is from the other characters, love all of it. The backstory's cliche, whatever, who cares? We've already characterized these monsters to the point of being cartoon characters rather than monsters, so with that in mind, Scar King's fantastic. I love the great apes as well. There's some real standouts. One Eye's great, Boots is great. There's some real standouts there. Shimo is really, really underwhelming. I find Shimo's design to be really great. I find Shimo's powers to be really great. I find Shimo's scale to be really great. I find Shimo's potential to be really amazing and pretty untapped. I find Shimo in this movie to be pretty lame, pretty underused, and also overhyped, just painfully overhyped. Mothra has a downright terrible introduction and backstory in this movie. It is my least favorite Mothra introduction and lore of the entire saga. There has never been a Mothra that I do not like the backstory for and introduction for and lore for more than this one. That said, once she's on screen, she is my favorite in the movie. She has fantastic characterization. You really get a sense of her personality. She's just like the Mothra of the past. Very heroic, very caring, very nurturing, but also, like, impatient. She does not have patience for Godzilla's BS, and I really appreciate that they brought that characterization back to her. I don't love the new roars, but I love the new design. It's a take on the Michael Dougherty 2019 design, although it's bringing back in more of the fluff of the original Mothra and more of the colorscape of the Showa Mothra and the Toho characterization for that and the Toho aesthetic for her. I think she's great. She is truly awesome here. Overall, the kaiju storyline I find to be pretty good, if overly explained. I think that sometimes they overly explain things. I think the backstories are all pretty bad. I hate the idea that Godzilla's already dealt with this conflict and won by himself in the past. It destroys the stakes, and I do not think it's needed. I think it's far more compelling if this is a brand new thread. And in fact, I find that there's so many tiny changes that could have been made for the massive benefit of this movie. And so that's what I'll say. Kaiju story is pretty good. Godzilla's not my fave in this movie. I find him to be a far stray from the King of the Monsters Godzilla, who's the one that I prefer in the MonsterVerse, or even the 2014 Godzilla, but the Kong stuff is pretty solid here, and I do like a lot of it. The VFX and visuals are great, but sometimes slightly off. Like, sometimes they're truly amazing. Sometimes, like I mentioned earlier, the VFX are a little off. In particular, whenever we're on the surface world, I think the VFX are lacking heavily. As far as the visuals go, at times, again, very good, very great. There's some amazing cinematography here, but there's also times where I find it really overly cluttered, overly chaotic, poorly choreographed, and really dull. Like, the battle in Rio has this really bland, dull, bluish gray color scheme. I do not know what happened there, but there's a lot of times in this movie where I think the vibrance of it should have been brought way up. The music in this movie has its moments. There are some really great moments, especially some of the, like, Monarch Bernie themes that that's great. That plays when Bernie's introduced. That plays over the credits. I really like it. But much like the plot, I find that it never gives us a break. It's just often loud and annoying. In fact, I have a playlist of some of my favorite gentle music in the MonsterVerse that I sometimes listen to sleep. It's like a calming playlist from the MonsterVerse, and there's nothing in this whole movie that can go on it. Friendship is the closest song that could. I believe that's what it's called, but a lot of the time, it'll start soft, and then it'll ramp up into this obnoxiously loud portion. Like, the song that plays when they discover the Iwi temple remains is wonderful, and then it just gets loud and energetic when it doesn't need to. That's how I feel about this whole movie. Nothing is allowed to breathe because they're trying to keep it moving at such a lightning speed that it's overwhelming, which is my next point. Pacing. Really overwhelming, really chaotic. A lot of this movie is edited in what feels like montage format. Oh, one last note on that soundtrack. Holy crap, does Godzilla's theme annoy the heck out of me in this movie. I think it sounds downright awful, and, you know, sometimes it's kicking on and there's like this more heroic Avengers-y theme version of Godzilla's theme, and I find it to be really, really bad. I don't like it. I just find that the new Godzilla theme is really does not live up to the past. Really, especially does not live up to the original Godzilla themes. Like I've always said, if you're going to do something different, do something really different. The vibe of this movie, pretty good. I really like the friendliness of it. I like the friendliness of it. I love Kong. I love Suko. I love their friendship. I love Mothra. I love her persona, her kindness. I love the characters, especially Trapper and Bernie. Trapper and Bernie do so much for this movie. It's a movie with a lot of really kind-hearted moments, and it is a movie that I think the world needs, and that we need more upbeat, light-hearted films. We need more escapism, and this movie is wonderful escapism. I just just don't think escapism needs to come at the sacrifice of story and character. And I do think that this film overall lacks with both story and character in big ways, as I've already discussed. So the vibe is pretty good. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, but I do find this to be a fantastic adventure action film, and I do think that it is a fantastic children's film. Like, this would be an all-timer if I saw this as a kid. The constant monster action is really wonderful and pleasing for children, and I really stand by it. Overall, I think this movie is okay. I want so desperately to love this movie like everybody else. It makes me downright sad and a little depressed that I cannot share in people's enjoyment of it. I feel like such a freaking bitter old man talking about this movie, like I can't get over my gripes of it. I cannot enjoy it the way that other people do. I feel like this movie left me behind in the dust and I just can't enjoy it the way I'm desperate to enjoy it. Every time I watch this movie, I find myself disappointed with it. Every time I watch this movie, I find myself thinking about the story problems and the missed potential of it. It really sticks out to me in this film in a way that downright makes me sad. Like, I feel like I just didn't click with it like I was so hoping to. As I explained in my GVK review, which I think is the perfect summation of my opinion on the MonsterVerse, Godzilla 2014 felt like an appetizer that I was ready for a bigger meal afterward. Like, it got me really happy. I loved the flavor, but I wanted more, and that's what I got with Kong Skull Island and Godzilla King of the Monsters. A fantastic main meal. It was a great main meal, and I was so ready and excited for my dessert, and Godzilla vs. Kong was the dessert, and I accepted it at the time despite the fact that I knew it wasn't good for me. And then I got a second dessert when I was ready for a healthy meal, like either a full-blown meal or another appetizer, and I was fed an even richer dessert that made me sick to my stomach and amplifies all my issues with the previous dessert, where now I'm realizing that that one started me out with the bellyache and now this one's only made it worse. That's the best metaphor I can explain, because this movie is too much of it. It's too much. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing, and this movie is too much of it for me. I want so badly to enjoy this film, and I think in time I might be able to learn to enjoy it in a big way, but that really, I do believe, will be determined on where the MonsterVerse goes next. If we continue to double down on these things and head down this path, I think I'm going to fall out of love with the MonsterVerse in a very depressing way. If we make a course correction, we rein in the story and characterization to make it more consistent and thoughtful, and especially work on the world building, I think I could fall in love with this film as a very special dessert, you know? But I don't want dessert right now. I'm ready for something else. And that's why I'm going to give Godzilla Kong the New Empire a 6.5 out of 10. One of the lower scores I've given a Godzilla film in a very long time. It's the lowest score I've given a MonsterVerse movie, and it is my least favorite MonsterVerse film by a pretty significant margin. And that does sadden me to say, like big time. But that's where I feel about Godzilla Kong the New Empire. I would love to know what you guys think. I know this channel is very divisive. Some people love this movie. Some people do not love this movie. I'm very curious to hear what you guys think. Comment down below and let me know. As always, I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. Thank you guys so much for all your support on the Patreon. It is through the support of patrons on the Patreon that I'm able to continue to make videos like this for you. One last thank you for 101,954 subs. That sub goal is what relaunched Godzilla-Thon in the first place. Thank you so much for that. It means the world to me. And thank you for sticking with the return of Godzilla-Thon and Kong-A-Thon. I really, really appreciate it. I am excited for more Godzilla films in the future so that we can continue to do these. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time for the next one. D-Man, out.